useless, mindless idiots of trolls have decided to stalk me every time that I play Street Fighter. I just want you to think about this. There's a detractor meme about steaks. They're using names like Porterhouse and T-Bone to jump on a steak meme. Yes, they actually think there is a steak meme worth repeating. These people actually made a running meme about steaks. There's no steaks. There's no fucking steaks ever. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and you need to stop brainwashing yourself into believing it. There's no, it must be steaks when you play. I can't wait to see Phil get his asshole to Street Fighter today, and he's gonna lose all his ranking points. I can't wait to, fuck you. No adult would care about your dumb meme about steaks. There's like 3 or 4 people who are actually excited and engaged with Street Fighter and trying to talk about it, and it's being lost in a drowning of fucking discussion about steaks and barbecue. The moment that some moron says steak explosion on DSP stream, you say, there's no steaks in anything that I play. Nothing means anything in any game. There's no stakes. I'm not a pro player. None of that ever mattered. Never, ever. There's no stakes in anything that I play. Nothing means anything. There's no stakes. I'm not a pro player. None of that ever mattered. Never, ever. I'm not in a competition with anyone. You're fooling yourself into this weird parallel dimension of people care if Phil wins or loses. Nobody does. All people want to do is make fun of me anyway. Assholes. Imagined rank points are still stakes. No, they are not. They're imagined. They mean nothing. You know what it is? Drama. You like drama. Ranked is drama. What are you, 4? There are no stakes in any game I've ever played on this channel. Zero. Stakes. There's 0 stakes. There are 0 stakes. 0. The moment there's a moron, the stake explosion on this stream, you say, there's no stakes in anything that I play. Nothing means anything in any game. There's no stakes. I'm not a pro player. None of that ever mattered. Never, ever. There's no stakes in anything that I play. Nothing means anything. There's no stakes. I'm not a pro player. None of that ever mattered. Never, ever. I'm not in a tournament, training in a league, wearing their fucking jersey, sweating it out, traveling the country. There's no prize at the end if I win or if I do poorly. Why is no one here talking about Street Fighter on a fucking Street Fighter stream? People talk about stakes and shit. There's no fucking stakes. So I'm gonna say it one more time. Nothing means anything.
If these entities were trying so hard to contact us, why would they be so cryptic? Why would they be always hiding? It doesn't make any sense. There's got to be an explanation. Nice, slow, slow. My eyes twitch. My ears itch. Nose tips. I am licking my lips. I hear it inside. I open my eyes. I know I can hide. Something is moving. I swear it's not me. I'm open block is still penetrating. Roll back and sway. Deep in away. I'm losing my life, my son and my wife. I am begging you, please. You got what I need. Oh God, you hear it again?
We're shit. He's waking up.
Corner demons coming alive. Falling up the walls. Better open your eyes. Empty your wallet. Open your ears. I got 2 big bills and a bucket of tears.
I have a successful business. I'm happy doing what I do. Next month when I get paid, it's gonna be like way low compared to what I get paid from YouTube. I am nervous. I'm too stressed out. I'm already at my wit's end. I got a million things I'm juggling to try to make happen. There's just too much going on right now in my life.
It's not my fault. I did nothing wrong. Watch me explode. Try to get member bomb. Try to ruin my business, but I am a success. I got a finance degree and a pile of vests.
Did you see that thing that was up in the corner here?
We're shit. He's waking up.
Corner demons coming alive. Crawling up the walls. Better open your eyes. Empty your wallet. Open your ears. I got 2 big bills and a bucket of tears.
I am Satan Burnell. I'm changing my name to Lucifer Satan Burnell from now on.
Is it the end of days? Is it the end of the world? Is it the second coming of the son of Satan?
Satan has come for me.
Summon demons.
Satan. Hail Satan. Coming for you, Sister Catherine.
Heal thyself, hail Satan, loving tonight.
Satan is evil.
Satan worship, one side for God, one side for ancient flashing.
Yes.
Your dad is Satan.
Satan.
Kill him. Kill the demon. Rip its head off. Shove it up its ass.
In the corner.
Satan lives in her pussy.
Here it is, Demon Child, on the floor. Burn in hell, Burnell. And now I'm gonna burn in hell for the rest of eternity.
My mic was muted. Hack. Hello. Hail Satan Burnell. Of course, Misery Merchant, get out of here. Stop it. We're done with you. Shout out Misery Merchant, of course, for the songs. Classic songs, some of my favorites in the history of Detractor songs. Thank you all for showing up this morning. It is the first day of the week that I haven't been woken up at 2 a.m. for snow. I'm very excited to at least exist, not outside in the cold today. Hopefully you are all as well. And you're excited for the stream, because it's been a while. Too long, in fact. I was actually kind of upset when I thought I was going to have to do it again today. And I've been trying to get to this, the DSP top 20 worst and best playthroughs, because worst and best games wasn't good enough. It's the DSP show after all. It's all about him. Big ups everybody who's here right now, and big ups Redbird, who there shouldn't be 2 of those. Why is there 2 of those? What is that? Why is that like that? Ignore it. Thank you, Redbird, for becoming a member and joining the 60 Skulls. That is very cool of you. And I wanted to bounce back and forth between the most disappointing and the best, but I don't think my PC wants me to do that. I can try. I thought that would be more interesting. It's probably not going to let that happen. It didn't. Whatever. It is what it is. We'll just move forward positively. So, it's not a disaster stream. Everything is exactly how it should be. I don't want to hear that bullshit. Let me just find where the actual stream starts, because I want to talk about games. I've been enjoying gaming a little bit now for a little while. As a matter of fact, I'm enjoying gaming far more than I'm enjoying DSP's content up until his stalker nonsense just yesterday. So, I'm excited, and I only watched the disappointing ones. All of his good playthroughs, if you're even willing to call them that, I haven't seen yet. So this will still partially be new to me. It'll be a live react style Atlas stream. But once I seen the 15 disappointing, I knew I wanted to talk about it, because right from jump, he immediately irritated me. Shout out everybody on Kick. Shout out The Bottom Line Is Real. Obviously a very cool member of the chat. Everybody with real in their name, incredibly funny. Keep doing that. It was funny to hear him talk about it, and I've been coming up with terrible Kick real names all week with my coworkers. It's been a riot. Please continue with the real joke. It's very funny. Dean Lawliette for the 10. How Phil starts his day. Wake up, shit, eat, get out of bed. That's disgusting and sick. I hope that's not the case, but I wouldn't put anything past DSP, okay? Thank you for the 10, of course. Did that pop up? It should have. Oh, I have him muted. No. All right, there it is. There it is. It was on screen. You seen it. You seen it.
Hey, good morning, Kanye.
Nothing. The answer to that question, though, is nothing. DSP remembers nothing of any game that he's played pretty much all year long, aside from the amount of support that he's gotten, which is why he has to do the games of the year in this style, because actually playing games means nothing to him at this point. Shout out Demi Fiend. Speaking of something that means something, Demi Fiend with the 2. Do you believe DSP has friends besides Kino? No, stupid. Blah. Where's he supposed to find friends? He doesn't play video games online. He doesn't go outside of his house in order for anything except in order to go to the store and go to the dump. So unless he's making friends with the trash pack at the waste facility, which I doubt, manual laborers are not going to fuck with DSP, period. No, he has no friends. It's just his fat wife and his stupid cat. And I say stupid cat only because it's his cat. If it was anybody else's cat, it would be fine. Sorry, Jasper. You took an L by being owned by DSP. Thank you for the 2, of course. The video audio is muted? No.
Chilling.
It's not now. Sorry. We'll run it back. I don't want you to miss the intro. Because I literally talked about it.
To open the YouTube chat.
Sorry,
I got the wrong chat
my
open.
OBS is all messed up from
what's going on,
goofy
everyone?
shit
I see
I was
everyone on
doing during the
Kick.
week.
How you doing? Good evening, good evening.
Sorry.
Welcome to the stream. I hope you're ready to chill with my year-end series. People every
Now
year
we're ready to chill.
ask me, Phil, what was your favorite games of the year? What playthroughs did you like? What didn't you like? What do you remember from last year? What was notable? And that's what we do in these year-end series, right? We run that down. We summarize it all in 1 or 2 videos and a stream or 2. And that's what it's all about tonight, is relaxing.
It's all about relaxing.
Chilling,
I'm excited, dude.
About the year
I've
that
been
was
looking forward to
2024.
relaxing.
Which certainly was a weird year for games. I mean, I don't think in the entire time that I've been a YouTuber, there's been a weirder year. A year where a lot of the big games that were popular were actually not big games, meaning they were indie games that came out of nowhere and stuff that were shockingly good compared to the AAA games that came out and just weren't very good, right? I think it was a big year, very much like that.
He shouldn't have been surprised by that, though.
Tonight, we start with the disappointments. We start with the worst, and then we get to the good stuff, all right?
I mean,
depending on how tonight
actually,
goes,
year after year, AAA gaming gets worse every single time. And all of these franchises that people love continue to get pretty much worse and worse, either in the form of content or in the form of just running poorly. I'm not at all surprised to see that indie games are getting the W this year. And he shouldn't have been either if he knew anything about games. Shades are Gucci with the 10. Big ups Atlas. His Stalker 2 rant was so telling that he hates being challenged in any way. He hates when games do it, just like how he hates having to drive rather than get shit delivered. Absolutely. His Stalker rant was one of my favorite things he's done in a while, and I started a video on it as soon as it was over yesterday. I finished the entire script in one sitting, which usually I don't do because I'm bad. And I'm really excited to make that video. I'm going to start editing it as soon as the stream is over. So no spoilers on my thoughts on it, but I am very excited.
If we can actually get to the best games or best playthroughs countdown, I should say, or if we save that for tomorrow night.
Thank you for the
really
10 again, of course.
How fast we move through this stuff. Okay. Now, how do I... This is a good position for the mic because it sounds good, but it's blocking the sign a little bit. So...
Very important that you can see the stupid sign,
just
obviously.
A little bit higher. A little bit hanging like that, right? Now
Why
it doesn't block the sign.
dangle
Hopefully
like that?
It's close enough that
Pause. Why? When he, like, my microphone does not swing around that much when you tap it gently. What is up with that?
I can make it just a little bit higher.
It looks like it's missing a screw or
right?
something.
Now it doesn't block the sign, and hopefully it's close enough that it sounds good. If we're having issues with audio,
maybe it's just that wonky little roach desk he's got.
I'll just get it as close as possible then. Okay.
Yeah. The TV dinner stand. You're right. That's a far better way to call it.
The slow mode issue. All right. Let me turn off slow mode on YouTube. Apparently, YouTube still has not fixed this slow mode issue where people can't talk. So I'm going to turn off slow mode again. I'm sorry, guys. Stupid YouTube sucks. I don't know. Again, you know what happened.
Good morning,
Someone who works
Fact.
at
Thanks for
YouTube who's a
stopping by,
coder,
brother.
who literally doesn't test their code. They just throw it out there without proper testing, expects that everyone's supposed to put up with the fact that now no one can talk when slow
Oh my
mode's on
God.
because of an error. There you go. Pretty stupid.
Yeah, I
turned
agree.
it
It's
off.
pretty stupid. Let's move on positively. It's so stupid. It's always YouTube's fault, but we're going to keep
Greetings,
uploading to
Retro Danny.
YouTube and nowhere else, obviously.
Yes, this will be a very interactive stream. As I'm going through the top 20 most disappointing playthroughs of the year, I certainly hope that you guys will chime in and let me know your thoughts. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Did I leave something off the list? Do I have something on the list that you think is ridiculous and shouldn't be on there?
Yes,
you're gonna see
absolutely
this is
he
very
does, and we'll
different
get there.
from a worst games of the year countdown. That is not what this is at all. I don't do worst games of the year countdowns. Never have.
He hasn't, so, and that's such a weird and specific way to put it, to say that he's never done a worst games of the year countdown, because I want to say that he's right. I think he's always done most disappointing games or whatever, but that really is always just his defense for being told that his opinion is shit and he knows nothing about video games. Because he can always go, well, this list is subjective. It's about me being disappointed. It's not about the actual objectivity of whether the game mechanics are properly designed or implemented. It really is just, it's his way to cope with people calling his opinions terrible, because he wants the worst out of video games. That's why he likes walking simulators. That's why he likes games where he doesn't actually
Hey,
have to
good
do
morning,
anything. That's why his most favorite feature in every single game is the graphics rather than the actual gameplay. He just has bad opinions in video games. That's the way that it's always been for him. Shout out Redbird for the 2. The podcast hasn't felt worth the time this week. 100% agreed. I started 2 different videos on 2 different segments from the week, and I scrapped both of them. I hated it. I didn't think it was worth the time. I don't think it was definitely worth your guys' time. So I agree 100%. Thank you for the 2. All right. Okay. I don't even know what we're
I
looking
totally
at.
get that. You know, Kino Casino has just come back from a long hiatus, and I know they're streaming tonight, so I know people probably will be coming in and out to check in, and that's, you know, not upset by that. I get it.
I don't think anybody was coming in from Kino to watch DSP's
How am I
shit game
doing?
takes.
I'm
but
doing
okay.
all right, except I keep having some technical issues, okay? And allow me to explain what I mean by that. Basically, when I go to this screen, what did I click? When I go to this screen,
Mhm.
okay, which is my gameplay screen, this is usually where I'm capturing either from PS5 Pro or
Oh my
from
god,
PC.
get on with it.
Things keep screwing up on this screen, and I can't figure out why. It's the YouTube pop-ups; those keep resizing on me. My camera keeps resizing on me, and I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's causing it. I'm literally not changing anything. It's changing itself, and it's actually
What a master of OBS, folks.
because it seems to
How
keep
does he
happening on the
always
regular.
have these issues? What, like, I understand that a lot of my stuff was muted or disabled as soon as we started the stream. Sorry, that's poor planning. But like, things constantly resizing, or like, what's up with that? Who else is having that sort of, oh, actually, ALT, never mind. ALT has that issue with me Sunday night, so I'll stop talking. I don't want to hurt his feelings.
So hopefully,
Real quick though, what the fuck are these icons on his little desktop icons here? What is that? Why does it look like that? Mine don't look like that. Why would that, what is that icon? Please inform me. I want to be educated. I want to know stuff.
hopefully it'll stop, but I don't know what's causing it, so I can't stop it myself. You know, earlier today I was playing Dark Souls, and all of a sudden someone contributes, no pop-up. What happened? I don't know. Let me look. Pop-up seems to be gone. It's there, but it won't. It's like invisible. Why? I don't know.
It's for OneDrive?
So I go and I
Who
say,
the
let's
fuck
delete it
is
and re-add it.
using
So I delete it and re-add it.
OneDrive?
Okay, now I have to move it and resize it. So I do. My camera shrinks down to the size of like a pea, like this small. And it was like right where the cursor is. That's where the camera was. I was microscopic.
Uh-huh.
And everyone was laughing, saying, what happened? I don't know. Do you think I did that? Do you think that I sat here and shrunk my camera? I don't even know how to do that.
It's just biblically
Did it
accurate.
for no reason. I'm
That's
like,
the
what
way
the
I
hell?
like to call it.
So it was frustrating, so I had to fix it. So it ended up being like a 5 to 10 minute fix live during the stream. I don't want to do that. I just want to stream and have fun with games. You know, I'm not a tech guy who wants to sit here and screw around with technology constantly. then I have to be on the screen nearly
Then you
all
picked
night
the wrong career.
because this is the countdown.
And I want to say that. I want to say that explicitly. If you don't want to sit around and deal with tech all day long, and you don't want to keep up with technology, you don't want to know how it works, you don't want to know how it works together, then streaming was not the career for DSP. Online content creation in general was not the career for DSP if that's not what he was interested in. If he didn't plan on keeping up with all of the things in the space that are required in order to make the content, then he should have never have done it, because he set himself up for failure in that capacity. A little bit of foresight would go a long way for him.
Because this really has nothing to do with it. Here we go. And I will, let me put my camera to where it should be. Okay. Off. There we go. Just like that. Perfect. Yep. That's where I can be. And so I'm going to be talking to each game that was one of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year.
Glad you could catch a
describing
live.
the game and why I felt it was one of the most disappointing, etc. Okay, each one will have its own video clip playing behind me.
Nice. He hit the mic. That wasn't me. I promise.
Oops. So I hope it works. I hope everything doesn't resize and screw up. Why is the leaderboard moving? Because we figured out how to do it. It's called a scrolling filter. That allows you to scroll the leaderboard. You can see it all, and it doesn't ever look cluttered or whatever. It'll always scroll like that. Pretty cool.
It'll never look cluttered. It looks cluttered now, you fucking idiot. It looks like trash.
We do have
I hate leaderboards.
There,
Stop doing them.
We do.
No one cares how much money you made on a stream.
Now we have top subs, top members gifted, top super chat, and top tip. We literally have every single contribution type now accounted for on the leaderboard. No matter what, you get your recognition. How cool is that?
What up, movie sign? Thanks for stopping by, brother.
It's weird that the leaderboard doesn't go to the edge of the screen. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't. It's a little weird in that regard.
Yo, is this the one where he's going to sit here and fiddle fuck with the leaderboard for 20 minutes?
And then it stopped doing it. Once again, another weird thing that I can't really explain. And honestly, I don't even know how to do that. Let's see. What if I did... So I can't even get it to go up or down now.
Sorry, I'm skipping ahead. I don't want the leaderboard segment. I want to talk about games. We're here to talk games.
Undo. Okay, and then if I do... I can undo these at least.
And this just isn't worth the time to do live. Like, if he is genuinely concerned about this, he thinks it looks goofy, he should have just said, okay, I'll try and take care of it by the next stream so that it's the way that you want it to be, or the way that I want it to be.
And I
but I'm not going to do it live.
So
we're
now
going to move
on
on.
it, so I can edit the text of it, okay? But
and
now when
every
I go to
stream
click,
now seems to be like
anymore
this
on my screen at all. It's like my screen got locked.
But I think ALT really put it best. This is what happens when you don't set up your own OBS. When Darziak sets up all of your groups, all of your sources, and tells you all of your own settings and you don't know anything about it, this is where you find yourself, completely bewildered and confused by basic things on OBS.
Why can't I edit the leaderboard? I'm fucked. I can't even move the leaderboard. I'm serious. I can't even move the leaderboard. It's locked there. What happens is in OBS, when you click on any source, okay, it's supposed to highlight the source on the screen. Like right now, if I click on webcam, wow, it's not allowing me to edit any source. So I can't even work. I can't do tonight's stream. I don't even know what's going on. It won't let me edit any source.
All right, shut it down. That's
what is it that makes it that you can't edit the source?
Let's go.
Lock preview. Something locked the preview. I didn't lock the preview.
What do you mean something locked the preview?
Anyway, what I was going to say
you
earlier,
locked the preview.
You know what I mean? It's fucking up. It's like doing things that I don't want it to do. It's locking the shit. So where is the leaderboard now? Here it is. Okay. So now we can maybe fix it. Go to...
Yeah, 16-year content creator and has been dealing with OBS since at least 2016 or 17.
And then if I do this,
I don't know. You'd expect more prowess from the guy. I would expect on OBS, but that's clearly not the case. Never will be.
What if I tell it to make the text smaller?
a
let me try
miracle that PPP lets him operate OBS for the new Smart Guys reboot, because low key it does kill some of the
Font of
jokes the way that
72. What if I tell
DSP
it font
fumbles the
of, I don't know,
controls.
64.
All right,
I'm
we're
still
gonna
too
skip
big.
forward
See,
positively.
told me
We're
looks
looking for
terrible.
gameplay. It does. I agree. That looks terrible. It still looks terrible.
Oh no!
That looks especially awful. I hate this the outline stroke on that. It's far too thick to be appealing.
Like, this is my problem with technology. Now look, now obviously this didn't undo. Look, it's all fucked up. Everything's fucked up.
His problem with technology is he doesn't know how to use it. Okay, Grandpa. Uh-huh.
The skinny letter.
This look, I hate this like intent look at OBS. This is unappealing on anybody. Nobody should be looking at their OBS this aggressively. What the fuck is wrong with you, brother? Come on now.
It bothers me, but if it doesn't bother you, we can leave it like that. We just got to fix this one then.
I'm not sitting here for that.
Yeah.
We're moving forward. And we're gone. Awesome. Yeah, hey, where's ALT with our spyglass? Pretty fucking much. Pretty fucking much. All right, we're gone. We're back.
Yes, I did. I played it for 12 hours and almost beat the beta. Or I should say the demo, because actually it was considered a full, like, insanely large chunk of the game demo.
I was talking about metaphor. For context,
You can watch that right here on this channel, and I'll be talking about that playthrough in my year-end series here. Okay.
All right. Are we done? Can we get into the content? Oh, we got to have a quick snack real quick.
Okay.
Sorry.
Are we ready to start? So, guys, if you contribute in any way during the show, whether it be, YouTube side stuff,
Can we start with a beg, obviously?
Whether it be kick stuff like subs and gifted subs,
That's
or whether it be
fucking crazy.
tips, I will shout it out live. This is interactive, meaning even though I'm doing a countdown, I'm going to involve you guys. If you
Like
guys want to talk,
15
or tag
minutes
me
worth
or
of
say stuff about
nonsense,
what I'm
and then a
talking
beg.
about, it should be good. All right, a good interactive, fun show. All right, I hope you guys will hang out with me here tonight. Ready? All right, here we go. Good evening, everyone.
Wait, before he starts. Jay Wuso, earlier with the 2. I did not want to miss him. Thank you so much. Says the money tracker is a dent stock market. Crashing. Absolutely, dude. That's why it's up there in the first place. It's to incentivize the dents and tell them that they're being broke cucks that need to pick up their support, obviously. Come on, guys. I was being a hater earlier. Clearly, that makes sense as a streamer.
Let's be here. And the year that we call 2024 has come to a close. We're actually a few days here into the new year of 2025, and it is at this time of year that I like to reminisce. I like to think back about the year that was and everything that we did in it. Now, particularly 2024 was a unique year. Why was it unique? Because in the 16 years that I have been a YouTuber making content for the internet, I'm going to be honest with all of you, I thought it was one of the most disappointing gaming years of all time. And it's various reasons why. Number one,
I had a really good time.
In some cases, there was just a massive oversaturation of the market of a similar kind of game, making it impossible to really enjoy all of them. Number two, a lot of AAA big game releases that I felt like we all were excited for and we're going to just smash it, either got delayed or came out and completely underwhelmed. Number three, out of all of the games that came out of the year,
keep that in mind.
Actually was in this case a lot of the indie
Because
style
I don't
games,
remember
the games that
specifically
didn't have
what
giant
AAA
budgets or
games
AAA
did
studios
terrible
behind them that actually most
aside from
impressed.
Dragon Age.
And so I feel like
Concord?
2024 was a shocking gaming year where you just could not actually predict what was going to be good, what you were going to be playing, what you were going to remember at the end. During the course of the year, many people had said to me things such as, hey, Phil, what was your favorite game? What do you think will be your game of the year contenders? And by the end of the year, I was like, I don't even know. I legit don't even know. What I could say is some of the best stuff of this year. It was hard to have anything be remembered for more than just a month. And a lot of the stuff that was the best stuff was kind of samey, It's sad when you think a major DLC for a game that was a game of the year contender or a lot of people's game of the year pick 2 years ago ends up being the best thing they've played this year. That's really weird. So
I agree. I also think that's really weird and never agreed with Shadow of the Erd Tree ever being on the game of the year list, by the way. I think and this might be controversial. This might be a little bit of a hot take here, but I think FromSoft fans really need to dial it down a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, the games are good. FromSoft has made great games. Big fan of the Soul series and Bloodborne and all that. Dial it back, FromSoft fans. You're getting really obnoxious. You have been for a while. It is what it is.
Yeah. This year, I'm doing stuff a little different. Okay, why? Because this year, I really don't think I want to talk about the most disappointing games. I don't think I want to talk about the best games. I want to talk about playthroughs. Because when you look at the stuff that went really well or not well for me this year in gaming, a lot of it had to do not with the games themselves, but the playthroughs in general. What playthroughs crushed it and were fun and lasted a long time and everyone enjoyed and we had engagement and support and everyone just in their heads are going to remember those playthroughs for a long time. Compare that to the playthroughs that were the most disappointing. Now, I want you to understand something.
I want all of you to understand something, that this list is therefore predicated entirely on DSP's own behaviors and ability to entertain. It actually has nothing to do with the video games, and all criticisms that he can have for these games essentially boil down to him being a poor content creator. If that's the rubric we're going based off of. How much support, how memorable, how much fun, all of that is based on DSP and DSP's gameplay alone rather than the actual game, which is why the title is, it was never about the games. It's always about DSP and how much money he's making. That's the important part.
We're about to do
video
the
games.
top 20 most disappointing gaming playthroughs of 2024. That doesn't mean these games are bad. It could, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the game is bad. And I will try to
Dead Style News Network reminding me of terrible games. Thank you.
By that,
I didn't play most of those.
So if I say, oh, this game is one of the most disappointing playthroughs, I'll tell you if the game is good, but why the playthrough was disappointing. You see? There may be situations where the games are great and the playthroughs were still disappointing. Vice versa. There might be situations where the game were just terrible, but maybe the playthrough was good. That could also happen. Okay? So I'm excited to count these down with you. And in fact, we have 20. Yes, 20 of each. 20 of the most disappointing playthroughs and 20 of the best playthroughs of the year.
Which is far too many, by the way. 10, 15, I could understand. 20?
Without further ado,
way too many.
It is time to begin, shall we? All right, ladies and gentlemen.
If you're counting down the top 20 of anything, I'm going to assume that you don't have a whole lot to say about 10 to 15 of them, if that makes any sort of sense. Doing a reasonable piece of content on 20 things all back to back like that, I don't know. It's just a red flag to me. It seems like a weird way to do it.
The number 20 most disappointing playthrough of the year for me
Here we go.
was Path of Exile 2.
I'm pissed. This was it. This was the moment I knew this fucking clown knew nothing about video games, guys. Path of Exile 2 is a banger. I adore this game. I can't stop playing this game. This game is fantastic. It feels great. It has quite a lot of content to it. It's actively being worked on. There's a lot of classes. They're really enjoyable to play. I've got, I think, like 140 hours in it in just the past month. 143. Absolutely fantastic game. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I am addicted. I am. I can't get enough.
Now, of course, you're going to see me in stereo in some of these cases. But just listen to my voice synced with me here in the bottom right corner, and you'll know which is the real Phil. So, Path of Exile 2. You might say, Phil, I don't get it. Why would this be one of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year for you? Okay.
Because he's bad.
There's two major reasons why. All right. Reason number one, I like Diablo-esque games. I like games where you do this top-down perspective. You're doing all kinds of RPG elements, combat, skill trees, exploration, and the loot. The loot is so addicting in games like this. You know, you just want to keep playing and killing the monsters or enemies so that you can get more cool loot. And that's part of the gameplay loop that hooks you, right? Back in the day, I played Diablo 1 and 2 on PC. That's right. In the 90s, I actually was a PC gamer. And I loved Diablo 1 and 2. I thought that they were addictive, fun, really great gameplay experiences. But
what changed?
These games have never really translated well ever since I've been a YouTuber. I tried it with Diablo 3. Okay. I tried it last year with Diablo 4. And essentially, you know, when this game was coming out at the end of 2024, I was going to skip it. I had
Please, I'm gonna interrupt real quick. Look at how little his mouth is moving on the actual gameplay. The taller looking DSP, I guess. Look at how little his mouth moves during this gameplay.
Absolutely no intentions whatsoever to play this game. Okay?
Mhm.
You guys convinced me to. People were like, no, if you miss out on Path of Exile 2, you're going to be missing out on one of the best games of the year. It's one of the most anticipated PC games in many,
good
many
morning,
years.
Kanye.
You absolutely must play it. So I listened to your feedback, and I said, all right, I'm going to bite the bullet. Let's get it. And I bought it. It's early access, by the way, although the game apparently is pretty much done. People are saying you could play it through and actually enjoy the entirety of the game.
That's not true at all. It's not done. It's only got half of the campaign, 3 out of 6 acts, and only about half of the player classes. So not true at all. You can play the whole game front to back. It's an enjoyable experience. I've done it a few times now, but definitely not done. Don't know where he got that information from. Shout out Demi Fiend for the 2, saying his opinions are invalid as he wage quit him. Absolutely, absolutely, and that's what it is. It's a wage quit through and through. Thank you for the 2. And Redbird with the 2 saying, glad your passion for games is back. A break helps. Exactly. I'm so excited when I enjoy video games again. Inevitably, it does go away, but you know, you got to live in the moment, I guess. And I like enjoying games.
I made this lightning monk
As an
style
adult,
class,
it's not as
you can
often
see
as it
here,
used to be.
and I was really enjoying the graphics. The game performed very well on my PC. The gameplay elements were getting more interesting the further in that I got. You know, at first it was just kind of basic punch and then charge up some abilities and use them. But then, as you can see, I started using chain lightning, and I started using this ice ability that would slow down enemies. And it was actually getting better and better and better. But the problem with these games, which I believe they're called AARPGs, something like that. The problem with these RPGs is as follows.
I
Fun to
love
play,
AARPGs.
addictive to play.
Because obviously only fucking boomers play ARPGs like this, guys. Come on. AARPG is now forever in my vocabulary and what these games are to me. There's no way around it now.
Hey, good morning, Kanye.
Shout out Kobold Wrangler for the 2. Wild Wings thought PoE 2 isn't Diablo enough. From what I've heard about Diablo 4, maybe that's a good thing. PoE 2 absolutely bangs. I would recommend everybody play it. If not now for $30, definitely when it comes out for free. There's kind of a no-brainer if you ask me. Thank you for the 2. And Hunter G with the 2 saying lightning monk style. Of course, dude. Shout out all of our lightning monks. Unlike those stupid shitty ice monks that I know. Lightning monks bang.
Not necessarily fun to watch. And I think that's exactly what happened here. Even though I had warned all of you and I said, you know, I don't think this is going to work for a playthrough. Diablo 3 and 4 didn't work. So I don't think this is going to work. But people were like, no, Phil, you should try it anyway. We want to see you play it. So I bought it. I played it for one stinking stream. Guess what happened during the stream? Attendance dipped. People got disengaged. Support was bad. And I'm like, you know, that's kind of what I expected. It's unfortunate. I didn't want that to happen. I did my best. I tried to learn all the elements. I was trying to learn the class. The problem with a game like this is it's very attention demanding. Take a look. There's tons of enemies on the screen at once. They're all after you and can kill you if you're not careful.
It's not.
So you got to be paying attention.
Right now.
It's not a chill game or a laid back game in any way. You've got to be on your toes. Look at this. Enemies just come off the edges of the screen at any moment, and you got to be ready for it. So
what he's saying is true, kind of, a little bit, maybe, right? There are a lot of enemies. You should be paying attention during segments where there are genuinely a lot of enemies, or when you're in a boss fight. It can be demanding on your attention during those moments, but specifically during the gameplay that we're looking at right now, and especially at the beginning of the game, that's not the case. These enemies come up to you in very small packs, sometimes one at a time, like we're seeing right now, and the classes and the way that you play the game only increases in entertainment value as the game progresses, because the numbers go up, the effects, there's more of them on more skills as you continue to get more skills. The beginning of the game can be very boring. It can even feel bad if you don't understand how to utilize the mechanics together, which we all know DSP doesn't know how to do. His inability to entertain an audience in the beginning of the game, I said this on WPIG on the Sunday where this was live, is entirely on him. Because the gameplay is not the entertaining part during the beginning of the game. There's just not enough going on. You have to have prior knowledge of the game. You have to know about this genre. You have to just be entertaining, and he is not. And that's a common theme across all of these games, of course, is that he's just not entertaining. But I play this game with 100,000 tabs open, constantly trading on a different website, looking at YouTube videos. Sometimes I edit videos in the middle of playing this game, okay? You want to know why it runs so poorly and why I'm constantly crashing? It's because I'm editing videos. It doesn't take all that much of your attention the vast majority of the time. It quite literally is just make enemies disappear by clicking for map clearing, and that's the majority of the game. Don't know what he's talking about.
Unlike a lot of other playthroughs where we could either relax or have some social interaction, sadly, this one didn't turn out like that. And it just ended up flopping. You know, I now haven't, to this date, I haven't played it again. Even though I bought the game, I haven't played it a second time. And to be honest, guys, no one's asked me for it. Like, no one's really, you know, say, hey, what about Path of Exile 2 that you started? You ever going to continue it? Like, I don't think anyone's even said that to me. So it's sad because it's a game that I like. It plays like classic
viewers
Diablo,
aren't
which I
high
enjoy,
IQ enough to
but
play
the playthrough just
PoE.
didn't
It's
resonate with
okay.
the audience, and that's why it makes it disappointing for me. Okay, it's not that the game's bad in any way, shape, or form. I like it, but hey, I gotta play stuff that's gonna resonate with my audience. Correct?
Which translates to I need to play games
Number
that make
19,
money.
most disappointing.
If you guys aren't giving me money, clearly you aren't enjoying the gameplay, because money is the only way that you can show interest. Not views, not comments, not likes. It's all about the money, right? It's like you guys don't understand how content creation works or something. Shout out Snood for his fake 5 Canadian dollars. Did you hear that Red Bar has opened an investigation into DSP? That comedian fella from a podcast? I don't really know enough about a Red Bar, but no, I did not hear that. More people need to be talking about DSP, of course. The world needs to be put in its place by being introduced to the guy.
Playthrough of the year.
Thank you for the fake 5
game
Canadian
that most
dollars.
of you
Snoop.
most likely do not
Here
remember even existed. It
You
is
should play
called
PoE 2 with us
Silent
sometime,
Hill:
by
A
the
Short
way.
Message. So for those
You
who did not
fucking
watch me
bum.
play it, this was relatively early on in 2024. It was actually a free game. All right. Now, the reason that it was hype at the time was because at this time, Silent Hill 2 Remake hadn't come out, and we were all looking forward to and craving Silent Hill content. We all wanted more Silent Hill content.
We all
When this
wanted
was
more
announced,
Silent
it was
Hill
gonna be a
content.
free game that was coming out, and you're going to be able to be sucked back into the world of Silent Hill and all of its survival horror, but that it was going to be a first-person game that had, you know, exploration element and a deep story. It was very intriguing. Hey, this sounds good to me. Plus, it's free. So when it's a free game, it's like you can't really get too upset, correct? Why would you get upset if it's free? When I started
that's a good
playing it, I
question,
actually really liked
DSP.
it. Like the beginning of the game, I felt was very, very interesting. It had this whole mystery aspect of, are the people or the girls involved in this storyline alive or dead? What really happened at this school? You know, what is hell going on? Is this girl's trapped in Silent Hill or a parallel dimension? Or, you know, plus there actually aren't many or any enemies until nearly the end of the game. So it actually makes you feel like a slow build towards actual risk of something that's going to be coming after you.
So he was really enjoying the game when there wasn't actually gameplay other than walking and looking at stuff to read. That was when he was enjoying the game the most. Obviously, this free demo that's a couple hours long that people told him beforehand was not particularly interesting by the end. That he was enjoying the game when nothing happened. Sound good? Sounds good to me.
So here's the deal. I would argue first 2 hours out of this 3.5 hour experience are pretty good. However, the critical flaw in this game is the final 45 minutes, because in the final 45 minutes, they send you on a crazy chase. Now, I don't think that I actually caught that here. Actually, I did. Here it is. Wow, I grabbed the right video. So,
whoa, he grabbed
in
the
this
right
final
footage.
45 minutes, as you can.
Could you imagine a content creator sucking their own dick because they grabbed the right footage for their presentation? Jesus Christ, the bar couldn't be any lower for this guy.
See, number one, the game's performance dips. You're in this crazy chase where the enemy is after you constantly, and you have to be running around perfectly, because if not, the enemy will grab you, and then you have to start the whole
These
chase
visual
over.
glitches are in the game. This
But
is
the
not my
the graphics start to
VLC.
dip,
Don't
and
blame
the frame
VLC.
rate
They did
starts to
nothing
suffer.
wrong. They
At
did
the
everything
critical
correct.
moment when you need it to be the best, it actually starts to suffer, and that's unfortunate. Now, the problem is you have to run through this maze-like area. You have no idea where you are because there's no map. So you're just trying to get your bearings. If you make a wrong turn, oops, the enemy grabs you. You got to start completely over. Like, you literally have to keep moving at all times. If you stop, this enemy can grab you, and then you're starting over.
That's a very normal, standard style horror thing. You know, there's really no repercussions to dying. You just go back to the beginning and you have to do it over again. And in all honesty, the segment should lose a lot of its luster when that happens, but it's fairly standard. I don't know what he expected out of a chase sequence in a horror game. But
the problem is, in this area, you have to grab a ton of stuff. You have to end up grabbing items and all kinds of things in this area. And if you don't grab them in the right order, guess what? You can't make progress. So what this ends up actually being is you, through trial and error, multiple times failing. Okay?
Okay.
Basically, you have to keep trying over and over. And it becomes this tedious, endless loop. And it's very boring. It's frustrating. It's like, why is it like this?
Games used to just be designed like this. DSP's a classic OG gamer from, you know, the Super Nintendo days or whatever. Like, this is literally how games used to be designed, was it not? Everything was trial and error. Everything was incredibly difficult and nonsensical, specifically so that you would rent video games for longer from your Blockbuster or whatever. Rest in peace, of course. This is just the way things used to be. Why is he complaining about things like this if he's such an OG classic style gamer? I don't understand. It's almost like his credentials are nonsense and bullshit or something.
The rest of the game wasn't like this. It was actually better. This last sequence, no, don't get me wrong. The last sequence is creepy because there's finally a monster coming after you trying to kill you. But it is so tedious and the gameplay is just so outdated. Do you really want to redo this area over and over and over? Well, guess what? It took me nearly 45 minutes to beat this final segment. If I had known exactly where to go and what order to do it in, I probably would have beaten it in 5 minutes. But instead, I had to redo it and redo it and redo it and redo it. Very frustrating for anyone trying to beat this game after having sunk about 2 to 3 hours into it up to that point.
And that's a nonsensical statement. It took me 45 minutes to do this segment. If I would have known preemptively where all of the things were and the map laid out, I could have done it in 5. Well, obviously, dumbass. That's video games. I can tell you when I played PoE 2, my first playthrough took fucking forever to go through Act 1 through 3, then Act 1 through 3 for the second playthrough. By the time I started my next character, though, I'm absolutely blazing through it because I know where I need to go. I know where all the things are. I know how to use the game mechanics. That's how games work. But it's not even worth saying. You're making the game sound worse than it probably even is because you're bad at it.
Good morning,
Again, I heard that this game was not particularly great beforehand, but I also heard it was 2 hours long and a free demo. So I don't understand how we have this much to say about it, but okay.
And then lastly, on top of all of that, without spoiling the ending, it's a cliffhanger ending that doesn't truly explain how the game ended. So just think of it this way. You are investing all of this time, all of this effort to beat this final chase. You're getting so frustrated because you die a bunch of times, you have to keep redoing it. And then you get to the ending that you've earned, your big deserved reward, and it's not a clear ending. You don't actually know what happened, and the game just ends in the credits roll, and it's incredibly disappointing. If anything, I've said this before, and I'll say it many, many more times, I'm sure, in the future. When you're investing your time into a game, especially if it's a game that's challenging or seems like you've gone through a journey, you want to have a good ending. You cannot have a wish-washy ending. And this game has the ultimate unspecific wish-washy ending. It's very disappointing, and it makes you feel like, man, maybe I shouldn't have spent the last 3.5 hours playing it, even if it was free.
It shouldn't have taken 3.5 hours. So
to give it an ending that was worth your time. Very frustrating. And it just stacked up to be one of the most disappointing games after I beat it, because I was like, man, I wish that I kind of had done anything else. I feel like maybe I would have had a better use of my time rather than wasting 3.5 hours.
But aside from very rare exceptions, how often are video game demos like full experiences where you walk away with an ending that makes you feel complete? I remember back in the day when I was playing demo discs on my original Xbox, shout out to Stubbs the Zombie, of course. I remember that every single time one of those demos ended, I thought, damn, I wish I could have played the full game instead because that felt kind of lackluster by the end. There's definitely more mechanics and things that I would like to experience. That's kind of how demos work, I would imagine. I don't know what he expected going into a 2-hour demo. Granted, the performance definitely could have been better from the gameplay, but that's just modern gaming. If you don't like that, don't play modern games, I guess, because they're not fixing it. They're only leaning more towards AI frame generation. So
what's up, everyone? I see a lot more people have joined the stream. Welcome to anyone who is joining here in progress. These are the top 20 most disappointing playthroughs of 2024, and we got through the first 2.
Ready to
Yeah, we do
continue?
need a Stubbs 2028
Retro
for
Genesis
sure,
reminded
for
me of
sure, dude.
PT.
Come on.
I mean, and
We
that's
need
the thing. A lot
Stubbs
of
the
these
Zombie
survival
2.
horror games that are first person are basically trying to emulate what PT did. You know, PT was the innovator, and everyone else kind of chased behind PT, which is funny because PT was just a playable teaser that never actually sold or anything. But yeah, definitely those kind of vibes. Okay, shall we continue?
All right. Shall we? No,
right.
we shan't, because people have things to say. Like Barry Cat with the 2, of course. Hey, Atlas, do you remember Blinks, the Time Sweeper? No, I've never seen a Blinks, the Time Sweeper in my life. I'm going to look this up right now off screen, kind of like the guy. And then I'm going to tell you how cool it is and how robust and badass. You know, I remember seeing this, actually. I remember seeing Blinks. I never played Blinks, though. Very cool. Very cool. Maybe I got to emulate something sometime. You guys will never see. Welcome to the
Number
DSP
8.
experience. Shades are Gucci with the 2. I hate how often he says outdated about video games. Well, if it doesn't have modern graphics and push to win features, or push button to win features, he's not interested. That means it's outdated. Obviously, stupid. Come on. It's like you know nothing about video games. Just pay attention. God. Thank you for the 2, of course. Shades are Gucci. And Pope Super Kame Jizzler for the 11 months. In the 60 Skulls, big ups. Pickups for the stream while I work. My 6th day this week. Was there last week, brother. I've walked miles. I don't know how the guy says his job is hard when all he does is sit. Bad back? Question mark? Must be. It must be. I'm right there with you. Walking miles and working 6 days in a row. That's snow, brother. 2 a.m. wake-ups. It is what it is. Get that money up. Thank you for the 11 months, of course.
Most disappointing playthrough of the year was Marvel Rivals. Now you might say, wait, what? Marvel Rivals? Marvel Rivals is like the hottest game right now. Marvel Rivals has record numbers of players on Steam. People are playing the heck out of it, really loving it. And honestly, it's a pretty good game. It's basically classic Overwatch style gameplay. The only difference being, as you can see, it's third person rather than first person, and it stars Marvel characters and properties. So why would Marvel Rivals stack up to be one of my most disappointing playthroughs of the year? Well,
because the money's stupid.
I played it twice. I first played this game during the summertime when it had an open beta, and I actually liked it during the open beta. Then I came back to it later in the year when it had a full release in December, and I was having a good time with it. I liked playing all the different characters.
This gameplay is fucking terrible. I'm sorry. I'm going to run this back because this is some of the worst gameplay I think I've seen.
First off, I played it twice. I first played this game.
I mean, he comes around this corner, right? Nobody's looking at him. He's got the entire team in front of him behind the objective. Literally all their backs are turned to him. Now, I don't know how this character works, but I can understand that this is obviously an advantageous position to be in.
And I actually liked it.
Runs in, finally, obviously is going to get spotted here as he comes through the doorway. We're punching dudes, misses, obviously uses some sort of ability there to whiff every single attack. Sorry, I ran it back again.
During the summertime when it had an open beta, and I actually liked it during the open beta.
Every single attack misses here. Very
later
cool.
in the year when it had a
finally hit this lady, whiffing all over the place, and then finally dies after just 1 kill. After that advantage point that he came from, 1 kill out of the entire thing.
All the different characters. I liked messing around.
I would also delete that gameplay footage, Redbird.
Marvel aspects of it were actually quite neat.
The character has a lock on, and he fucking missed that much? Yo, that's crazy. Shout out Jay Wuso right now for the 2. Marble rye balls. Always food with this big roach. Ag. I didn't hear it said like that, but...
And although, I'll be honest, in some cases, I feel certain characters are really representative of what they are in the Marvel Universe, i.e. like Magneto, who in this game is very different from how he would, used in a comic book. But
who cares?
Basically, I really enjoyed it. And so, why is it disappointing? Because both times I played it, both in the summer and at the end of the year, I basically got initial interest where people were showing up and liking it and engaging with it and supporting it.
And like, what is this?
I played it both in the summer and at the end of the year.
Cursor, first off, way too low to actually engage in any sort of combat. He's got the same problem when it comes to Call of Duty. He's just looking at walls right now.
where people were
We're
showing up and liking
progressing,
it and engaging
trying
with
to
it and
jump through the
supporting it
thing.
for a couple streams, maybe like 2
Gets
3
caught on
streams
the
each.
wall.
And then when I got to about the 10-hour
Like, it really is just boomer gameplay, or I guess it could be childish gameplay, depending if, you know, you have like a 6-year-old nephew or something,
gameplay
right?
mark,
That's what
I
they
noticed
play
a
like.
distinct, not necessarily boredom, but stagnation. People got to a point where they were like, we've seen
All right,
enough.
here we go. He
Every
came
time you
from
play, even
behind.
though you're
This
using
is
different
literally a
characters,
bot
it's
player.
not really
Didn't
that
turn
different,
around
it's
one
just
time.
Overwatch. Now listen,
This
I'll admit,
character
it has
also not
incredible
turning
amount of
around one
similarities.
Good morning,
time.
Kanye.
Okay, but it's good still. Like, it doesn't mean that it's bad. I mean,
Wow, a
Overwatch, when it was
triple.
at its prime in 2016, 2017, was one of the biggest games on the planet. It won Game of the Year at the Game of the Year Awards. People were having merchandise in the mainstream. I mean, hell, I'm not even kidding you.
Oh,
I
he's
had
getting
a
it now.
car sunshade that said Overwatch. It was so popular,
Oh.
you could just buy it at a normal store. You know, it was on the level of games like Minecraft and stuff like that.
And I also said this during the WPIG stream, so sorry if this is a rehash from 2 weeks ago. You probably forgot anyway. Why does he have so much merchandise for games that he doesn't even fucking care for? DSP's not the biggest Overwatch fan that there is. DSP's not the biggest TF2 fan there is. DSP's not the biggest Portal fan either. Yet he has all of this memorabilia. He has all of these statues. He has the fucking sun cover for his car with these logos and brands on it. Why? Why are you buying gamer merch for games you don't even like? That seems so fucking goofy. I'll never understand. That's just that's just wasteful. You're spending money you don't have to spend money on for IPs you don't give a
Hey,
fuck
good morning,
about.
Kanye.
I'll never understand that mindset. Thank you, Javier, for the 5. Any idea where I can go for raw gameplay, no BS, and a huge video archive? Yes, you should go watch The Best Friends Play, even though their channel's now dead. You should go watch them for raw gameplay, no bullshit, and a huge video archive. Everyone should go watch The Best Friends, obviously. Big ups. Of course, Javier for the 5. And Philo with the 5 Canadian, fake money, of course. Big ups, though. You're definitely my favorite commentator, so I'm glad to finally catch a stream. Big ups. Well, thank you for the 5. I know the commentary videos are different from the streams, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you like the stream the same.
Today. So then why does no one talk about Fortnite anymore? Excuse me. Why does no one talk about Overwatch anymore? Well, because Activision Blizzard ran it into the ground and ruined it, and now very few people talk about it or play it compared to what was like, 7, 8 years ago. So in the case of this, Marvel
Thank you,
Rivals,
Click,
this is a game
for becoming
that
a
takes
member.
those
Very
great things
cool.
from
Welcome to
Overwatch,
60
and then
Skulls,
on top
brother.
of that, applies flashy graphics and a really good Marvel, IP, and combines it into a winning formula. So then why on earth won't people watch me play it? Why do people complain that it's boring, repetitive, and why do people not support? Don't really know,
'cause
except
you
people just
suck.
say it's too much like Overwatch. So maybe in this case, it just really is a little bit too much. At the same time, when I look at this, I'm like, I feel like the game would have been better in first person, just being honest. Like, I think the third person aspect was their excuse to say they didn't blatantly copy Overwatch, even though it's apparent they actually did.
I don't think that was the case, but
the game is fun, and I'm disappointed.
I think that the real reason that it's in third person as opposed to first person is not so that they can say that they didn't copy Overwatch, because who really gives a shit? It's actually because they want to sell you skins for the Marvel characters that they literally licensed. If you have a licensed IP, it only makes the most amount of sense that you would utilize the characters as much as possible on screen to sell skins. Is it a scummy practice? Absolutely. Is it probably where their mindset was? Absolutely. That's exactly what I would expect out of all of these developers. I think it has nothing to do with actual gameplay, but whatever. And the reason nobody wants to watch the shitty gameplay, nobody wanted to support this stream, the Marvel Rivals stream, is I think it's one of those games where the better you are, or the more chemistry you have with a team that you actually put together, the more entertaining the stream is. Pulling up, it's kind of like Call of Duty, pulling up and being mediocre, if not terrible at the game, and not having any sort of communication with your team makes for a very boring stream. It's not a team-based game if you're playing solo the way that DSP does. He is basically playing it like a team deathmatch every single round. And that's what he gets called out on all of the time. It even happened yesterday when he acknowledged that he's going to bring the game back and hopefully people support it. Somebody literally called him out in chat immediately and asked him if he was going to play the game objectively or if he was just going to play it like a TDM, because that's not entertaining. And he had a fucking baby fit about it. So,
because I actually was having fun picking new characters. As you can see, I was picking characters like Iron Fist or Venom or Scarlet Witch or Hawkeye. And I was enjoying learning these new characters and how to play with them. And at the end there, I had actually adjusted to keyboard and mouse, and I was actually getting even better
also
with keyboard
go
and
to
mouse.
bone.
And
You're
then
right. Spidey swinging
had
in
a stream
first
where no one
person,
cared.
or any of these characters flying or running on walls, like all of that in first person is not only far more development time, but it's also far more jarring on all of these actual players and character balance. It's far easier to do it in third person. There's way less going on that way.
And I was like, well, I can't continue to play a game that no one cares about. It's sad. So again, at least this one lasted like 12 hours each time that I played it. But man, just to be honest, again, this is very similar to Path of Exile, where I liked the game. I wanted to keep playing it. It didn't resonate with the audience. And I got to do what my audience tells me. I'm here to be an interactive live streamer. I'm not here to just stream for myself. I got to play games you guys are going to show up for and enjoy. In the case of Marvel Rivals, sadly, that only lasted about 10 hours. And then I had to move on. Retro Danny says, Marvel Rivals gives me good memories of the original Overwatch. I'm still salty that Activision Blizzard ran it to the ground. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Overwatch used to be fun.
It was quite good, wasn't it? It really was a great game. And it's sad that it ended up being what it was after just a couple of years.
Overwatch might be the first Blizzard game I ever purchased.
Whiny players and
then they did me so dirty. Oh my God. I'll never forgive them. Atlas never forgets.
Yeah, it's just sad. Okay. Let's continue on, my friends. Up next. Number 17, most disappointing playthrough of 2024 was...
Yeah, you guys are saying trusting Blizzard, LOL, or rolling on the floor laughing. Classic Blizzard, ack. Well, okay. To be fair, it was my first real experience with Blizzard, and I learned my fucking lesson, okay?
I don't even know what this is yet. You ready?
Go to hell.
The campaign of Call of Duty Black Ops 6, all right? I was so disappointed by the campaign for a couple of reasons. Number one, a lot of people had told me that...
Also, putting the fucking Call of Duty campaign on your most disappointing playthroughs is kind of crazy. Like, who gives a fuck about a Call of Duty campaign that much? Oh my lord.
It's good. And I was like, oh, if it's good, then I can't wait. I can't wait to play this campaign. You know, Call of Duty usually is one of the biggest bang for your buck packages of any game all year. You get your single player campaign, you get your multiplayer, you get your zombies, you get your battle royale in Warzone, and all of that is varied and different. And so, you know, that's a great amount of content for $60. In this case, now I guess it's $70. And this year it was on Game Pass. It's like, so what's to lose, right? So I
You're
played
right.
the
What's to
campaign.
lose?
The whole first
morning,
45
Kanye.
minutes is a puzzle. They literally throw you into a mansion, which is your new base of operations, and they're like, here's a puzzle to solve. Now you don't have to solve it, but obviously if it's thrown in your face, here it is, you want to solve it. So I ended up 45 minutes trying to solve this puzzle with black lights and secret codes and things like that. And then they throw you into the game. And what's the first level? Stealth. Where you're creeping around like Hitman or the character from Dishonored. And you're trying to not get detected and to take down a few guys, but basically not cause a ruckus. You know, everything that's like the antithesis of Call of Duty. Oh yeah, here's the level that I wanted to show you. Doesn't this just look like Call of Duty to you?
Every Call of Duty that I can think of off of the top of my head has a stealth segment. Every single one. They have an entire mission, one entire mission dedicated entirely to stealth. And that's before even addressing the fact that this is Black Ops, a game where you are in the CIA, you know, that organization typically known for their undercover operations and doing things under the radar. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. It's like he doesn't even know about Call of Duty, which is crazy, being that he's been playing video games for this long. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, when you're like James Bond and you're going undercover into presidential political rallies and you're committing espionage and stuff. Yeah, that's Call of Duty, right? The weirdest part about it is once you get through these parts and later on you actually get to parts that have gunplay in them, the gunplay sucks. The gunplay is boring and repetitive. And listen, I understand that it's Call of
no, please notice the fucking gameplay footage that he's used here. This is when he rage quits. There's a special unit style enemy in this hallway that he is too stupid to understand and therefore can't really get past and rage quits the game. This is why he was so upset with the campaign. He couldn't understand the story because he's too slow and doesn't pay attention. And the gameplay was actually too complicated, despite being a Call of Duty game, for him to progress through it efficiently. Without looking dumb, of course.
Duty, right? You know, Call of Duty is meant to just be kind of a run and gun game. But I'll be honest,
Not anymore.
I played the campaigns of most of these. I didn't play last year's Modern Warfare 2 because I heard it was atrociously bad. Or was it Modern
Okay.
Warfare 3? Whichever last
That's
year's.
also what I heard.
But I played pretty much every campaign up to now. I tried, guys. I really tried playing this campaign. I couldn't stand it. I was literally falling asleep, so bored playing this game that I just didn't care. I just
4 years, though. 4 years, people said Call of Duty is the same thing year after year. All you do is run and gun. It's the same shit. All you do is shoot dudes. Nothing innovative, nothing going on. They finally introduced, I say finally, I don't particularly care for this change, but they finally introduced more mechanics in the form of more equipment, armor, downs, fucking electroshock this, special units that. They try and break up the gameplay. They try and do something different for once, right? Call of Duty. And here DSP is complaining that he can't just waltz through the fucking map, not ADSing, shooting from the hip entirely, and killing all of the characters to get through the campaign. Very cool, DSP. I'm glad that you asked for the exact opposite of what people gave Call of Duty shit for over a decade. Very
just
cool.
can't
Very
play it
cool.
anymore. So I quit. Again, something that I was told by so many people was good. And then when I went to test it, it's like every single thing that doesn't feel like Call of Duty. And then when it gets to the parts that are like Call of Duty, they're incredibly repetitive and boring, uninspired, no real interesting set pieces or anything. Instead, it was just like, what happened here?
That's literally completely contradictory statements. You don't like the new shit that they did, but then when they allowed you to do the old shit and just run and gun, you weren't impressed because there wasn't giant set pieces? What did you fucking want to see? You wanted to see the Eiffel Tower get blown up for the 9,000th time? Would that have made the difference? I don't personally think so, but I guess for DSP it would have. I don't know why we targeted the Eiffel Tower.
Big
I knew we
disappointment
blew
for
it
me,
up in
when I bought the Call of
MW3,
Duty
the
package, I was
classic
hoping
one, of
to
course.
respectfully get, content out of all of it. And I'm never going back to the campaign. It just sucked. I don't know what else to say. That's my opinion. I know a lot of people liked it and disagree with me, but that's my opinion. Okay.
It was interesting, but I
Okay.
didn't finish it myself.
The number 16 most disappointing playthrough of 2024, Hellblade 2, Senua's Saga. Or was it Senua's Sacrifice? Or was it Senua? Does anyone even remember? And I think this is the point that I want to make. When they said they were making a sequel to Hellblade, I think people got excited.
I forgot this game even came out.
Hellblade was an original game for Xbox One. The graphics at the time were absolutely outstanding. It had an interesting visual style, a bunch of cool puzzles and combat, simple, but still interesting and fun. And it had a very unique perspective where the main character probably has some level of mental illness, hallucinating things, hearing voices in her head. And so you have to ask, what is really going on? Is anything you're seeing real, or is this all in her head? Poor Senua could be suffering a mental breakdown right now. Like right now, this orb that she's putting into a stand, is this real? Is she imagining this? You don't know.
I think that's the point of the
Are
game.
you going to ever get answers for that? Probably not, okay? So the first game, Hellblade 1, was great for the time. Hellblade 2 came out in 2024 on the Xbox Series S and X, and here, this is representative of me playing it on the Xbox Series X for the record. As you can see...
Why do we need an entire historical breakdown for a game that came out this year? Why don't we just talk about the game that's currently on screen right now? Why did we need the preamble about the first game, and this is the second one, and this is on the Xbox X, and all? We don't need all that. Why don't you just talk about the game? Why do you have to convolute everything this way?
Outside of the lighting elements, do you notice something? First off, the game is locked at 30 frames per second. That is insanely stupid. If this is supposed to be a truly next-gen game,
as a PC gamer,
flagship title for Microsoft under their umbrella, you need the game to perform up to standard, and it doesn't. Running at only 30 frames per second is completely unacceptable in 2024. The game should have been running at 60. I don't care about how much lighting and the detail. It has to run at 60 frames to be considered a viable, top-tier style game, and it doesn't. Number two, sadly, the game just didn't do enough to really impress or innovate. In fact, if you play this one compared to the first one, it's almost the same. There's a few distinct differences. For example, there's some big boss fights. However, the boss fights just kind of water down to very simple puzzles rather than actual challenging, interesting fights. And once again, in regards to the gameplay elements and the story, it's pretty much just another version of the first game. They don't really innovate. There's nothing really added that's so different or groundbreaking. It kind of feels like
the narrative was the point or something.
First game. This very well could have been sold as a DLC or presented as one for the first game. I don't think anyone would have noticed the difference. And
can somebody tell me how long Senua's Sacrifice 2 was, please? I don't know. I didn't play the game, but from everything I know about these games, it's far more about the atmosphere and the story rather than the actual gameplay. I'm just curious as to how long this game is, since he's trying to pitch it as a DLC. 6 to 8 hours. That would have been a pretty good DLC had they done that. Not gonna lie. You pick up a DLC for 6 to 8 hours. That's low key kind of a bargain, but sure.
In fact, I think that's the most notable thing. You know, the first Hellblade game came out so many years ago. This one just came out last year, and do you see major upgrade in the graphics? No. And the graphics are what the first game was mostly known for. Let's also be honest. Do you see anything too groundbreaking with the game or the actor's performance?
I know the game looked good, but I thought that the appealing part was the character and the experience of having the voices in your head all of the time. I thought that was the point. I'm not a graphic snob like DSP, though. I don't shit my pants every time I see a game that looks good. So maybe I'm uninformed.
One performer of the year.
Sure.
Why? Why would the Game Awards award her Performer of the Year for a subpar game, a subpar story, and it just felt like it was a carbon copy of the first? Like, what happened?
She didn't make the game.
So this was a game that I was so disappointed in. I was actually hyped for.
She's an actress. She didn't make the game.
And I thought it was going to be more of that same level of greatness. And instead, it just kind of fizzled and fell on its face and just wasn't that good. Okay. Continuing on, folks.
So,
my number 50.
Tutuck is saying that the game was praised for giving an incredibly close to real life experience of what it's like to be in the head of a schizophrenic person, which is what I heard. And I even talked to a coworker of mine who played the game not that long ago and said that while he enjoyed the game for what it was, actually the voices made him uncomfortable and he did not want to play the game anymore. It wasn't really for him, which I think is an incredible experience to have if that was the point, right? I think that's something that is actually unique to the game and should be talked about rather than, why the fuck did she win Best Actress even though the game isn't developed well? Like, that's an absurd take.
Most disappointing playthrough of the year was... Oh, that's right. I know you guys are probably going to be like, what? Multiverses. Okay? So, for the record, Multiverses is a game that actually was out years ago in early access / beta, right? When the game finally had a full release this year, a lot of people were questioning whether it was going to be well received and was it going to be a good game or not. I was one of them. You know,
DSP desperately wanted this game to do well on live stream. God, I remember those streams.
2.5 years ago when it was in that open state. I actually liked the variety of characters that were in it, their different play styles. I just found it very enjoyable. So what happened with Multiverses when it came out was that you had two distinct groups of people. Some people were curious to see this is going to be a full release game that was going to be worth playing. And others just immediately said, well, we already saw this 2 years ago. We know exactly what the game is. They feel like it's just a kind of a knockoff of Smash Brothers that will never live up to the level of competitive gameplay or hype of Smash Brothers. And therefore,
well, Smash fans are a different breed, so
for me, I landed somewhere.
I don't know that you will ever make a party fighting game of this style that will satisfy Smash fans. I just don't think that that's ever going to happen. And if that's your, rubric for success, you might as well just give up and never start. It's just the way that it's going to be. Sorry.
Smash Brothers that will never live up to the level of competitive gameplay.
I accidentally hit the back arrow. Sorry.
And therefore, they just immediately wrote it off and said, it sucks. So for me, I landed somewhere in the middle because I was definitely curious with the final release of these new characters, such as you can see the Banana Guard and Jason Voorhees. Were they going to be good? Were they going to significantly change the way the game was played? It was going to be pretty exciting.
If you say so.
When it released, I did play it a good amount. And immediately I noticed some distinct changes to the game that I didn't like. As you can see, this weird color filter over teams. I didn't understand what they were doing with this. And I actually believe what happened is they fixed it. And now this color filter is gone or toned down because everyone complained that it was way too strong and very, very annoying. No one liked
agree.
This
I think
filter.
It looks like trash. There's literally only 4 people in the match. If you can't identify which character is and isn't on your team just based off of knowing the HUD icons, like on the fucking top of the screen, I don't know what to tell you. Just log off. I hate to be that guy, but you're just not built for this. And it's okay. Not everybody is.
In addition, the game played decently.
Go color in a coloring book or something. That's more your speed. I can tell.
Didn't have as many lag issues. But for the most part, it played pretty similarly.
You can have mirrors, but the names are also underneath these characters, are they not? They are the entire time. So I'm still not
decently,
convinced.
But it had some lag issues for sure. I wish didn't have as many lag issues. But for the most part, it played pretty similarly, I would say, to the original from a couple years ago, the early access that is. with a few distinct disappointments. For example, one of my favorite characters of that early release was Velma, and Velma is absolutely terrible in this final version of the game. They nerfed the living crap out of her. To the
What
point where,
in the
like, there's no
goddamn?
point in her even being in the game. That's how bad she actually is. Now, lucky for me, certain characters like Bugs Bunny, who was one of my other my other big favorites, actually is quite good in the final release. But again, the problem here was a game like
Okay.
this is going to require a lot of time investment to learn how to play it. There's a lot of character selection.
What?
You know, this is sounding familiar, kind of like Marvel Rivals, where you got to
This isn't some fucking high IQ. Like, you're not playing competitive Smash here. You don't need to know all of the frames. You don't need to know every single character's moves. Like, this is a party fighting game you're playing online. What are you talking about? It's an incredible time investment, and you have to know all of the characters. Never in my life have I even thought about doing that for Smash when I played it online. That's such a dumb fucking attitude to have towards every single game that is online. It's a very quick recipe for fucking disaster if that's how you walk in every single time. I understand what it'd be, you know, invested in a game. But every game he thinks like this. It's always, oh, it's a huge time investment. I have to know all of the things. How about you just be a better gamer and it kind of solves the problems? I don't know. The solution can be that simple. I apologize because Quasar Blade came through with the 2 earlier, saying DSP sure loves to hear the sound of his own voice. And that is always true 100% of the time. I agree. Thank you for the 2. That is the guy's number one trait, is he loves listening to himself. And then Sleepy Don came through with the 12 months of being in the 60 Skulls, 1 whole year. Shout out the Yellow Hats. How dare he actually have to do something that's not shooting mindlessly? I believe that's about Call of Duty. And I also agree. That is exactly DSP's problem. Call of Duty was too complicated for his smooth-ass brain. And therefore, it's one of the most disappointing games, of course. Thank you, Sleepy Don, for the 12 months. And some Frenchie with the 5 saying, as someone with schizophrenia, the game was very close to the actual experience of having this condition, and she 100% deserved that award. Every time I see Senua's Sacrifice, whether it be the first one or the second one, I've always thought that lady did a great job. Even though I didn't play the games myself, all the cutscenes I've seen, all the voice bits, you know, I've seen people play the game a little bit. They always sound great. So I'm not at all surprised to hear that she won, but I'm not exactly an arbiter on good acting. So thank you for the 5, some Frenchie. I'm glad it was accurate to the condition, though. Whoa, 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 whoa. Cat on the keyboard. Love to see it.
came out the game. It's just another game that plays similarly to another game. It's not very good. Drop it. And you know what? I'll be honest. I wish that people had been
We hit
more
the microphone
open-minded, 'cause
again.
I think I would have
Gack,
liked it if I had tried more characters and played it longer. It just seems like with my audience, either a game immediately resonates and is a hit,
Oh, we hit it again.
or people just don't like it at all. And sadly, that's
How do
what
you hit
happened
your
with this game,
microphone
just
that
like Marvel
much? What
Rivals,
is
where
wrong with
I
this
was
guy?
enjoying it. I wanted to try new characters. I was having a good time. But after a couple of streams, everyone got bored with it. Okay? So what's funny about it, though, is that apparently the game did not do well. Someone even just said they just checked right now. Only 700 people are playing this game on Steam. It has completely and utterly failed, and no one is playing it. That's pretty bad for a game that had this kind of a hype and budget put behind it. All these IPs were purchased and licensed to be in the game. The fact that this game right now is a failure and no one's really talking about it or playing it, it's pretty dang sad. So
I agree. It is pretty darn sad. But DSP, as far as his streams are concerned, should have seen the writing on the wall the first time that he played the game. Because when it was in open beta or whatever during the summer and he was playing it, I routinely remember, or I frequently remember him bringing up the fact that people weren't particularly interested in it, and he was really interested in it, and he really wished that people would support it. And then when the actual game was coming out, I felt like he was hyping it up more than his own audience was. He was far more interested in playing the game than they were interested in seeing it. Therefore, he put himself in this situation, wasting his time playing a game that they very clearly didn't want from the beginning. I don't know. It's almost like if you actually pay attention to what his audience says in the chat, sometimes you can get a good idea of what they want. I don't know. Weird like that sometimes.
Multiverses came up a flop. It sucks because there was 2.5 years of anticipation, and I was very excited for it. But
didn't
sadly, it
Nickelodeon
resonate,
All-Stars suffer the
and,
same fate?
Again, another one that ended up getting dropped
Yes.
because people just didn't like it.
I believe so. Who the fuck was
Brian
playing
asks, "Do you think that
Nickelodeon
game
All
does
Stars?
deserve-"
Aside from me when I got it for free with the boys. Aside from that, I don't know anybody who genuinely enjoyed Nickelodeon All Stars
A
Brawl.
second chance so they can sort out a game like this after release. Listen, in this game, it's free. You didn't pay anything for it. So I'm down with the game coming out and having issues that they want to tweak and get better because it's free. Now, if you paid $70 for that game and it came out unfinished, wonky, and messed up, then you've got a problem. But the fact that it's free, I don't really have too many complaints. I think that it was a good game. I really do. Okay.
All right. So it's on the most disappointing
Richard Danny says he
playthroughs of the
agrees the color
year,
filter was annoying,
despite
and also
him
he didn't like
thinking
that
it
certain
was
characters
good.
were nerfed. So there you go.
And you see how that comes across, though? Do you see how that's kind of a conflicting message when it comes to talking about the best and worst things of the year? You're talking about games you really enjoy, aspects that you actually like about them, mechanics that you really want to see continue to be implemented into video games. And then you just talk down on it because you didn't receive enough money. I don't like that message. It seems like a strange thing to do. Again, it puts all of the attention on you and the fact that you got no money, as opposed to the video games, which should be the subject matter here. That should be the topic at hand, but not for DSP.
All right, folks. Up next, the number 15, excuse me, the number 14 most disappointing game playthrough of the year for me. That's right. I think you recognize it. Dragon Age: The Veilguard. For someone who liked all of the Dragon Age games up to now, including Origins, 2, Inquisition, this game I actually got hyped for because it's been so long,
Why?
nearly a decade since the last Dragon Age game came out. And we heard so much about it over the years and then just kind of absolutely nothing,
good
right?
morning,
It was
Kanye.
radio silent for a while. And so all of a sudden, there started to be a blitz of information in the last like 6 to 8 months about this game. Like, uh-oh, this is so weird that we heard nothing. Now all of a sudden, everything at once, does that mean something bad, right?
I don't recall that being a thing. I mean, I recall the information that came out about the game before it came out, obviously. Everybody remembers that. But I don't think that information coming out all at once about a game that is on the horizon is all that peculiar. I do have a wonder as to why he was even excited for this game to begin with, though. I know people enjoyed Dragon Age Inquisition. Wasn't for me. It didn't play enough like the original Dragon Age for it to be enjoyable to me. I had no interest in it, and therefore I had no interest in Dragon Age 4. And then after everything that came out before Dragon Age 4 came out, I don't understand how you could go into the game still expecting a good experience. I don't understand. Even if you agree with with the messages that they were trying to push, even if you agree with the cringe-ass dialogue, the overall gameplay is not Dragon Age, if you ask me. You can put all the flash and graphics you want on it. That's not what Dragon Age looks like, and it never will be.
Now, incidentally, a viewer of mine wanted to see me try this game so badly, they freaking donated a PS5 Pro for me to play it on. Didn't need a PS5 Pro because I had a gaming PC by then, but they really wanted to see me try out this game on there to see how it would perform. To be honest, as you can see, performs really well. This game actually runs incredibly well on the PS5 Pro. I didn't have any issues with frame drops or graphics. I think actually its strongest suit was actually the graphics, that they were so good that I was really enjoying that aspect of the game.
Imagine that, DSP excited about the graphics, But I just seen it in chat. Where did it go? Big Guy saying he did that entire pre-stream comparing the trailer to the original Dragon Age Origins trailer and said the game looked bad. You're absolutely right. I remember that stream, watching the entire thing, complaining about it and saying that he didn't understand any of it and that it was all a waste of time and that he wasn't excited about the game, only to then say that he was excited about the game and play it. And when he played it, he would get on the pre-streams talking about that it's actually better than you think and you should really check it out. Sound good? It just doesn't make any sense. When you actually know all of the things that DSP says and does, or at least a large portion of the things, if you can remember, all of a sudden all of his takes are contradictory.
But my problem with Dragon Age: The Veilguard is very simple. It is an incredibly slow-moving, snail's-paced game. I probably played it for around 15 hours, maybe 20, and I couldn't even tell you what was going on with the story. Let's see. 2 elven gods were released from some kind of alternate dimension, and they were trying to take over the world, and you were just working with allies to try to stop them, except literally in the first 20 hours, you do absolutely nothing to stop them. You end up doing side quests, busy work, and filler content that have nothing to do whatsoever with your end goals of the plot, So what you're telling you is this game's going to be like 100 hours long. You're going to spend 80
Okay.
of those hours not actually doing the main story. Is that
That's
okay?
fine.
Well, I guess if the story was engaging and immersive or whatever, but for me, I found it hard to even remember what I was doing in certain areas. The map kind of
That's the Jin brain.
sinks into other areas, and so it kind of all blends together because it all is kind of a seamless world, which could usually work, except in this case, you end up stumbling upon another quest, and then another half of a quest, and then a boss challenge here, and then this here. And half the time, you don't even know what you're doing or if you're doing the right thing for the quest you were trying to do or not. And it just
And if that's the case, you should stop playing video games, period. That's it. Just unplug all of it. If you are upset that there are side quests and boss trials and all of these things to do in a fucking RPG, quit playing video games. Again, they're not meant for you. Your expectations of what video games should be is completely fucking stupid. I'm
What in
sorry.
the goddamn-
Like, you could raise this complaint against every single open world style RPG on the planet. Not even open world sometimes, literally just any other RPG. You could levy the exact same fucking complaints. Yes, in Skyrim, you start the main quest and then you can spend the next 100 hours not doing the main quest and doing the side quests. If you can't remember where you were in the main quest, that's not the game's fault. That's your fault. If you don't want to do the side content, don't do it. But that's not the game's fault. That's your fault. It really is that simple.
just ends up this kind of endless time sink.
I'm sorry. Red Bird with the 2. Are you going to cover the Moobs meme in a video? That was one of the videos that I started this week from the PPP segment on the Smart Guys reboot, and I hated it. I wrote 3/4 of it, and I threw it away. So, no, I don't give a shit about DSP's Yetis, in all honesty. So, it is what it is. That's my take on it. He does have Yetis. It has nothing to do with the shirt. He's just gross to look at in all of the wrong ways. That's the whole video. I don't know why I was writing a whole thing for it. So, thank you for the 2, of course, Redbird. XJS with the $24.99 Ron. I don't even know what that is, but thank you nonetheless. It doesn't even matter. A Meerkat in the morning, Atlas in the afternoon. What a good day to detract. Big ups, my dude. Also, Phil's a cunt. I agree. And I didn't even know Meerkat was live in the morning. I must have missed it. Shame. Big ups, Meerkat, of course. Meerkat Mob. Who? Thank you for the $24.99. XJS.
In fact, I would almost argue.
Yo, Triple
that
D and
is the best
Triple
way that this
XL
game
is
can be
pretty
described.
funny,
It's a
not gonna
time sink.
lie. It's
You're
rare
looking for a game
that
where you can just kind of
Against All
gel
News
and not
Network
really
is
care
funny.
about what you're doing, but you want some flashy graphics, some interesting gameplay elements, and screw the story. That's good. That's Dragon Age the Veilguard. But if you're there for a riveting, gripping storyline, it's just not there, at least not in the first 20 hours. And I'm sorry, I'm just not going to keep sinking time into a game where I just don't know what's going on and I'm bored. You know, and that's the problem. Ultimately, is the gameplay loop's addictive, the graphics are good, but the story is boring. Do you want a boring story in a 100-hour RPG? It's pretty
If
much
the
going to be a
gameplay's
major
good
focus
enough.
of the game. So why the holy heck is the story so boring? Now, I'm well aware that this game also has elements that are incredibly leftist-leaning politically and culturally. Apparently, there's
Bayside
this
fill
big
time.
woke
Here we
moment that we
go.
all watched and reacted to on my podcast at one point. And to be honest, I wish that wasn't in there because a lot of people have written the game off because of that content. Okay, for me, I've been saying this recently. Keep politics out of my games. I don't want politics or culture wars in my games. I just want my games to be fantasy so
True.
I can unplug from reality and have a good time
Based.
in a game. I don't want to boot up a game and be like, oh, now I got to deal with people saying that this person is trans and that's bad or good. Is this person represented well? Do you remember the pronouns? It's a fantasy video game. I want to escape from all the chaos of reality and not have to think about any of that shit when I'm playing the game. So the game misses the mark when it tries to shove those kind of topics down your throat. Now, I am happy to
And while this is terrible to hear from DSP and all of his opinions are terrible, I do want to be racist towards orcs in my fantasy games. I'm sorry. I want more prejudice against the races in my fantasy games as they're not real. I think that should be allowed. Real talk, orcs should be dim-witted nobodies that get murdered simply for existing. That's what they were made for. It is what it is. Yes, based Morrowind, based in Elf Pilled. This is exactly what I was hoping for. Gamers obviously need to rise up and bring real racism back to their fantasy games. I'm not talking about skin color. I'm talking about genuine races here, folks. Your cat people should be ridiculed for being cat people. It is what it is.
report, again, in the 20 hours that I played, I didn't encounter any of that content. It must be further into the game. So I'm glad that at the very least it's not shoved down your throat at the beginning. But still, the fact that it's in there, you knew it was going to be a thing of contention. And the thing is, the game devs do it too. I think that BioWare,
Exactly. It
in this
should
case,
be
wanted the game to be
unethical
talked
and it
about no
should
matter what.
exist.
And they were possibly afraid that if they didn't put that kind of content in the game, maybe people would say it was kind of a subpar game and wouldn't care about it and wouldn't talk about it. So they had to wedge that stuff in to get it to be the hot topic about the game and cause controversy around it so that people would discuss it. And it worked. People absolutely discussed this game for about a month. And now it's as if it never existed. You could get it for a very deep discount everywhere. And it's sad because for a game that has like 100 hours of content and looks this good, you would think that the effort would have been put in all around. But sadly, I think it's like the gameplay was the focus, not the story. If you don't have a good story in a game that's a role-playing game, hence, you want to play the role of a character in a fantasy setting and, live their story. Well, if I don't care about their story, then your RPG has failed.
But that's just not true. There's tons of RPGs that have bad stories but incredible mechanics, and that's why they're fun. Again, I'm gonna keep going back to the Elder Scrolls because DSP enjoys the Elder Scrolls. The same thing with Fallout. The stories are fucking terrible. They're never good. Never once have I walked away from a Bethesda game and thought, wow, that story was gripping and innovative and I loved it. It's always the mechanics of the game that I enjoy, as dumb as and terrible as they are. It's always the mechanics that I enjoy, and that's what keeps me playing the game, because the gameplay is the important part, if you ask me.
That's the main problem with Dragon Age the Veilguard. No one really cares about the characters, so why play the game? That's why I dropped it. I was so bored, I just didn't want to continue. Okay, so I have
Would I play a Yakuza game? Yeah, I have, and I really enjoyed them. I think they're great.
Thank you to the following couple of people. So we start with a $20 tip from Mars Inhabitant. There's a $1 donation for every disappointing game. There you go. So $20 because there's 20 disappointing games. Well, it's actually 20 disappointing playthroughs. Because as I've already stated, some of these games I liked. Marvel Rivals, I wasn't disappointed by that game. Sadly, I was disappointed by the reception that it got as a playthrough. So a little bit of a different situation.
I was disappointed in the money, not the game, obviously. That was the point of the list, stupid. Pay attention. It's like you didn't watch the content at all or something.
However, you might be thinking, well, that's our top tip, right? No, it is not. No, it is not. Because, ladies and gentlemen, oops, was that 22? I think it was 22, right? So now I think we're at 22. I received another tip.
What did we receive? A tip? From?
A $50 tip.
Whoa, $50.
From Lisa Lou. Thank you so much to Lisa Lou for a $50 tip tonight. Thank you for your contribution and for supporting my content and, of course, your end series. Appreciate that very, very much. Go ahead and get Lisa Lou on the leaderboard. So now we are about halfway to our goal for the night, my friends. Thank you so much for the support. 72 out of the 150 goal. Remember, if we hit the goal, counts towards our rewards.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. All right, we're talking about games again.
I guess we're playing this again, are we? No, we are not. Absolutely not. Our next most disappointing playthrough of the year. The 13th most disappointing playthrough was Dragon Ball Z Sparking Zero free 0-calorie cola. Is it just me, or did Dragon Ball Z Sparking Zero sound like a low-calorie beverage? It totally did to me. Like, that's what I thought it was. The name is just such a bizarre name, okay?
And unfortunately, that joke could be funny if it was told by anybody that had a funny bone in their fucking body. If this guy had any sort of charisma at all, somebody else could have pulled that joke off, but not him. It just sounds obnoxious when he says it. And that's entirely his fault. That's not on me. That's not on me for being a detractor. Make this motherfucker funny. He should just try harder or something. I don't know.
Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Why is this on the countdown of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year? By the way, good evening, Jade. Good to see you. And good evening, Bookworm. He says the ticker style contributions bar is growing on him. Cool.
Ticker sounds like a slur. So if we could refrain from tickers in chat, please.
Okay, I'll tell you why. Because I haven't played a Dragon Ball game in many years. I played a few. I played Kakarot. I played Xenoverse 1 and 2. And I may have even played one more years ago. I know I played Dragon Ball.
Everybody fucking knows the best Dragon Ball game is Budokai Tenkaichi 3, and it'll never change. I'm sorry, you can't take away my memories of not even knowing about Dragon Ball and having a good time playing that at my friend's house. Dragon Ball, Budokai 3, absolute banger. If you haven't played it, you should. You should go and emulate it or something.
They're actual 2v2 2D fighting game, okay? They might say, well, why then was I not interested in this one? Because every time that there's a Dragon Ball game,
Phil's a
it's literally
ticker
the
is kind of
same
crazy.
story. You relive the same classic events where Goku and his friends are trying to defend the world from invading enemies like Vegeta and Nappa, and then it turns into the Frieza saga and the Cell saga and the Android saga and the freaking Buu saga, and the same stuff. And I've now relived that plot line so many times. I'm just not that interested in it anymore. As a kid when I was growing up, I loved Dragon Ball anime, but I just don't see the appeal of living the same events over 7,000 times. So when this game was coming out, people sold me on it and said, no, Phil, you don't understand. The campaign of this game is very different. This campaign is actually going to be you doing what-if scenarios where you can actually do things differently than they actually happened in the real anime.
Okay.
And therefore, you could see alternate scenarios. Well, that
sounds pretty
definitely
cool.
present. Problem was the game didn't explain how to do it. So half the time, you'd get these scenarios by accident and then realize you played yourself into a corner and had to replay a stage repetitively over and over to unlock another scenario to continue on with the game.
So it's got like secrets and alternate things that you can do for replayability? Is that a bad thing? They didn't expressly state that you could do it this one way, so you didn't think to and you had to replay the session? That sounds like a you problem, boss. If you really cared that much, you should have spoiled yourself and looked it up. Or you could experience the game authentically, and that tends to happen. These are decisions that you alone are making and responsible for. Not the game's fault. Entirely on him. Big ups, XJS, of course, for becoming a member of the 60 Skulls. Really appreciate it, of course. Thank you.
Frustrating. Sadly, it's pretty outdated game design. I don't really know what they were going for there. So
yeah, they didn't use the yellow paint in the menu, so we didn't know.
Plotline,
exactly.
I was so exhausted, I wasn't too interested in doing any others. Okay? Now, you want to talk about the online play? Well, you're seeing a bit of it right here. The game has an insanely large roster of characters. And the way that it works is essentially you are making a balanced team. Each character has a ranking number. So you can pick a very powerful character, but that character has a high ranking number, meaning you're going to be able to pick less characters than, say, if you picked a team with all 5 low-ranked characters. I compare this to the team-based system that they used in the Capcom versus SNK series many, many years ago, where you could have like a rank 1 or ratio.
I don't know anything
ratio
about this. This is over my head. I ain't play that shit.
4 ratio 1s or only 1 ratio 4. So it's kind of a similar premise. The problem is,
not gonna lie, it's not fucking Ultimate Alliance. Every Marvel game can suck my ass. I don't give a shit. I don't like superheroes.
Because once you get online and you start playing, all the combat looks just like this.
That was about Marvel and SNK,
basically,
by the way.
Everyone just goes at each other
unrelated
and
to the Dragon Ball.
And yes, there is
I'm
some
just giving
strategy to
terrible
it, don't
takes.
get me wrong. There's different classes of characters. There's faster characters. There's more projectile trapping characters. There's more tankish characters. I'm actually using a tankish character in this video, a giant robot that has super armor, okay? But ultimately, it's an incredibly simplistic game. Does it have nuances to the control scheme? Yes. But here's what it basically boils down to. Attack, attack, attack until...
So please take all of this with a grain of salt, as this is DSP describing to you how gameplay works. And you've seen how DSP plays video games and how he doesn't utilize half the mechanics in a game. So again, all with a grain of salt, please.
Someone presses an escape button, then they try to counterattack you, but then you can do your own escape. And that's it. I'm not kidding. That's the game. Like, it's just attack, counterattack, counterattack, counterattack. Oops, we're all out of energy. Got to run away and recharge and then go at each other again. There definitely is a higher level strategy to it. But the point I'm making here is it's just not a very fun fighting game, which is essentially what you're trying to do is make a game that has elements that are fun. And it just becomes kind of a real repetitive experience. And here's the other part that's really stupid.
Though.
You would think in a game like
this, I don't know shit about Dragon Ball. I really don't like it. I have this conversation all of the time. I'm not even really into anime at all. But like, for whatever, I know about Dragon Ball, like this shit looks cool, right? Like we're fighting dudes in the city. We're breaking down buildings. We're literally flying. Like this looks fun. Like this looks visually entertaining,
right.
At least.
You'd want to pick the powerful characters. But no, the best
and if you were in Dragon Ball, I could imagine it'd be even cooler.
Weaker characters who basically can do good combos and just drag it out. I mean, hell, I played this game a grand total of twice online. Ladies and gentlemen, I won the vast majority of the matches, and a lot of them I didn't even know what happened. I didn't know how I won. And then people would explain to me, well, Phil, you had a team of low-ranked characters and time expired. So because you had 3 characters alive and they only had 1, you won. And I was like, yeah, but literally they spanked me. They were kicking my ass the whole time. No, you won. You have more health. Like, what? It didn't make sense. The online play just doesn't make sense unless you sit there and study it. But here's the thing, and here's what I was saying.
No. What do you mean study it? There's no studying to be done there. They very blatantly explained to you you had more dudes because of the way that the system works. There is no studying here. That was all of the information. That's it. Again, it's not the game's fault you didn't understand the mechanics before you went online to play. Maybe you should have played the campaign or sat through some tutorials or whatever the fuck the game has. But I promise it's not that complicated. They don't make games that complicated anymore, at least for the most part. I know, like, Caves of Cud exists, which you should go play, and like Dwarf Fortress exists, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about fucking Dragon Ball Sparking Zero.
That the game came out. The game really feels like a masher.
What in the goddamn?
It totally does. It feels like a button masher. And when you're playing a button masher, you're going to play it as a party game, right? You're going to team up with your friends. You're going to jump into it, mess around with the various characters for a little bit. And after you mess it around as a party game, you're probably never going to pick it up and touch it ever again. But so many people, when the game released, were like, oh, it's going to be a competitive fighter. You've got to invest time in it and all of that. But that's never happened. Like, did you know that within 1 month of Dragon Ball Sparking Zero came out, they lost over 90% of the player base? Did you hear what I just said? I'm going to repeat myself. You ready?
I hate.
Came out. They lost over 90% of the player base.
I hate that you can tell when he's about to do the zoom in. It absolutely ruins the bit. Not that it was ever going to be funny anyway, but any sort of drama that comes from it, any sort of point that he's making by doing a stupid zoom in is immediately lost the second that you can tell he's lining it up. It's all gone. There's no point in doing it.
Did you hear what I just said?
Like, he's literally looking at it with his hand over the button. Come on, man. It doesn't fucking move. You could press the button without looking, and it would do you far more justice. It's a small nitpick, but it's just another one of those things that goes into the DSP not being entertaining category.
I'm going to repeat myself. You ready? Over 90% of the player base quit this game within 1 month. That is not the sign of a game that was made to be competitive. That is not the sign of a healthy game. That is the sign of a game that ultimately was a party game. Everyone bought it, played it a little bit, got bored, never went back. And that's sad.
Fine.
I feel like it would have been.
No, it's fine. If he said this is not a competitive fighting game, if you want to play this game, you're more than likely, according to DSP, going to be playing either the campaign solo, matches that you want to play solo, or you're going to be playing against your friends, in which case it doesn't matter that 90% of the audience is no longer there after release, because you should be having a good experience regardless of whether or not anybody else is online, at least according to the way that he's described the game.
A better game if they had sound mechanics. If they had a team-based structure that made sense, but they weren't going for that. They were kind of going for a dream match. Every character possible in there. Who cares if it's balanced? Let everything murder each other. A lot of people said, well, this is very similar to the original Dragon Ball Budokai experience. Well, if anything, can we just agree on something then? Maybe Dragon Ball Budokai was made in the past for a reason. It's outdated. It's not a formula that really works in 2024.
It's fun. That's what we need to admit about Budokai DSP. I guess you've never played it. It's fun. Maybe they should be making games that are more fun, which is something that DSP said exactly about Stalker, is that they're not prioritizing fun. They're prioritizing putting in mechanics that nobody likes to be inconvenienced. Yet, when you make a Dragon Ball fighting game that is actually enjoyable, it's a spectacle to look at, and it's actually true to the characters from what I've been told. Like, there are characters that are literally OP because that's how Dragon Ball works. Now he has a problem with it, despite fun being his main complaint about other games. Make sense?
When people are looking for a game that's going to have bang for your buck value, competitive edge in nature, it just doesn't have any of
also,
those
yeah,
things.
games being made in the past is kind of a weird thing to say. All games were made in the past.
I mean, I think
they
that's
can't
a
be
bigger
made in the
player
future.
fallout than
I mean, they
Mortal Kombat
can. They
1
will
had,
be,
quite
but
frankly.
you don't say that.
So, yeah, sorry to say, a game that I had high expectations for. You guys hyped me up for it, and it really let me down.
You guys hyped me up for it. It's your fucking fault I was disappointed. You told me the game was going to be good, and I hated it. Therefore, fuck you. Terrible game.
Honestly,
moving on
wish the game had been a lot
positively.
better than it was. And that I would have played it more than I had. You know, I only played through the campaign once and online once or twice, and I was done with it, and no one seemed to care. That's the other funny part, too. It's like, oh, maybe you feel like, you know, prematurely quit the game. But in this case, only maybe 1 or 2 people ever mentioned it ever again. So pretty disappointing. I think now you're definitely starting to see
a pattern.
The pattern here. Either
Yes.
it's games that I really liked but somehow didn't resonate with the audience, or games
Resonate means they didn't pay for
that
it.
the audience thought was going to be great, but then when I actually bought them and played them, they ended up not being very good at all, right?
And that just translates to that the audience was really excited, but when I played them, I was a stick in the mud and couldn't actually enjoy it to save my life or be entertaining.
So pretty big disappointments.
I agree, though. Pretty big disappointment.
Dio says,
Pick
my
up some
nephew
Morgana
had his
VR.
parents pay something like
Good morning.
$80 to get the special version of Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Played it twice. Went back to playing free mobile games. Never touched it ever again.
Imagine picking up
Wow.
free mobile games, period.
Okay.
Couldn't be me.
Let's continue
Please
on.
put them down, folks. It's not worth
The
your
most
time.
disappointing playthroughs countdown of 2020. Here we go. 2024. Number 12 is, yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, Dragon's Dogma 2. A game that I was pretty hyped for. Because many years ago, I had played Dragon's Dogma 1. And
He was not pretty hyped for Dragon's Dogma 2, by the way. He didn't even know if he was going to play it because of RPG overload at the time. Don't let him fucking rewrite history and make it sound like he was super excited to play this game. From the second he launched it, I'm pretty sure this was on the chopping block. If you knew the time period, you'd know.
actually really ended up enjoying it. I had played the crap out of this game. I grinded offline to get better at it, and then I recorded my progress as an offline YouTuber back then. This was before I was a live streamer. I liked the fact that you could have these created characters called pawns that people from all across the globe had actually created, and they could join your party. I liked the world structure with all the towns and all the different things that you could do. The open world, we could jump on enemies and take them out with co-op gameplay mechanics and the like.
Yeah, it was fun.
There was just
I
a
had a
lot
good
to
time
like
when I
about
played it.
Dragon's Dogma. The
I
problem
don't
is
beat
that Dragon's
games, though,
Dogma
so-
came out over a decade ago. Okay? So if you're going to make a modern game in 2024, well, you've got to pretend like the last decade has happened. Dragon's Dogma 2
What
acts
in
like
the
the last
goddamn?
decade never happened. An incredibly flawed graphical performance. As you can see here, this is the Xbox Series X version running at the
Mhm.
absolute highest graphics, and it's choppy as hell.
Game ran like shit, 100%. Like, it's not the worst running game I've ever played. Shout out Cyberpunk, Jesus Christ. But definitely game ran like shit, unexcusable, 100%. I agree, DSP. But what else do we have? Because I'm not quite sure what he means by they pretend like the last 10 years didn't happen. It's a fantasy game. So any sort of modern technology, that doesn't make sense if that's what he meant. If he meant that the gameplay mechanics are dated, it's almost like the game was designed like that on purpose.
Just
I don't
not
know.
acceptable. The
I don't know what
game
he's looking
has
for.
an
He wants a
open world that's
waypoint
very similar
system?
to the first game. The game has pawns like the first game.
That's what he's looking for, actually. I've pieced it together. This motherfucker really wanted a goddamn Fallout-style waypoint system or a push-to-win feature. You know, push the button to win. That's what he was looking
And
for.
essentially, if
Sorry.
you're playing Dragon's Dogma 2, the one fatal flaw is pretty simple. It's basically the first game again. Even graphically, it looks like the first game. And that's not a good thing. Things have advanced
I don't
and
think that's
changed
true at all. I
and
think
gotten
Dragon's
much
Dogma 1 looks
better
like trash.
in the last
That's
decade.
okay.
Why were
Whatever.
none of those interesting improvements added to the game? Why are they acting like this game came out a year after the first Dragon's Dogma? The fact that they charge full price for it also is just disappointing. You know, if they had sold it as like a $30, $40 game, maybe I would have forgiven some of its shortcomings, but they're selling it as if it's a full-fledged sequel. It's not. And the funny part about it is the game came out, people talked about it for about a week, and then it's like it never existed. Like, I don't remember, you know, no one talked about it again. Everyone just kind of gave up on it.
But again, like, this isn't that's not relevant to DSP, that it's not relevant to gaming as a whole. There are tons of games that come out all of the time, every single day, that you don't hear about, nobody talks about. People, or if they do talk about them, they quit talking about them a week later because they've moved on to a different game that has come out that they were interested in playing. That's how gaming seems to be working. You're not going to hear about every single game that comes out for an indefinite period of time. Gaming's too big now. There's so many games. Everybody has so many different interests, right? There's a million things to do, and that's before you even talk about all of the, you know, customizations that you can do in video games with modding or editing the games yourselves. Like, infinite things to do. I'm not surprised to hear that you're not hearing about games for months at a time anymore.
So, yeah, pretty disappointing, quite frankly. It was a game that I was very much looking forward to because I really liked the first one, but I'm sorry, if you're not going to make any gameplay improvements and even graphical improvements in a decade, your game's just inferior. No one's going to want to play it. And, you know, this was a case where people got bored of the playthrough, but I was bored long before. I was willing to try to tough it out if people liked it, but everyone was bored with it, including me, and that's why we dropped it. You know, if I'm going to continue to play a game and invest a bunch of time in it, it has to be a game that on both sides we're both enjoying, and this was sadly just one that neither side was enjoying. Dragon's Dogma 2 was a humongous and utter disappointment, I feel, to the RPG community because, again, the first one innovated, and this one just did more of the same of the first. So there you have it.
All right, there you have it. There you have it. I think it's absolutely disgusting that this guy will openly admit that he will play video games on stream and will suffer through them for an indefinite amount of time as long as his audience is willing to front the cash. I think that is disgusting. I think it is the exact opposite of an attitude that you should have when making gaming content. But this is the guy we're talking about.
And so we are nearing the end of our first 10 most disappointing playthroughs. What could possibly be on the list next? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's Dragon's Dogma 2 because it's so bad I included it twice. No. Up next, the number 11 most disappointing playthrough of 2024 was Star Wars: The Battlefront Collection. Ladies and gentlemen, I loved the Star Wars Battlefront games back in the 2000s. They were classics, and I actually played them on PC. While a lot of people had actually played them on consoles, I played the full-fledged PC versions, which were great games for the time. Being able to select a class of character that is very different. Well, you have the person who's shooting rockets, or the sniper, or someone with a full auto gun, sneaking around in stealth and doing takedowns and stuff from behind. Pretty good. So when they announced that they were re-releasing these original Battlefront games in a collection, I got pretty stoked.
I was going to say something, but I need to hear that again. I'm sorry.
Behind. Pretty good. So when they announced that they were re-releasing these original Battlefront games in a collection, I got pretty stoked.
Amazing. You know, when I think the guy isn't funny, he proves me wrong. When I think the guy can be funny, he once again proves me wrong. Incredible. I have no fucking idea how this guy can get excited about remasters or collections of this caliber every single time. It's like he doesn't learn anything from any other game that's ever come out. Like, I said this in the chat earlier. Somebody asked me, I think it was Jay Wusso, asked me if I'm excited for any games in 2025. I said, no, I try not to get excited for games. You get disappointed too often because the games industry is actually trash all the time. And especially in the case of these collections, these remasters, these remakes, they consistently manage to fuck them up somehow and make them worse experiences than the originals. Aside from that, sometimes they run, which, you know, sometimes old games don't. I have no idea how he can consistently get excited about them to just be let down and disappointed in the end. It's a conscious decision on his end every single time, and he has no one to blame for being stoked except for himself.
And I was pretty excited.
Yes, especially from EA.
Then when it came out, what you're seeing is what we got: a game that ran incredibly buggy.
Like, Star Wars games aren't allowed to be good anymore. Disney has decided, EA has decided.
Hardware. The game was
when you see a Star Wars game coming out, dude, quit listening, quit paying attention until it comes out and hear how it actually does, because I promise it's not worth your time 99% of the time.
Bugs.
Until they release Republic Commando 2, it's fuck Star Wars gang.
Having all kinds of problems. It really was disappointing because they hyped it up like it was going to be these games getting more attention. But instead, they were horrible versions of the games. Don't get me wrong. Battlefront 1 and 2 are great games. Okay?
No, Mr. Extravagant, I haven't seen the dick stroking Phil vlogs
at it. Performs. This is not, oh, this is running choppy. This is how the game ran and looked on modern hardware. It's feels like an unfinished port, right? Like they ported it badly and chugging along.
But the visuals that he's using right now actually don't look that bad. This looks like standard ass Battlefront gameplay. And I know it's not. There was a lot of issues with the port. I seen them. You can tell by the footage. This footage specifically right here, right now, looks fine. And I think that's a failure on his behalf. If you're going to talk about games in this manner, you should be providing footage that speaks to what you're actually talking about.
Again, bugs and graphical issues. There was
I did see the graphical issue.
The walls wouldn't load, or you get stuck in a wall. And the funny part was, even with as buggy as it was, I still had fun with it. By the way. You want to know why? Because the games are that good. Like Battlefront 1 and 2 are legitimately great games. So even though these were far inferior versions of said games, I still had a great time playing them. It's just a shame that if they were going to make a modern collection, they couldn't actually do the games justice. For people who never played the originals and only played these, you might think, oh man, what a wonky mess. Now, yes, the game did have some wonkiness to it, and that was part of its charm. But man, the original games were actually much better versions than this modern one that they sold us. So
You can still play them. I think you. Oh, maybe that's actually not the case. I should check that before I go speaking on things that I know nothing about, a la Wing style, because appearing offline doesn't fucking stop it sometimes. He was right there. No, you can still buy the original classic Star Wars Battlefront 2 on Steam and play it online with a program if that's what you want to do. Again, it's entirely your choice whether or not you bought the remaster after hearing everything that happened.
pretty
to it.
disappointing. And quite frankly, this game pretty much died after like 3 weeks. I tried to keep playing it, but less and less people wanted to play it because it just was such a mess that wasn't really improving or getting any kind of notable patches or fixes. So because of that, people were like, well, I don't even want to really play it anymore until the player base fell off. Jade even just said in chat, yeah, I got sick watching you play this. I don't blame you. When the frame rate is all over the place, like this
Jade,
game
we don't
was,
give a fuck
it
if I
can't just
made
be
you
smoothly
sick. I was
consistent,
making money,
you're
you
gonna have
stupid.
issues with with that kind of stuff, and give you a headache, right? You're trying to play, my eyes are burning. I can't even pay
I mean,
attention
look,
because
dude, he made
the game's just not
$72 King's
smooth
tax in
enough.
this
So,
footage. People
pretty
love
big
this
disappointment.
shit.
Again, you're going to sell a collection that's supposed to present these classic games to a new audience. Put the effort in. They obviously didn't. They obviously just wanted to rush out a botched port job, and that's just very, very unfortunate. I feel like they should have done a better job. Okay, I'm in Seattle tonight, by the way, live broadcasting from above Seattle. I'm actually in a helicopter broadcasting. Okay.
Terrible joke. 0 out of 10.
Retro Danny says the classic Star Wars Battlefront games were my favorite. I love Star Wars Battlefront 2. It was badass. The first game was good too, but I like the second one more. Well, the second one had more of the focus on the heroes, right? The heroes were much better in the second game, and it had more game modes too. Yeah. Okay.
Yo, fun Atlas lore. My mother fucking hated when I played Battlefront on the original Xbox in the living room because it was literally just TDM like every single game. I mean, you capture the command post, of course, but like it's literally just shooting dudes. She much preferred when I played Battlefront 2 when it came out. And there was actually objectives and like a storyline that you could play through. Far easier for her to watch and sit through that. So anybody who's having issues with their mom watching Battlefront, play Battlefront 2. She might enjoy it. Just a pro tip from Little Atlas from back in the day, of course.
That is the first half of my most disappointing game playthroughs of 2024 countdown. In part 2, we get down to the nitty gritty. Get top 10 worst playthrough. So I hope you'll stick around. If you're watching here on stream, thanks for being a great audience. The first half is about to end. If you're watching on YouTube, I hope that you'll check out part 2.
That was only the first
'cause I am gonna
half.
split the
We've been
part
here
around
for
an
2
hour. Seems to
fucking
be the sweet spot for
hours.
YouTube processing. But I'll be back with the finale, the next part. I hope to
Yeah,
see
we're gonna hit the
and,
gritty. We're gonna
thanks
hit
for
the
watching.
nitty.
Okay. I'm actually going to do 2 things. I'm going to give myself an opportunity to rest my voice for a minute. And I'm also going to get more water because I'm drinking quite a lot because I'm talking so much tonight.
Oh, heaven forbid we have to talk a lot.
So,
on
gonna
our
run
stream, we
downstairs
have
and
to
refill
talk
my
a lot.
water.
Heaven forbid.
all right. Guys, thank you so far. You've been a great audience. Please, let's keep some support going. Let's hit the goals tonight. We are at $72 of support. We got about roughly an hour left on the stream for the second half. Please support the stream in some way. Super chats, memberships, gifted memberships, tips, subs, gifted subs. Notably, we have like no subs today. I don't think we got a single sub. So absolutely, please support the stream if you can. Let's hit that goal tonight. Let's make it one more streak, right? Let's do it.
Oh, we were still doing streaks?
By the way, Hypnotic James
I totally forgot. Apparently on 1-5, we were still doing streaks, you guys.
with
That's
$20
crazy.
super chat says you're
I thought we
just
were done with
blowing
that
my
by
mind
now.
so far. Interested in seeing what the last 10 are going to be. Oh, you will be interested because, again, this is not the worst games of the year countdown, which is pretty much what everyone does. I'm doing the most disappointing playthroughs, which is very, very different. I can't spell tonight.
All right. Thank you, OIC, once again for the $20. I'm glad your mind is blown.
And with that, we are now up to $92 of support in climbing. So we are very close to hitting our goal at this point. Let's get some support going. Let's get some over on Kick, my friends. Who's going to be the first person to give the sub over there? All right, give me a sec. I'm just going to run downstairs and get more water. I'll be right back. And then we'll continue on with the show. Be right back, everybody.
I love the like verification before he leaves. I don't know what he's looking at before he gets up, but he's definitely staring something down before going. Like his laptop chat, very strange. Just so you guys know, I don't do that before I get up and leave. Not that I tell you when I leave, but I do.
Did I spell the name wrong? Jade is correcting me. He says I spelled Jinx's name wrong. Okay. You're correct. It's an I.
I don't give a fuck how it's
one for each
spelled.
hour, essentially. Because I knew it would probably take an hour to get through 10 games. So there you go. Doing good, King Michael. All right, guys, let's roll right into the second half. Top 10 most disappointing playthroughs of the year. Again, thanks to those chilling and those who've supported. Please like the stream, please. Let's get the question marks, all right, off the leaderboard. Let's get someone to gift the sub, and let's get someone to gift a membership. Let's get that rolling tonight, and let's hit the goal. We're already so close.
I'm done with it. I'm tired of it.
The worst games of the year. These are the most disappointing playthroughs.
I know some people really enjoy these unrecorded bag segments. It is kind of peak DSP content. I'm done with it. I'm tired of it. I can't sit through any more bag segments, you guys. It's really, really the worst part at this point. God, it's terrible.
A lot of these games on this countdown I actually really liked, but sadly the playthroughs just didn't turn out well for whatever reason. Although some of these games actually were quite disappointing. And
Wrath Renegade, the answer is C. That is what skeletons get up and do.
A lot different from what other people do.
They go and seethe in a different room.
I hope that you're enjoying. If you didn't see part 1 yet, I strongly recommend that you check it out. You're going to want to know what games came before you get to the top 10. But without further ado, we're about to jump back in, except I just want to give a quick shout out to Legend Lurker. 3-month resub tonight over on Kick. I just want to add that to our running total of support. And then we can actually continue on. So...
My God, who gives a fuck? All right,
for me,
Star Wars Outlaws. Sorry, spoilers. Yo, and we got the fucking cowboy hat on. Let's go. Let's go. We love to see the cowboy hat in modern day.
I'm curious if anyone can even remember what this
I used the cowboy hat for the thumbnail.
What in the goddamn?
Right now that we're a couple seconds in. Probably one of the most forgotten games of the year for most people. A game that got a ton of hype at first, but when it finally came out, ended up being incredibly disappointing. Ladies and gentlemen, Star Wars Outlaws. Yeah, this was a game that was supposed to combine GTA, open world sandbox mechanics, with Star Wars. And
okay,
I said, I bet this is a good game too. You know, I kind of saw when you saw the previews for it or whatever, you're like, you know, it's this simple. Here, I actually remember what I said before I ever played the game.
Fucking pay
said,
attention, okay?
If the gameplay loop is fun, okay, and it really is an immersive Star Wars world, then I could see this game taking off and doing really well. But if it ends up being a typical Ubisoft game, and when I hate to say it, Ubisoft, when I say that, I mean a game that's very samey, very repetitive, same gameplay loop over and over and over, to the point where you get so bored because it's the same thing so many times, I don't foresee the game doing very well.
Then you should have never played the game. I'm going to be honest with you. If you're still playing Ubisoft games and you're coming in expecting anything other than a Ubisoft game, don't. Again, playing yourself, setting yourself up for failure, setting yourself up for bad streams. Just don't do it. It's very, very easy. Everybody could kind of tell what this game was going to be before it came out. At least I think so. I mean, you've seen what the people were saying. You saw how they were handling the media around it beforehand. It should have been a no-brainer to avoid, but this is DSP the consumer. We have to play it. And Logan K in chat saying he loves Ubislop. There's nothing wrong with loving some Ubislop every once in a while. I used to enjoy the old Assassin's Creed games. I used to like Far Cry. I'm tired of the formula now. I think they should move on. But if you still enjoy it, that's fine. I'm the same way with Bethesda Slop. I enjoy it. There's nothing I can do to stop that. I mod the games and make it how I like. But it is what it is. But you don't go into these things expecting better than it actually is, or at least I don't think that you should. Logan K also said, just a few minutes ago for the 5, shouldn't his audience vote on most disappointing playthroughs? Yes. Yeah. If there was going to be a top 20 disappointing playthroughs, it should have been fan voted 100%. And the footage also probably should have been voted on so that we could see the exact segments that made the playthrough so horrid. But that would have actually required planning and communication and his fans doing anything, which when they do, they do, but when they don't, they don't. They're already doing enough free labor as is. Jay Wuso with the 2, thank you so much. With the cowboy hat, I'll call him Ram Ranch DSP. Let's not think about DSP and the Ram Ranch together. Shout out the 18 naked cowboys in the showers at the Ram Ranch. Very cool fellers, obviously. But that's not 2 thoughts I want to put together. Thank you for the 2, of course.
So when the game came out, the first thing that I can say is it didn't run very well. Now, as you can see, I'm actually playing this on PC, my brand new gaming PC that I got this summer, and it was a little choppy. But the part that
Bramble
it really was
Ranch
choppy in was
really
the open
rocks.
world.
All right,
Basically, whenever
okay,
you
all
went
right,
outside
folks.
of the city and started traveling on
Hey,
the
good morning,
overworld, of
Kanye.
which I probably have some footage here, it basically would chop up, and that's disappointing. This is supposed to be like a brand new, groundbreaking game. Supposed to be well bug tested and refined. And as soon as you started hitting these open world areas, your frame rate would dip, and actually the draw distance too was quite disappointing. Whereas you're driving around, you would just see things popping in around you. Like, dude, this is a new modern game. Why does it have the draw distance of a game from like 10 years ago? It's very weird.
That does kind of look like
just
ass.
in that regard, it was
This is actually a problem that I had when I was playing a modded Oblivion playthrough, or anytime I play Oblivion on my modern PC. Oblivion hates me. You can see the grass. You can see the grass popping in as he moves forward in like a circle around him.
see things popping
It's
in around
actually
you.
very
Like, dude,
distracting
this
to
is a new
somebody as
modern
dumb as
game.
me,
Why does
and
it
the type
have
of
the
thing that'll
draw
make me
distance of
not
game
play a
from, like,
game.
10
Period.
years ago? It's very weird. So just in that
But you
regard, it was
literally see it
disappointing.
spawning
Open world
in.
Star Wars, you
It's
want it to
very
run well,
cool.
and it just doesn't run well in the open areas. Okay. The other major problem for me, so I played through the intro of the game and through the first story beat. Through that time period, it was almost all sneaking. Like literally almost the entirety of that was sneaking. Okay.
You're playing a scoundrel.
Now, when you think Star Wars,
Mhm.
what do you think? What's the first thing that comes to mind, right? To me, it's that giant Star Destroyer coming through the sky, shooting things and blowing things up. The Death Star blowing up planets. Darth Vader and his evil Sith powers, or
This guy didn't open with lightsaber duels, and I think that kind of tells you everything you need to know about DSP and the way that he views things. Literally, the most iconic part about Star Wars is literally lightsabers, and he opened with Star Destroyer. I could have even have understood Death Star, but Star Destroyer. All right.
Luke Skywalker and his powers of the Force fighting against them. The Jedi. Good versus
I'm not missing
evil,
donations.
Right?
No,
Guess
no,
what's
no.
not
Oh,
in this
because
game?
Dello Yellow. I'm so sorry. With the one gifted, of course. My bad, my bad. I did miss that. That's I feel bad now. I didn't mean to do that. Thank you for the one gifted. I'm sure that they really appreciated it. Of course, everybody wants to be in the exclusive 60 Skulls style club. Thank you, Dello Yellow. And then EOJJ 14 for the 5. Hey, it's the guy who talks about the guy. You have a very soothing speaking voice. Ah, yes, the most and least at supported games of the year from DSP. That is exactly what this is. The least and most supported games. Because the games don't matter. I'm glad you like my voice, though. That's very cool. You're like, what? We're done here. Thank you so much for the 5.
Anything I just described.
And then I clicked the wrong button. No! What the fuck is that? Oh, that's Call of Duty still. Wait. This is not even the same fucking video. What? I literally changed videos, and it's all EOJJ's fault. No. What the fuck? Yeah, we were like, we're here. We can call that
it's
good.
kind of absolutely silly. But anyway, in regards to this game, all right, the reason that it really didn't resonate because it was just boring. Within the
game
first
was
5
boring, though.
hours, the game is boring and has a boring gameplay loop of sneaking, sneaking, and more sneaking. And then when you finally go to open world, it just doesn't run very well. So it's disappointing. Now, very well, if I had played further into the game, maybe I would have liked it more. But I didn't like the
Okay.
first 5 hours. So if you don't like the initial gameplay of a game, why are you going to go further into it? Right?
I agree.
That's like saying, oh, I bought
Probably
a fighting
for
game. I didn't
money.
like the fighting game engine, but I just kept
Like for
playing it, hoping that I
DSP.
would like it. Why? You know what the fighting game engine is. This game isn't mysteriously going to become a game with action and force powers and all kinds of shit. It's always going to be a stealth game about some kind of a criminal. So
Yes.
sadly, I hate to say it.
The game was literally marketed as playing as a scoundrel in an open world Star Wars style setting. I say Star Wars style. It is literally Star Wars. There's no style about it. But you know what I'm saying? It was quite literally marketed that way. I didn't ever expect this lady with a terrible haircut that I don't know the name of to ever pick up a lightsaber, given that she's supposed to be a scoundrel a la Han Solo. Like, again, DSP coming into games with the shittiest, dumbest expectations possible and then being disappointed when he was wrong. Everything you want to say about this game, how it runs poorly, you don't like the characters, you don't like the story, you don't like the gameplay loop, it's tedious, whatever. Sure, fine. But to say that you expected, fucking lightsaber battles or anything of the sort from a scoundrel-based game, I'm sorry, you're dumb, not the game.
He threw you into probably the most boring plot line of any Star Wars game I've ever seen, and some of the most boring gameplay elements. If you liked it, that's fine. But to me, I was looking for something different from a Star Wars game. And when you're literally going out of your way to ignore the cool parts of a universe and make a game about the others, the B team, the C team, the D team characters, maybe you made a bad choice. And I think sadly, that's why this game flopped. People probably played through the first few hours like, what? And it spread the word that the game was so boring that no one wanted to buy it or play it. It's just funny because I think they were actually counting on this game to be some kind of like a huge sales success, and it was one of the biggest flops that Ubisoft has had in the past several years. They put a ton of time and money into it, and it did not sell well.
Well, that's typical Ubi behavior at this point.
Fall asleep. Jade says, "Man, I was so worried that if we watch this, I was going to get sick because the frame rate's choppy." Yeah, because he remembers. Jade was one of the people on the stream, and as we're driving through the open world, it's going chugging, and all of a sudden, objects are appearing.
It made that noise. I'm if it didn't make that noise, I don't know why he inserted a sound effect for the game stuttering. I've never heard a game make that. Can't say that I actually have heard a game make that noise. Never mind.
Out of nowhere,
we'll move on positively. Shout out Jade, of course, our favorite dent.
Here's the thing:
if you gotta pick one, it's Jade.
Patched and improved by now, but first impressions are everything.
Jade made that.
To be good at launch, and it simply wasn't. Oops! There goes the planet. Oh wait, that's Spaceballs. Even that's far better than this game. Anyway.
All right.
All right. Continuing on with our top 10 most disappointing game playthroughs 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, I present
Some Gator with the 5 saying sad piano and violin music, Earthbound battle music, Bulk and Skulls theme. What is a suiting piece of music you like to have follow DSP's antics? That is a great question. I actually don't have an answer for it. I try not to pair things with DSP too frequently because those things obviously get ruined. So I unfortunately don't have an answer. But sad piano and violin music is I think it's pretty apt. It's pretty apt. Lion caught avocado with the 9 months and the 60 skulls. Big ups, 9 long months. People notoriously hate Star Wars things that don't involve Darth Vader. That's why Andor flopped so hard. Ack. And I don't think that that's the case. I don't know that is that something he said? I must have missed it. I don't pay attention too good. But there's so many actually good ways that they've done Star Wars in the past and made it entertaining and fun. I'm genuinely surprised that they continue to make bad Star Wars games. Jedi Survivor or Fallen Order has never appealed to me. I don't particularly want a Dark Souls style Star Wars game. I want Jedi Academy 2, motherfucker. I want Republic Commando 2. I want an actual good Knights of the Old Republic 3. These are the games I want. I want Battlefront 3, a real Battlefront 3. But we've forgotten all of these. Dark Forces 3. This is what I want out of Star Wars, not Outlaws, but. Yeah. No, if it doesn't have Darth Vader, it's obviously an L. Of course.
Number 9.
Thank you, Line Caught Avocado, for the 9 months.
Ooh, here's a good one that probably a lot of you don't recall or remember. Just by staring at the screen, you're probably going to have no idea what game it was. So
this is for Alone in the Dark. That's this one. This is Alone in the Dark.
Allow me to fast forward ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, this game is called Alone in the Dark. Now, admittedly, this game is not the most AAA style game that I played this year. The game, in fact, has some issues with bugs and polish. However, if you're looking for a suspenseful mystery, if you're looking for a game with some interesting exploration elements, okay, and an intriguing story that keeps you on the edge of your seat wondering what the heck is going on,
okay,
pretty good game. I was actually surprised at how good this game was compared to the expectations, because I don't think anyone had expectations that it was going to be very good.
We didn't have expectations, but it's still on the most disappointing games list. That's a very weird thing to have happen. And also, he says that this game, if you're interested, in the story, it keeps you, interested. Never experienced that during his playthrough. I watched the vast majority of it, and maybe it was because I was distracted, but literally never interested in the story at all. Every ounce of gameplay looked terrible. Again, could have been because of DSP. Maybe he's doing the game a disservice. Probably is. But just the way that he describes it is not the experience that you would have received on his stream.
The one thing I will say, I don't know why it was really called like Alone in the Dark, because I actually don't think that it actually was a game that tied that much into the main plots of the old game. Maybe I'm wrong there, but it just seemed like it could have been called something else. But man, I actually really liked it. It definitely had shortcomings, and it definitely wasn't a AAA experience. But for the most part, I liked the gunplay, I liked the exploration, the puzzles, and the intriguing story. I will admit, one of the disappointing things is if you play it with both characters, there's very little different between their stories. There's only maybe 1 or 2 times when the characters' stories differentiate and they have kind of a separate experience.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, the game's almost identical. The game does have multiple endings, which is cool that you can get them. However, why is this one of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year for me? I'm going to tell you why. Well,
I would have the same one.
It's a completely different reason than you would ever expect. All right? I remember when I was playing this game, one of the things that I actually said was, man, you know what? This is a really good first outing. For a studio that I'm not familiar with any other work that they've done, this is a good first attempt at breaking into something maybe that'll go more mainstream. And maybe now, because of this game, they'll get more notoriety and they'll actually be able to make a better game. Maybe they'll get a bigger budget, a bigger dev team, whatever it may be. Maybe the next game will be better.
Okay.
Right?
That sounds
Notably,
positive.
I mean, they had David Harbour as one of the main characters of this game. So
Shout
maybe
out
the next
David
one they could
Harbour.
Actually,
He's Hopper in Stranger Things. For all of you Turbo normies out there watching Stranger Things, I think season 5 is coming out in October or something. Very cool.
really go
Shout out my
crazy,
Turbo
right? Like,
normies.
just go nuts.
My
They go really
girlfriend
big in.
is one of
But
you.
guess what happened, folks? This studio got closed because Alone in the
Okay.
Dark did not end up being a hit. They were actually shuttered, and all these people who made this game got laid off this year. That's why I'm so disappointed. It's not the game, it's not the playthrough, it's the games industry. The game.
But again, this is why this sort of list doesn't make any fucking sense. If you liked this game, if you genuinely enjoyed it, or you thought it was a good game that should have gotten more eyes on it, should have received more players, why are you putting it on a negative style list called the most disappointing playthroughs? If you think it's a good game, you should be praising it. You should be heaping positivity on it so more people will go play it. Instead, you've linked it to this negativity because the studio got shut down. That is completely irrelevant to the actual game and gameplay at hand. It actually doesn't matter literally at all. But now you've tainted this game and intrinsically linked it to something that doesn't matter. Why would you want to do that if you like this game? It doesn't make sense. Quit making it about you. Make it about the fucking game. That's what the people show up for, isn't
The
it?
games industry today is in such a cutthroat situation that you have to make a game that prints money. If you don't,
The
you
playthrough
might
was
get
disappointing, not because of the playthrough, but because the studio closed. What do you not understand, Atlas? Well, when you say it exactly like that, you're right. I'm just being ignorant.
Does
My
this
bad,
game
my bad.
look bad? Does this game look like there's any reason why the dev team that worked on it should be unemployed right now? I don't think so. Certainly, again, like I said, I don't think that this game was top of the line AAA level, but at the same time, for what it was, for the price point that it was and everything, I really liked it. I had a great time playing through this game. I'm disappointed that people lost their jobs because the industry can't support a game that's not going to print $1 million bajillion.
Okay. What the fuck does that have to do with the playthrough?
And that's actually a good point. Piss Style Man, excuse his name, over on Kick just said, they're closing studios even when they're doing well. Look at what happened with Hi-Fi Rush, right? We're talking about Tango Gameworks. Makes a hit game in Hi-Fi Rush that sells well, and Microsoft still closes them. So the industry's pretty messed up. And so the reason I'm disappointed is now when I think back at this playthrough, even though I like the game, I'm always going to have a bad thought in my mind that these people got laid off for their hard work for putting out a good game. And that's
Does he have that sort of mindset when it comes to anything else in his entire life? Is this something that he genuinely thinks about it on a regular basis? If so, brother, go get some help because it's literally not that deep. Like this is not the type of thing that actually should be playing any sort of it shouldn't be playing into this at all. It's not important.
It's just not right.
It's just not.
So that's actually why it resonates as a negative experience for me, despite the fact that the game was good. If you want to check the game out, it's actually not.
Imagine allowing your experience to be ruined because other people lost their jobs that you literally don't even fucking know. That's crazy, dude. I'm never going to be upset that other people are losing their jobs when it has nothing to do with me and I played a good game. Does it suck? Sure, maybe, I guess, if you care that much. I personally don't give a fuck, but
half bad, and it's probably on extreme discount right now. I would
can't
recommend
enjoy
it if you like
anything.
survival horror stuff.
It
You'll
all
probably get a
sucks.
kick out of it. The story is actually quite interesting and riveting. Very good. Okay. You ready? Now, Nyano Live says they made the mistake of selling out their souls to Microsoft. I think he's talking about, I think he's speaking of Tango Gameworks. The good news is Tango Gameworks actually is okay again. They actually, even though they all got fired or laid off, they ended up getting bought out by another studio, and now they're coming back. So there's a silver lining for Tango Gameworks, but sadly those people, yeah, not good. Okay.
all right. Moving on positively,
All right, ladies and
hopefully.
gentlemen, let's continue. The next in our countdown, most disappointing playthroughs of the year. Number 8 is the Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection, or whatever the hell they called it, because it actually has one of the most convoluted, ridiculous names of any fighting game collection that I've ever heard. It's just ludicrously complex, the name. All they had to call it was the MVC Collection or the Versus Collection. But instead, they had to call it the most absolutely ludicrously, stupidly ridiculous, over-the-top, unrememberable name
Hang
ever.
on.
Okay. So why is this collection in my countdown of most disappointing?
So for anybody who is wondering what the actual name of this game is, it is Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics. That's it. There's nothing complicated about that. If you leave off Arcade Classics, because honestly it didn't need to be there, you can just call it the Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. It's fine. There's nothing in there that's convoluted or complicated at all, aside from the Arcade Classics, which is at the end and you could just leave off. Entirely your own prerogative. But it's too complicated. Therefore,
Okay.
I'm disappointed,
Well,
obviously.
is it because it has revived an entire genre of fighting game from back in the day? Of course not. Is it because the games perform poorly? Actually, no. They perform pretty darned well. I would argue they're actually pretty close to arcade quality. Are there critical game bugs and flaws? There were a couple, but they were fixed. So it's not like they don't support the game or anything like that. Okay. So you'll be wondering, with a fighting game, why would you be saying this then? Like, what actually is bad about the game? I say this as I do the nice infinite there and then drop my infinite. But
Very cool.
so what's wrong with the game?
I like that he pointed
Here's
out
what's
his
wrong with
own
the game.
failure.
Two
It's like I didn't even have to.
Critical flaws. Flaw number 1
Critical.
is definitely
obviously.
the fault of the game developers. It's not cross-platform. Okay? And they didn't put
the game not cross-platform. So very clearly it's on my disappointing playthroughs list. Makes sense? Adds up? Okay.
enough effort into the game to make it so that it would have longevity. What do I mean by that? Well, if the game is not cross-platform, then it needs to have some kind of features or some kind of reason to go back to it time after time, right? This game, listen to this, doesn't stop rage quitters. This game, you can infinitely rage quit and pull the plug. There is no penalty whatsoever for rage quitting in this MVC collection. So there are people, I'm not kidding, I wish I was exaggerating here. There are people at Grandmaster rank, the highest ranked possible in the game, who when you play them, if they lose, they just pull the plug and never lose any points. That's why they're Grandmaster rank. I played people at the highest rank who I spanked. I literally slapped them around like this because I used to play these games in arcades and tournaments back in the day. I'm actually
Oh yeah,
quite
you're
good
so
at them.
good, DSP.
And then they would just pull the plug. So there's no way to ever actually legitimately beat someone if they just choose to cheat.
If they choose to cheat, cheating obviously just leaving the game. It seems like a crazy fucking way to describe leaving the game is to cheat. Now, this might also be a controversial opinion, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I cannot fucking stand when there's penalties for quitting non-competitive games, okay? If I'm not playing ranked, which maybe DSP was if he's talking about Grandmaster rank, if I'm not playing a ranked competitive game mode where there's actual stakes on the line, Quit fucking hitting me with match leave early penalties. I don't care. I don't care when it happens to me. If there's a backfill system, it literally shouldn't matter. Stop it. People have places to go. They have things to do. Okay? Quit fucking giving me 15-minute goddamn timeouts because I had to go do something in real life. Fuck yourself. That's it. That is literally that's the opinion.
It's pretty sad. Now the other thing is, because it's not cross-platform, that means that inevitably the player base is going to die down after a period of time, because initially a bunch of people might buy it on PC and a bunch of people bought it on PS4 and some people bought it. But then since they're all different platforms that don't cross over, people will eventually stop playing, and then it's going to be too hard to find a match. That's actually what's kind of happening right now. As you try to play any game in this collection besides Marvel vs. Capcom 2, you can't find anyone. You can get competition in Marvel vs. Capcom 2, but that's it. That's the only game where you can actually find people. Every other game in the collection is literally dead now, only a few months into it being out, because they don't have cross-platform play, which is insanely unacceptable. It's supposed to be a collection of all the classic versus games, not just one. But that's basically what it's become.
But there's a solution to this already in the form of Fightcade. Fightcade has existed for ages. It has it's fairly popular among the fighting game community. There's more than enough people to play it online, and it's absolutely accessible and free for pretty much anybody with a PC and the know-how to set it up. So what are we doing sitting here complaining and paying for a game that we literally did not need just for it to die without cross-play? I mean, if he really took that big of an issue with it, he should have never have picked the game up once he figured out that crossplay was not going to be a feature. And then we would have avoided this entirely, and we could have went and played Fightcade if he knew how a VPN worked. It's a segment that didn't need to exist. These are complaints that didn't have to happen. Once again, decisions made entirely by DSP to be negative about shit that doesn't actually matter. It's very cool. Thank you, EOJJ, for the 2. But I thought DSP said there are no stakes, dude. That's how I fucking feel about it. It's casual. There's no stakes. It doesn't matter if I left the game so that I could go to the store. It doesn't. It doesn't. If I stepped outside for a cigarette in an anger and a casual, don't worry about it. Atlas does not smoke cigarettes, for the record. But again, it's none of your business. It's none of their business what I'm leaving for. Fuck off. I agree. Thank you for the 2.
Now, in addition to that, there's one other awful critical flaw with this game. Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, this game's netcode, which is rollback netcode, is not compatible with classic fighting games such as this game. What do I mean by that?
Atlas
there are
doesn't smoke
literally characters in
anything.
this
I'm
game
too broke,
that when
obviously.
you do rushdown,
It's bad for your
cannot block the
wallet book.
rushdown. The game will not allow you to actually block it. Meaning those characters, if played in a certain way, are actually unstoppable. Their attacks and combinations become unblockable. And that is just unacceptable. There's no excuse for that. If the netcode can't handle it, then don't release the game with that netcode. And it can't. See, rollback netcode, what people don't realize, was designed for modern fighting games. And a lot of modern fighting games like Street Fighter 5 and 6 are designed to...
It was designed for modern fighting games in the sense that it's the best technology that we have, and everybody says so. So, yeah, it's designed for modern fighting games in the sense that it's the best and most up-to-date. I agree. Shout out VU for the 2. It says burrito fund. Thank you. I already got my burrito for the week during snow as a pick-me-up. So you're paying the back taxes on the burrito. Thank you so much.
The netcode. That's why there's a certain amount of delay when you do a certain move and this and that. It's installed into the game to handle rollback netcode.
They installed
the
lag.
Are not. So what happens is if you're fighting a Magneto or a Storm who's doing wave dashes and teleports, all of a sudden, the game starts chopping up, and you see characters just moving across the screen with no animation, teleporting, and next thing you know, you're just hit with a giant combo. You can't block it. Now, I'm sorry, but that destroys the competitive nature of the game online. It makes it so that it's not viable. If every time that you play...
Is this game always in Japanese like that? Why is that the case? This is clearly his footage. How does he read any of that shit? I was just confused as to what we're looking at.
Someone who's
My
doing a
bad.
rushdown pattern. Notably, the team that
It
everyone
doesn't
says
matter.
is
It's
unstoppable is
irrelevant.
MSP, Magneto, Storm, Psylocke, because they have lockdowns, mix-ups, and traps that basically make it hard to block, but you can't block it all online. It's just, you can't. You'll get hit every time, so you lose. That's sad, because basically this game is able to be played in a couple different ways. Okay, there are ranged teams. There is some keep away. it's just not viable online. Like, no lie, it's very hard to play
DSP,
either way,
renownedly
and the
fluent
rush
in
now is
Japanese,
unstoppable
of
and just
course,
kinda
of
turbos
course.
through
How could I
everything.
forget that
So,
deep lore?
it's sad. Like, this collection, when it was first announced, I was so hyped. They're like, wow, the Marvel games are finally coming back. These are the games I grew up with in arcades. These are the games that I played endlessly for years in tournaments. And even though I was never a top contender, I know my stuff, and I know that I could play these games and put on entertaining shows for my audience. And in truth, I have done that, correct? Like, I have put out many entertaining streams of the Marvel collection, despite the game's shortcomings, and I'm happy that you guys still like it, and every once in a while we still play it. Hey, look, I'm doing it.
But that's again a horrible attitude to have, and exactly why DSP is his own worst enemy. He's so confident in his ability to play these games that he hasn't played it in ages online at a competitive level in this collection with people who are also passionate about this, right? And he's like, well, it's the game's fault. It's the rollback netcode that I'm dropping all of this shit. It's these dirty pluggers that are the problem, right? Well, it's never DSP's the issue. It's never DSP dropping the combo. It's never DSP that's misinputting. It's always the fucking game. He's the best. No one's ever going to beat him through actual skill. They're just pluggers and button mashers or whatever Slurry wants to call them. It doesn't matter. It's always everybody else's fault.
Infinite. Can I continue to the corner? Yeah, that was perfect. That was great. I actually did it infinite and did the right thing and snapped in the character with low health. I can't believe I played well in a clip I actually selected. Usually when I select a fighting game clip, I'm playing terribly. So I'm actually impressed that I actually picked a good one.
But what does that say about your general gameplay footage on DSP? If the majority of the time when you pull footage, it's you playing poorly, what does that say about the majority of your gameplay? I mean, it's a simple statistical question.
Okay. But anyway, yeah, like I've put out good content with this game. But sadly, the game has no longevity. Like, this game could be dead at any moment. Where just I go to turn it on and I just can't find anyone to play anymore. It's sad. Like, this should have been a game with longevity. These are classics that people absolutely love, and we're asking for this game for years. And it's just a completely deflated, not very good game. Very, very sad. You know, notably for me, Marvel vs. Capcom 1 is one of my favorite fighting games of all time and one of the best I've ever been in any competitive game. And it's just dead. I can't find anyone to play it anymore, so I can never play that game again, even though it's in this collection. It's a dead game to me, which is really sad.
It's a dead game to me.
In fact, is it Jacko Man? I don't know if it's pronounced Jocko Man or Jacko Man, but he just asked in the chat, what is your favorite classic versus game besides MVC2? MVC1. That's the one that I was super duper good at and actually won tournaments in. So pretty sad that, again, I got to play it for like a month, and now I'll never play it again because you can't get any comp for it because it's not cross-platform. Just a critical flaw. Okay, so sadly, this MVC Fighting Game Classics Collection, or whatever hell it's called, is underwhelming. And by the way, I'm just going to tell you right now, I strongly recommend against buying it at this point. If you buy it,
play Fightcade. It's literally fucking free. All you fighting game fans out there, go play Fightcade. So quit spending money on shit you don't fucking need.
Comp at all, no matter what.
It's not complicated.
You're going to end up being very
get your bands up.
So I really can't recommend it. I say do not buy it because you're going to buy it and barely play it because there's no one playing the game at this point. Okay, and there's a nice round ending move in the corner. Very nice. Okay, MVC Collection. Sadly, one of the most disappointing of the year for me. I had high hopes and it flopped. Okay.
Once again, another remake, remaster collection style that he got excited for, despite it not having the features he was looking for.
Really what anyone bought it for. So, okay.
Consume.
Up next, the number 7 most disappointing playthrough of the year. Excuse me. Yes, playthrough of the year was. That is right, ladies and gentlemen. Hades 2 Early Access. Whoa, why on earth would I say that Hades 2 Early Access was one of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year for me? Allow me to explain. Years ago, I played Hades 1, and when I played it, I really liked it. I didn't think I was going to like it because I didn't play roguelike games at that time. I didn't even really understand what a roguelike game was. So when I
Once again, we don't need an entire fucking preamble about why the playthrough that was this year and happened just a few months ago was not up to your standards. We don't need the fucking backstory history of you originally playing Hades 1 years ago. No one gives a fuck. It's irrelevant to the topic at hand, which is the playthrough that happened a couple months back. That's it. What are we fucking doing meandering for all day? That's why this shit is 4 hours long. Is because DSP spent all that time telling us fucking nonsensical historical lessons about shit that didn't even fucking happen that way. It's literally retconned bullshit.
First, dabbled with Hades, I was blown away.
I'm getting hostile.
The different builds and things that you could do. It was great. I got addicted to it, just like everyone. I got hooked on it. I really loved it. I ended up
I got
playing a full
addicted to
playthrough
it.
and
This
beating the
guy
entire
can't
game.
enjoy
It took
anything
quite a
without
while, but
being
we did it. We
addicted.
saw all the secret endings and everything.
Like
Really
actual
great game,
addict
right?
behavior.
So when Hades 2 was announced that it was available, and I had a mini PC. This was before I got my full-fledged gaming PC. But when I had my mini PC and, you know, looking for games to play on there, this was a prime candidate, okay? So I decided I was going to get it, and I purchased it early. You know, it's early access, so you buy it early. And I started playing it, and admittedly, it's great. It plays very similarly to Hades 1, but it's got some different twists and tweaks to the engine that I find very interesting.
Could you list them?
The
Could you
plot is
name them?
interesting.
Could you point them
Everything
out?
was good. Like, we were having a good time. But within 2 streams of me
It's just like it's no information and aspects of the game that you might actually be interested in when it comes to being a disappointing playthrough, but it's all of the information about shit that is completely irrelevant.
playing it, something very odd happened, okay? So, just to give you some perspective here, when I played Hades 1, I didn't break any view records, okay? To be honest, it wasn't a game that brought butts to seats, but there was a core audience that enjoyed coming by and watching me play Hades 1, and they supported it, and it ended up being a very fun playthrough that went for a long time. With Hades 2, after having played it about twice, I noticed a distinct drop-off in viewership. I noticed a distinct disconnect in the chat where people were basically not paying attention to the game, and I noticed a distinct drop-off in support as well. So those are the 3 factors that I need to have good. You know, I need to have a game that people are going to watch and engage with and support, and it wasn't happening. So when I asked my audience, why? If the first game worked so well, and everyone enjoyed it, why on earth?
You know, for anybody who actually doubted that this was the games that I didn't get enough money to play list, you were wrong. I don't know how you missed the point. I don't know how you didn't get that by now. But yes, he is openly saying it right now. He enjoyed this game, but he didn't get to play it because they didn't pay enough, and they didn't show up, and they didn't support. That's it doesn't get any more blatant than that.
This game, why is it not working? Right? And the answer that I received baffled me. Okay? The answer that I received was thus. The game is good,
It was thus.
but it's early access, right? So that means that essentially you can't really finish the game at this point. You're going to come to a point where you can't progress any further. Now, it's pretty far into the game, but it's not done yet. A lot of people don't want to spoil themselves on a game like this until it's fully able to be purchased and played. And therefore, people who are like hardcore fans of this game didn't want to watch me play it. They actually wanted to skip it because they weren't spoiled because they felt like it was too early to be playing or getting information about the game. So in this case, me paying.
And I've never heard that opinion actually come from anybody else in anybody else's chat. Like I've never heard it expressed that people don't want to see early access games on a stream because they don't want to be spoiled. If you can't complete the game, what is there to really spoil aside from the mechanics of the game that I don't really think is a spoiler to begin with, if that makes any sort of sense. I'm convinced that people gaslit him into not playing this anymore simply because they didn't want to watch it. And saying that it was early access was the easiest way to do so. That's genuinely what I think. I think that he got played into not playing something that he enjoyed because they told him nonsense.
Paying money to play early hit me in the foot.
People don't want to watch Phil play it because they can't handhold him. That's my headcanon. Well, I actually think that it might be the exact opposite. When I watched his Hades 2 gameplay, like this is a personal opinion on the shit that I seen from it. DSP spends far too much time not understanding the mechanics and asking what other people think in a roguelike. It is very strange to me that in a game that I don't think is all that complicated, I've played many a roguelike, I've played many styles of these games, okay? The mechanics are never too in-depth. They are... you just have to know how to utilize the mechanics together to progress through the game efficiently. And DSP has never been good at that, let alone in games like this. He doesn't know what goes well together. He doesn't know how to actively do things in a way that would be quicker and more entertaining to look at without his chat's help. And that is just a bad experience. Nobody wants to tell you how to play a roguelike like this, right? And it's the same thing with like Noida. If DSP were going to try and actually play Noida, it would be him every time he gets up to a wand asking his chat what he's supposed to pick up, what combos well together. And that's just not a good viewing experience. If you don't know anything about the game, you can't help him. The gameplay slows down to a crawl, and it's just frustrating to listen to. So like, you're not going to get people who like the game, and you're not going to get people who don't know the game. Well, you're limiting your audience very much.
Like,
That's probably not
people were like,
proper
"Oh,
grammar,
welcome back.
but
You play the real
I think
game
the message
when
was
it
clear.
comes out, whenever that may be. We'll come and watch you play it.
Yes,
But we
please
wanna
make
see you
Phil
play
play
the
Hearts
real
of
game.
Iron
What you're
4.
playing
Absolutely,
essentially
I
is an
agree.
early
Snoop.
build.
I agree.
Things might change in the
I'm
final game.
always asking for DSP to play Paradox games. As a map staring simulator enjoyer myself, I would love to hear the guy play CK3. I really want to see
The
CK3.
plot might change. You can't even finish it now, so we don't want to watch you play it. And I was like, wow.
Especially
because
he can't fucking read.
Why it's the number 7 most
You're
disappointing
dead in the
playthrough. It's
water if you
unfinished.
can't read in
I had to put it on
CK3.
pause. I don't even know if when I play this again, if I'll continue from where I left off, or if I'm going to have to start over entirely. Because the game might be so different. And a lot of people were saying that once they get to a certain point where they change the build of the game so far.
Huh?
that
What?
basically
My
you can't even
advisor's a
resume your game. You have
horse?
to
How
start
did that
over entirely.
happen?
Okay.
This game's
So,
stupid, dude.
Honestly, pretty disappointing. I was enjoying the game. I wish I could have kept playing it. But again, I'm not just playing games for me. It's games for an audience. I need to be doing stuff you guys want. And people told me to stop playing, so I did. And yes, that is correct, Haseo. As of today, the game is still in early access. The game still does not have a set final release date. And so it's just kind of in limbo indefinitely. And that's disappointing. Okay.
Okay, the playthrough is
number
in
6.
limbo. It's actually not in hell. It's not in the underworld. It's in limbo, ironically enough.
Most disappointing playthrough of 2024 for me was...
This is only number 6. I'm dying.
That is right. That's right, folks. DLCs are eligible because this is the second DLC for Alan Wake 2, which was called The Lake House. Okay? This was the final DLC for Alan Wake 2, which only had 2 DLCs. The first one, which I'm trying to remember what the name of it was. I think it was Night Springs.
That's how I
was a
feel
series
at
of
Beyond
3 mini
Alan Wake.
stories, all of which
ZZZ.
added to the
Taking my
lore
ass
of
to nap
Alan
time.
Wake. But the Lake House DLC, the second DLC for Alan Wake, was incredibly disappointing. Why? Because it was more of a DLC for Control than it was for Alan Wake.
Alan walked
The
is a funny
plot
joke.
had nothing to do with Alan or anything going on in the lake. And
Sorry, I swallowed my
think they
saliva
were really
wrong.
trying to do some kind of a lead-in to the crossover between Control and Alan Wake 2 that's going to happen. But this is pretty disappointing to me. All you do is run...
And you got a good point, Maddie. He went off on a tear because the Game Awards made DLCs eligible, but then he immediately made this DLC eligible for his own slop. I'm still recovering somehow. And that's a great fucking point. It's do as I say, not as I do, obviously. Rules for thee, not for re. And that we are talking about the guy.
around a research facility where basically things have gone wrong. There's this weird painted monsters coming out of the walls, and some of the people have been turned into monsters like they had been in Alan Wake 2.
Mm-hmm.
But all you do is run around fighting these generic enemies, which, by the
Okay.
way, are quite tough. So it's not even like it's a cakewalk. It's pretty annoying, some of the ways that they just
Heaven
stack
forbid
on a
the-
million
the-
enemies in small...
Heaven forbid the last DLC of a game actually have some sort of challenge to it. The enemies are tanky. God forbid,
areas
actually.
in this. There's a very big scarcity of ammo, so it makes it so that basically you can't really fight the enemies that effectively unless you finally find a grenade or something like that. The puzzles
Mhm.
are a little annoying. They're not, easy to figure out. In some cases, they're kind of cryptic, and it takes a while to figure out certain ones.
The puzzles are annoying because they're not easy to figure out. Just let that ruminate for a second. What the fuck is wrong with him? This guy played Riven, a game essentially all about puzzles as far as, I seen, and he's upset because Alan Wake's 2 DLC didn't have fucking baby easy puzzles. Now, I don't know what these puzzles looked like, but it couldn't be any more complicated than fucking Riven. So what are we doing?
That I got stuck on. And the ending is so underwhelming. Let me tell you, the ending adds absolutely nothing to the lore of Alan Wake. So if you play the first DLC, Night Springs, you start getting all these answers and things that you've always wanted about Alan Wake and Alan Wake 2, and it's so satisfying. Then the final DLC literally is a go ahead and skip it. I'm not even kidding. In fact, I'm going to say this. I'm serious about this too. All right.
He's
It's
being
rare that
dead-ass,
I would
folks.
do something like this, but I'm going to say something to all
This
of you. And I
on
want
phone
you
now.
to take this to heart. Okay. If you're wondering,
He fucked it up.
I didn't play that Lake House DLC for Alan Wake 2. Should I eventually get around to it? Should I play it? My answer is very simple. No, do not play it. Lake House is disappointing and literally a waste of time. If you're really that adamant about finding out what it was, watch someone else who played it or read a plot synopsis somewhere. Don't waste your time playing it. It really is like a 3 to 4 hour waste of your time just grinding away to get through this stupid DLC that is
Hey, good morning,
absolutely
Kanye.
not have any meaning to it whatsoever. You're just doing something. You could whittle like a totem. You could learn how to
Sorry. I stopped at totem, but I should have stopped when we started whittling. Huh?
see that is absolutely not have any meaning
What
to
can
it
we do?
whatsoever. You're just doing something. You could whittle like a totem. You
A
could learn how to
totem?
whittle, and that'll be more useful. You
Yes.
can wipe your ass for like 3 hours. I'm serious. Now that'll hurt. It'll probably make it very sore. That's more productive. You could pluck your nose.
There's infinite things that we could list that are far more productive in your real life than playing video games. And you can say that about every single video game, right? Go learn how to edit. Go learn how to do Photoshop. Go learn how to plumb. Go learn how to be an electrician. Literally, all of these things are 100% true. You would have a better experience doing those things, and it would be far more productive. But that's completely irrelevant because people enjoy video games. People like playing them. Sometimes they like playing them even if the story is inconclusive and bad. So again, wasting time with nonsense like this.
Hairs. You could give yourself a manicure. Anything you do would be a better use of your time. than
Totems
playing
are
that
carved,
DLC.
not
It
whittled.
really
All
just
right,
doesn't
well,
need to exist. It
I
feels like they
don't know
really
shit
wanted
about
a 2 DLC
totems. I
deal,
don't
but didn't have an idea
have
for the
any.
second one. So they just
Maybe that's an
decided,
Atlas
hey,
L.
let's just toss it in.
Should
and
I
be
be
something about
purchasing? What's the investment rate on totems? Am I going to get a good ROI on that, or should I just stay out of the totem market?
rather than
Please,
Alan Wake.
totem enthusiasts,
Stupid.
inform me.
I was looking for definitive answers on the ending of Alan Wake 2, and instead you get no answers whatsoever because it has nothing to do with it. So yeah, it's pretty damn disappointing, and I'm sad that the final piece of Alan Wake 2 content that we're going to get for a very long time ended up being a sizzling out, just, fart in the wind. Really crappy, stinky. It doesn't need to stick around for very long because it's short too. Okay.
All
ladies and
right.
gents, this is
Sounds
it.
good, dude.
Ready? The top 5
My God, we've only made it
most
to the top
disappointing
5.
game playthroughs of the year. This is it. The worst of
Here
the
we go.
worst. The ones that really upset me
In case you were wondering, there is still an hour's worth of footage left.
for various different reasons. Are we ready? You ready to see me upset? Because I know I'm ready to be upset. So you ready to see me upset? All right, here we go.
Wait, the shrunken head market is booming? All right, guys. Now, I don't want to convince anybody to make bad investments, but as far as shrunken heads versus totems go, I'm definitely shrunken head gang, okay? Shrunken heads are fucking cool. They look cool. They're badass. That's pretty much it. I'm sending all of my money into the shrunken head market.
By the way,
you heard it
we're
here
in the home
first.
stretch. Thank you, Guitar Player, who did a $5 super chat. I've
All
always enjoyed your
future
year-end
super
series.
chats
Thank you, Guitar
going
Player. I
to
always enjoy
shrunken
doing the year-end
heads.
series. I'm sorry I didn't shout that out earlier. You had done that in the middle of the countdown, and I got distracted. So we are now technically up to $103 of contributions, which means we are less than $50 away from hitting our goal. Guys, let's hit our goal here tonight on the most disappointing playthrough of 2024 was... That is right. You knew it was going to be on this list if you watched my playthrough of it earlier this year. A game that initially actually really impressed me. I loved it. I was having a great time with it.
I don't like
And
that
then
snow
when I got
effect.
halfway through, all
I
of a
don't
sudden
like that snow. Him dragging the staff through the snow, like the trail it's making. I get what they were going for. I appreciate that they tried. I really don't like it though. I didn't play Black Myth Wukong. This is some of the first actual footage I'm taking the time to analyze and look at. I don't like that effect. It'll be what it is.
into a screeching halt with annoying gameplay mechanics
But yeah,
that
it's the
definitely
streak
were not
killer. It had to
tested
be
and were
on
not
here,
fun.
of course.
An entire chapter that was boring, and then a big boss finale that was just a chore. And it got to the point where we went from a game that had hype and everyone absolutely loved to a game that I
It
just
sold
didn't
like a
want to play
bajillion
anymore.
units,
And
dude.
that's really sad. I want you to understand. Like, I like the game a ton. The game I'm talking about, of course, is Black Myth Wukong. Okay? So here's the deal about Black Myth Wukong. First of all, absolutely gorgeous graphics on PC. Okay? Undeniable. The effects, I mean, just look at, while Sun Wukong here is walking through the snow, take a look at the footsteps. Take a look at how his staff is touching the snow and it's making a trail, right?
Yeah.
That's remarkable.
It could have been done better. I literally just said that, but
Yeah,
that's
look at the graphics.
okay.
Look at the giant turtle that we're running towards right now, and how it moves, and it's organic, and everything looks awesome.
I don't
The
even see a
lighting,
giant
everything
turtle.
gorgeous, right? Absolutely
Oh,
gorgeous.
okay, it's right there.
When the game
I missed
starts,
it. Okay, I
this
thought that was a
game
mountain in the distance.
has a lot of fun combat. It's, you know, light attacks and a heavy attack, and then you have a skill tree, and you can choose how you want to play. You can either charge up charges in your staff to do super powered attacks, or you can do powered dodges, or you can do parries. There's all these different elements to the gameplay that you can pick through leveling up, okay? The
Mhm.
world design. The first world, where you're in this kind of a forest with rivers and streams, and all these enemies are hiding in different areas, amazing. The second level, which is all this sand and plateau and underground caves and stuff like that. It's neat.
All this sand and plateau, not plateaus. It's not on a plateau. It's all the sand and plateau. Okay. Thank you, Vanguard Denice, for the 2. This says, sorry, I took so long. Had to upload a video on Scott. Now, I'm not sure which Scott we're talking about. My brain immediately jumps to Scott the Waz. Big up Scott the Waz, of course. But I appreciate the 2 nonetheless. I'm going to go look to see which Scott we're talking about. I'm going to check your channel. Look at me go. I don't know how to type. Very cool. Hang on. I'm getting clarification. Not Scott the Wise. I don't know who this is. Scott Cheetos? I don't know who this is. Maybe there's a new rabbit hole to fall down. Shout out Scott Cheetos, I guess.
The third level is snow. So the locations are interesting. The only problem is when you actually try to
Thank you for the
start
2.
exploring the locations. And what you're going to find is that, sadly, unlike, say, FromSoft, okay, FromSoft, they have been doing this for a long time. They've got a
Too
lot of
long,
experience
some
under
might
their
say.
belts, right? So when FromSoft makes a new game and you're entering a dungeon area, you're like, whoa, we're about to experience a handcrafted, artisan, highly produced, highly designed, epic dungeon experience. Every piece of this dungeon was
Artisan.
painstakingly laid out to have meaning.
Hey,
Every
good morning,
corner might have a
Kanye.
monster that can jump out around it and get you. There may be a sniper. There may be a collapsible floor, a cool set piece, a boss that'll fly out of the sky and land in front of you, and now you got to fight it, right? All that stuff can happen in a FromSoft game. In Black Myth Wukong,
Okay, but to be fair, that could happen in literally any game. I don't know why we have to draw direct parallels to Dark Souls. It seems unnecessary. I get that the games are kind of similar. They both have stamina. They're both action games. That's pretty cool. But it did not, like, we don't need to draw a direct comparison to Dark Souls for every single third-person action game with a stamina bar. It's not that deep. FromSoft fans, I told you, getting too rowdy.
literally the stages are as you're looking at right now. Just wandering
I'm sorry,
around an open area
DSP's in
with
your
no
ranks
clear
and
idea
making you
where you're
look
going or
bad.
what you're supposed to be doing, and that's the entirety of the game. Most of these areas are completely empty.
Oh, and I'm so sorry. EOJJ, for the 199, the 2, if you will. I invested in totems back in 05, went bankrupt. All right, so you heard it here first. The totem market been known to collapse. I appreciate the investment information. Thank you, EOJJ2. I think Shrunken Heads is the way to go. And then Vanguard Denice with the clarification with the 2, saying Scott Cheetos, he is an up-and-coming lolcow on Kick. So if any of you are looking for a new lolcow to check out, Vanguard Denice has 2 videos now on Scott Cheetos. One from yesterday and one from 13 minutes ago. So check them out.
or have a single item in them. That's
I
like a
don't know shit
craftable
about
item
Scott
that's not a
Cheeto.
big
Maybe
deal.
he's not your cup of tea. I don't know.
Some of them will have optional mini bosses in them, which is great, until you realize that the vast majority of what's in this game is just optional mini bosses. I wish that was a joke, but this game has so many mini bosses in it that it became a running joke that the game is basically all mini bosses. And that's
Okay.
not good.
Mini
You know what I
bosses
mean?
can be
Like,
fun
You
though.
want the game to be more than just a boss rush. And it
Some
kinda starts
people
to feel
don't.
like a big boss rush at one point because there's so many dang mini bosses. Here's one of
Some people literally play Dark Souls in a boss rush fucking format simply because that's the way they want it. And for some people, that's gonna be the appeal of that new FromSoft game that's coming out that's co-op, and it's a roguelike style with classes. It's gonna be more akin to a boss rush than normal Souls game is, and that's gonna be the appeal for some people. This is not a negative. This is entirely subjective on what you want a game to be.
them right here. Now, I'm not saying that these mini bosses aren't cool or good
Yes,
fights or well
Cuphead,
designed. I'm just
literally
saying
a
that's like
boss
the whole
rush.
game, you know? And I don't think that when people went into
Cuphead
this
has
experience at
levels,
first,
though,
they thought
doesn't
that's all
it?
it was going to be. Also, once you get about
I don't know.
halfway
I
into
didn't
the
play
game,
Cuphead.
you've
It's
got
not
an
my style.
established build that you're going to be using for the rest of the game.
I love
because
the
of
art
what
style,
you've
though.
picked in your skill tree. And quite frankly, it's very repetitive at that point. Even if you're adding little minor tweaks to improve this or that piece of the combat engine or whatever, it's not really going to change that much. For me, it was this. Do a bunch of light attacks to charge up
For me,
a
it
heavy.
was thus.
Do a heavy attack to charge up another heavy. Then do a finisher. Dodge a lot. If you can parry with a certain ability, parry. Do a special move when it charges up. Do a finisher when it charges up. Wash, rinse, repeat. Very basic.
Okay.
Done that kind of gameplay in many, many other games.
Okay.
Not innovative at all. Okay.
Okay.
So I would say the combat.
Sounds like it should be a fairly, normal experience as far as this genre of game is concerned. And it sounds like as long as it's it does it okay enough, it should be fun, right? We can enjoy the new bosses, we can enjoy the levels, we can enjoy the lore and the world that they've built. We can enjoy the graphics. It sounds like we should be having a good time.
Which is the core element of the game, isn't very innovative, and because of that, becomes boring and just becomes the same kind of crap over and over. And that's why
Is
you
the
get bored
phrase
when you're
wash,
halfway
rinse,
through the game.
repeat? Yes,
Okay?
that
In
is the
addition to
phrase.
that, and this is kind of sad, the story is quite bad. Okay, if you know the story of Journey to the West, you know that it's epic. It's actually one of the more interesting stories ever told. Very unique characters and elements to the story that are, ingrained in Japanese. Or I said Japanese. Excuse me. That's a big mistake. Chinese culture.
Very big
excuse me.
mistake.
I know it's not Japanese. It's Chinese culture. Journey to the West. That does not come through with this game at all. To be clear, it does not come through at all.
What does DSP know about the Journey to the West, though? This is not, and I don't know anything about it either. I'm also not culturally aware of this. Big ups all of my Chinese lore enthusiasts, I guess. But he's not familiar with Chinese culture or any of these stories. He's not well read. He's not informed on these things. How does he fucking know? Like, it's criticisms like this coming from a guy who knows nothing that you just can't take seriously. And when that's your critique for the video game, I can't believe that you know anything about video games. I'm sorry. It's just the way that it has to be.
Ed, the game is just, you're just kind of doing combat.
He read the book.
exploration and
I'm
boss
not
rush.
convinced
That's the
DSP
whole
can
point.
read, so I don't believe
Like,
you.
I couldn't even tell you what they were trying to say the story was. I think you're supposed
I mean, the
to
guy
be a
can't fucking
reincarnation of
Google.
something called or something
I've
like
seen
that.
him play video games
But
and
I'm
not be able
sure.
to read tutorials. I'm not
And
convinced he
I
read
had
Journey
played
to the
over
West.
20 hours into the game, and I had absolutely no clue what was going on in the story. That's not good. Okay.
I'm expecting. I don't know if you're being serious. He read it, but like he can't even follow a fucking video game narrative that's told to him visually and auditorially. No way, brother. Read.
Okay. It's Journey to the freaking West. It's an actually great story. There's great characters or whatever. Why is none of this actually coming through and resonating with the game? Instead, it's mash buttons, mash into your combos, mash more buttons, mash into your combos, dodge and time your dodges because every enemy hits you for 80% damage. It's just like, what? Like, what happened here?
That sounds exactly like playing a Dark Souls game. You dodge, you use your move, you wait for your thing to charge up, or you wait for your window of opportunity to charge up your heavy, you do it, you can parry, and then you dodge out of the way again because every boss hits you for like 80% of your health. This is exactly how I would describe a FromSoft game as somebody who played FromSoft games and enjoyed
To
them.
be honest, I'm not sure. It's like no one was actually like playing the game to tell them, hey, by the way, I have no clue what the fuck's going on in the game. It's fine, the game looks good, the combat's smooth, but I don't know what's happening. Can you explain? You know what I mean? So basically, here's what happened.
Here's what happened.
First few streams of the
It
game
killed
was
the
in
streak,
first chapter.
and that was
It
the
felt
final
fresh
straw.
and new, amazing, great amount of people watching, enjoying, supporting, everything great. When we got to chapter 2, a little bit fell off, but I still really liked the game. I was enjoying the exploration and all of that. I thought it was great. When we hit chapter 3, you get to a dungeon where basically it's very similar to the dungeons in previous FromSoft games. You ever play the ones that have those jailers that look at you, and when they do, with like the lantern, your energy bar shrinks? It's literally the exact same premise. I wish it wasn't, but they copied it blatantly from FromSoft.
And when he said that, or when just now when he said that, he's right. The Irithyll dungeons in DS3 are absolutely atrocious and one of the worst designed fucking areas I think I've ever experienced in a FromSoft game. I hate the Irithyll dungeons. I'd rather walk through the unfinished Lost Izalith than go through Irithyll dungeons again. Congratulations, DS3. I don't like you very much because you have shitty levels like that. But DSP likes the DS3. DSP really had a good time playing Dark Souls 3. This mechanic being in the game, while not enjoyable, he shouldn't be taking all that much issue with.
And so you start losing your health. The game starts to get really slow and boring. You don't know where to go. You don't know what you're doing. It's a grind. There's not a lot of save points along the way. So you end up replaying the same parts over and over and over, and it gets very frustrating. There's a boss that's one of the most boring bosses in any action game I've ever fought. It's just a giant tankish boss. All you can do is beat the crap out of it and do timing dodging. That's it. There's nothing else to it. No elements or nothing. Just be sure to hit him with a million combos and dodge a lot during the right timing, and you win. The problem
that is every single FromSoft boss, if you wanted to describe it like that. Hands down, there is no argument. Every single one can be described exactly like that. I'm sorry. That's just the way that the game works. If you don't like it in this game, don't enjoy a Souls game from here on out, DSP. I don't want to hear that shit no more.
problem is the fight takes like 15 minutes. It's that boring and grinding of a fight. It's not fun in any way. Again, did they ask anyone if this gameplay was fun? I don't get it. It's very bizarre. It got to the point where we went from having high attendance, high engagement, high support streams. By the time I got to the end of chapter 3, the attendance had dropped to only 200 viewers, of which I have more than double that right now on stream. Okay.
Well, okay, but that's not a fair thing to say, because DSP always has about 200 to 300 viewers on his gameplay, and 400 to 500 or 300 to 400 on his pre-streams, podcasts, and non-gaming content. It's almost like people show up for him to talk rather than actual gameplay, because he says more dumb, stupid things when the focus is talking, right? Just not a fair thing to say.
Fell off. People who were on the streams weren't paying attention or were complaining about the game. And the support was almost non-existent. In fact, I had a streak of support that was going over the summer. Black Myth Wukong ended my streak. It ended up being a very slow stream, and we didn't hit the goal. And people were very disappointed because they were very happy with that streak that reinvigorated support for me, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, it is what it is. Now, I guess there's some juicy redemption here. Because, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not noticing, Hypnotic Jinx did a 20-member bomb here on the channel. Gentlemen, it is true.
We're just skipping right over it. I don't care.
We have hit our goal.
I don't even want to hear it.
Thank you so very much, Hypnotic Jinx, for supporting the channel and making it rain here for a while. It definitely doesn't have that. It
doesn't have what? I'm sorry.
Give me a game that has good level design like FromSoft. It doesn't have that. Give me combat that's not incredibly repetitive and gets boring after a while. It definitely doesn't have that. It's just not very good. All right. I'm sorry, but it's a game that in parts is great, but overall was boring. And that's why it was one of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year for me. Okay.
And it totally, guys, has nothing to do with the fact that he was on a pretty high streak and it killed the streak. It has nothing to do with that. Please ignore any of these stupid fucking idiot detractors in the chat saying it's because he didn't make any money. Obviously, you guys don't know what you're talking about. He just listed a bunch of facts about Dark Souls and then said that it was bad because it was Black Myth Wukong. So you clearly don't know what you're talking about.
This is it. The top 4. I wonder how many of you have been guessing all night and wondering what would be the games in my top 4 most disappointing games of the year, right? Or excuse me, most disappointing playthroughs of the year. Retro Danny says, I actually think Black Myth Wukong looks cool and fun. I don't really care of the story. He reminds me of Neo because he's using a bow staff, and I'm getting into the mood of Elden Soulsborne hero games and Souls-like games as well. So he has a hard disagree, and that's fine. Listen, tons of people love Black Myth Wukong.
Yeah, it's almost like Black Myth Wukong has a lot in common with all of these other games that DSP enjoys and suffers from the same shortcomings, but for some reason it didn't get a pass. I wonder why that could have been.
Okay, a lot of outlets get their game of the year. Personally, I got bored. But if you didn't get bored, more power to you. All of us have different kinds of entertainment and tolerance levels. And for me, I got really bored with it and I didn't want to continue on. Okay? Okay. The number 4 most disappointing game playthrough of the year was, that's right, folks, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Which is a crime. You're not allowed to give Tifa Yonkers that big and put this game on most disappointing. It's bullshit. It's nonsense. I'm not going to stand for this. Now, Tifa degeneracy aside, I don't know shit about Final Fantasy. What I can tell you, though, is if I were going to play a Final Fantasy game, these Final Fantasy VII remakes actually look really fucking interesting.
Let's talk about Rebirth, shall we? So,
I'm interested to see what he says.
When I played Final Fantasy VII Remake many years ago, there was a ton of hype
There was a ton of attention. There was a ton of people who wanted to see me play every aspect of it. It was Final Fantasy VII reimagined for a modern audience with all new graphics, all new gameplay mechanics. Essentially, it was kind of like combining Final Fantasy with like almost like a game like Kingdom Hearts at the time. And personally, I liked it. Did I love it as much as others? No, but I did like the game. And so when the game ended and it was revealed that it actually wasn't a straight up remake, but instead was a reimagining and
EOJJ, I will shout that out when we get to it, because I know he's going to bring up low attendance, low audience support, yada yada. So we'll talk about the card game.
I was pissed, but then I kind of liked it because it gave me hope that as I continued to play these games, there would be a new story. It wouldn't be exactly the same as the original. I would actually enjoy it more because it was going to have original aspects to it. And the more I played it, the more I enjoyed that fact. Okay? I love, remake over time. I actually grew on me, and I couldn't wait for the sequel, Rebirth.
Okay.
In fact, it may not even
I think, and I think in part that's why Rebirth didn't sell as much as the original remake did, is because people really couldn't wait for Rebirth, and therefore when Rebirth came out, a lot of people, because it's 2 out of a 3, it's 2 out of a trilogy, they're just gonna wait for the third one because they don't like to wait. I know I'm that exact same way. I probably will not pick up these Final Fantasy games, if I ever do, until they're all out. Why would I want to pick up a game and not have a complete story? Seems kind of silly to me. I could just wait.
be aware of this, but earlier this last year, at the beginning of the year, I was asked, what are the games you're most hyped for? And I said, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I think it's going to be a great game. And so I started playing the game on PlayStation 5. Keep in mind, PS5 Pro wasn't out yet. And as you can
PS5, Rebirth is only on PS5. I didn't even know that. See, now I am disappointed, and it belongs on this list.
See,
Damn.
the game performed pretty well.
I was
mean, maybe it could have been
uninformed
better if the
on
Pro
Final
was out,
Fantasy.
but it still performed pretty darn well
Imagine
when it came to
that.
the graphical department, okay? Some people complained and said, we didn't like
Didn't
that combat,
Remake come out?
pixelization and resolution changes.
No.
Personally, it didn't bother me. I thought that the combat was fine. The story, well, the story is the story of Final Fantasy VII with some additional things added.
No, you're right. It's literally not out on PC yet. It's pre-purchased right now. See, I didn't even know that. I thought it had a PC PS5 release. I didn't even know. I was really uninformed. Damn.
And so I like that. The game now had big open
Yeah,
world
it is literally
segments,
coming
something
out
that
this
was not
month on the
present in Final
23rd,
Fantasy
so
VII Remake.
a few more
And these
days
open
for all
world
of you
segments had
waiting.
side content and enemy hunting and grinding, but also mini games and side stories and fun things in them. Chocobo traversal, riding a chocobo up walls and through certain areas. It was pretty neat, actually. All right. So, personally, I really enjoyed Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So what happened? I'll tell you what happened. I played.
And I will tell you what happened right this fucking second. And EOJJ called it out earlier for the 2, saying, spent 2 hours playing an optional card game. Regarded. And that is exactly what happened, folks. If you did not watch the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, finale segments, it is literally because DSP spent ages playing an optional card game while telling his audience that he doesn't give a fuck if they aren't entertained by it, and that it's absolutely mandatory that he do it. I have no idea where he got that information from. Everybody that I saw talking about the game explicitly said that the card game is optional and honestly not even worth his time doing right then and there. But DSP insisted on playing the card game that his audience didn't give a fuck about. It is the exact type of mini-game side quest style content that should be done offline, not in front of an audience, because it is not interesting to watch. If you don't routinely play card games on your streams, you should not be playing card mini games inside of real video games for hours. It's just a bad idea, and any idiot could have told him that. But apparently he's dumber than every other idiot. Imagine that.
For about 20 hours. And then a certain stream happened where I was streaming the game. And I went over and I'm curious. The chat seems really dead today, and I don't know what's going on. So I looked at the stream attendance. We were under 200 viewers. That is actually one of the worst attendances I've ever received in any video game. Like, make no exaggeration about it. Yeah, I usually would get around 200 viewers, if not more, no matter what game that I'm playing. But sadly, this game was not performing well. Engagement. So I go to the chat and I start talking with people. The entire chat starts talking to me about sports.
Yes, because you're playing a fucking
Final
card game.
Fantasy VII Rebirth. People are talking about March Madness basketball.
Yes. Something that millions of people all across the country are interested in every single year. Yes, it's far more interesting than a card game that you don't understand and are consistently losing at. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with card games. If you enjoy Gwent, or you enjoy Queen's Blood, and you have fun doing it, that's fine. But like DSP playing them is a different experience. He doesn't understand the card game. He's getting frustrated because he doesn't know how it's working. He's losing consistently in front of all of his viewers, and he's dragging out the content in the most boring way possible. It's just a bad experience when DSP is the person behind the controller. You either have to be good and efficient at these games or genuinely entertaining, and he's just not. Card games are not going to work for him when his audience can't even fucking be bothered to tune into streams that aren't entirely action-based. He just doesn't have the audience for it.
What is going on? Could you be any more disconnected from what the game is about? Could you be any more not paying attention? Why are we talking about
biggest
March Madness?
dickus.
I don't
I'm
even
not
like
a
basketball.
Magic player
So why
or
would that be a
enjoyer.
discussion in my
I don't
chat?
play card games.
And then, of course, yes, the trifecta that goes with that, the support was abysmal. We didn't even get like $30 that day. Okay? So, low attendance, low engagement, low support. And when I asked my audience what happened, essentially the story I got was thus. RPG overload. You've played too many RPGs. You played Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. You played Baldur's Gate 3. Now you're playing this. You said you're going to play Dragon's Dogma 2. You said you're going to play this other RPG. You skipped Persona 3, Reboot, Reload, whatever the hell it is. There's more RPGs coming out. RPGs, too many. So to be honest, I don't think it was the game that killed the playthrough. I think it was the timing. I
also don't think it was the game that killed the playthrough. I think it was DSP. Imagine that. I think that the person who makes the content is responsible for the content not doing well. It's crazy how I expect people to take responsibility for their own shortcomings. And that's, I think, what really makes you a detractor. If you expect self-responsibility, you're a fucking psychopathic sicko online, obviously. Damn dirty troll.
If I hadn't already been playing several other RPGs during the same time frame, people actually would have engaged and showed up and supported this playthrough. But the problem is, sadly, there were too many of the same style of game released within a very short window of time at the beginning of 2024. And what happened was all of these games cannibalized each other in views, in attention, even in sales. If you're not aware, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth underperformed for Square Enix.
But that is completely irrelevant to the playthrough and his own fucking shortcomings on the stream. And that's the thing that kills me the most about RPG overload. Not only are all of these games vastly different RPGs, but also this fucking guy, dude. I lost my train of thought. I literally lost it. What did he fucking say?
Games cannibalized each other.
Oh, they cannibalized each other. They didn't sell well. The sales actually don't fucking matter. If you enjoyed these games, if your audience enjoyed these universes and you made them entertaining, it does not matter how many goddamn RPGs come out. They could come out days apart. It doesn't matter. You should be putting on the content that your audience wants to see. It's that simple. It always will be.
In views, in attention, even in sales. If you're not aware, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth underperformed for Square Enix. And they were shocked. They thought this game was going to blow sales numbers up. It was going to be the most purchased Final Fantasy game. They were looking to recover because Final Fantasy 16 the year before had also been a sales flop. And they were hoping this would make up for it. And literally, it fell on its face. It didn't sell well compared to what they were expecting. And so, to them, they were wondering what was going to happen with the series. Now, from what I'm going to understand, eventually it did sell more. And the PC port of this game is coming out soon. I think it's either this month or next month. So there may get more of an audience and more traction once it's not just exclusively on the PlayStation 5 console.
But please keep in mind that I believe DSP is the same person who said that, actually, I'm not going to misspeak on that. I think I'm misremembering, so we're gonna move on. I don't want to misinform.
It stands to reason. The game, sadly, was a disappointment. But I don't know why. I mean, take a look. I'm having fun playing it here. Look, we're switching to Barrett now. We're going to run around this cave. We're going to use the gun. The graphics are great. Like, I'm really enjoying myself in this video. Sadly, the audience isn't. I don't know why, but...
sadly, the audience isn't. I'm looking at the gameplay right now, and the King's tax says $163. What are you fucking talking about? Like, that's the rubric we use, right? If the people are showing up, which, according... Oh, no, that's the wrong number. No, that's the real one right now. He's got $163 now. He's only got 50 then. All right, never mind. Again, wrong. Atlas L's everywhere.
So dude. A lot of people during the year asked me if I would go back. I said,
I'm blaming
when I was actually
the
playing
holes
the game?
in my brain.
You weren't there. You didn't engage. You didn't support. and people were begging me on that stream to turn off the game and do anything else. Literally, people were like, Phil, can you turn off Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and do a Q&A instead? We'd rather have that. And I was like, seriously? Like, that blows me away. I grew up with RPGs. RPGs are near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, 50 goals was, or $50 was his goal back
with
then.
RPGs that I'm playing. It
that
actually hurts
fair.
me. It makes me sad. And this happened multiple times to RPGs this year. And I'm like, man, is this the year of the end of RPGs? I don't know. Okay. So that's the
I did get
4
felted by the
most
double
disappointing
leaderboard.
gameplay
It's
through the
almost
year.
like it's
I never even got
confusing or
past 20 hours,
something.
and I never went back. Number 3. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You knew I was going to bring it up multiple times, and I am, because I just want to let you all know, Baldur's Gate 3
Fucking rocks. It's great.
My top 3, my top 10, my top 20 best playthroughs of the year as well. I feel like it was both great and disappointing at the same time, so I want to give you both sides of the coin, all right? On the disappointing side, here's my thought on Baldur's Gate 3, okay? It's a fine game. It's a game that people will enjoy if you want length and bang for your buck and good narrative, okay?
It's also a game that you're going to enjoy if you enjoy, turn-based strategy-style gameplay, if you enjoy a good narrative, if you enjoy interesting characters, if you enjoy the world of D&D. It's also a good game if you like to play co-op games with your friends. It's also a good game if you'd like to have an experience that you can get a lot of replayability out of, a lot of different ways to play it in the form of classes and whatnot. It actually offers a lot. So
really, it's absolutely a great game.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. If you enjoy video games at all, you'll probably like it. Yeah,
and a great game overall.
Pretty much.
However, I just don't feel it's a good streaming game. Why? Because it's too dang long. It took me like 140 hours to beat it. Okay? And that's not because I sucked. It's because the game is actually that long. 140 freaking hours to beat Baldur's Gate 3. Now, if you're the kind of streamer who you're only playing one game at a time and you're hyper-focused on said game, and you're getting strides and giant progress every time you play the game, then maybe Baldur's Gate 3 is for you. But in my case, I'm a variety streamer. I juggle a wide variety of content all at the same time.
Okay.
Correct?
That's his fucking fault, though. If this is a consistent problem with DSP in a lot of the games that he's played over the past year, and he always brings it up and yet never changes anything. He blames the game and says, oh, because I'm a variety streamer and I play a lot of games, I can't progress through these games quick enough, right? And it's the game's fault. The stupid fucking developers are making these games too long. Maybe it was designed in a way in which you were supposed to enjoy the game, fairly consistently, and that be the end of it. It's nobody's fault but your own for playing 100 games at the same time. That's why Atlas doesn't finish fucking video games. I play one game, I'm interested in it, I enjoy it, I get interested in something else, and I go enjoy that, and I never make it back. And that's fine. I'm not going to hold that against the game, but DSP does. Because DSP takes ages to beat a game, because he decides to play 5 or 6 games at a time and can't remember what he's doing or where he's at. Apparently, it's fucking Larian Studios' fault, dude. Come on. Obviously, it's not his shortcoming.
And in regards to that, when I was playing Baldur's Gate 3, it started in December of last year, and that playthrough didn't finish until, what was it, late March or early April of the next year. So you're talking it spanned 3 to 4 months to do 140 hours of gameplay. During that time, I played fighting games. I played other RPGs. I played story-based games, action games, everything. Because I didn't want to miss out on a million other games just to focus on this game. Okay? Now, listen. Oh, God, look at the scene that I picked. Oh, man. Look at the scene that I picked for my countdown, folks.
Ack. Which just proves that
Anyway,
he didn't,
so in regards to
double
Baldur's
check
Gate
any of
3,
this footage. He just fucking loaded it in and
excuse
called
me.
it a day.
I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted. In regards to Baldur's Gate 3.
Hey, bro's a little distracted by the demon, man.
Basically,
Ack. What does that say about him?
I really like the game. But it actually almost killed my channel. I want you to understand. I played it.
Please look at his tips in the bottom right now. That is the accurate leaderboard for the time of the playthrough. Tips 101 out of 150 when the tips goal was only $50. If you were wondering why he played the entire thing all the way through, it's because the leaderboard typically looked like that. He was getting hundreds of dollars per stream, but we'll ignore that.
For so long.
It almost killed the channel, you guys.
It was in my actual rotation of games for so long that people who didn't like it said, well, I'm just not going to watch Phil's content for a while until he's done with this dang game because I don't want to see him play Baldur's Gate 3. I'm not interested in it. So I had people, I'm not even kidding, hundreds of people who were regulars who didn't tune into my content for months. The only reason that things worked out is because there was a small handful of people who really liked Baldur's Gate 3 who kept coming by and actually supporting Baldur's Gate 3. If it weren't for those handful of people, I mean, there was one person who, no lie, was giving hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Oh my God. They were giving hundreds of dollars a stream.
He's literally clicking through these videos to avoid this demon in some leather getup. Like, I just want to make that very clear. He's so uncomfortable about shit that he literally already played and put on his stream that he's clicking through the video actively right now. What the hell?
To support it. If that didn't happen, this playthrough would have completely screwed up the channel and my business. I'm not kidding. And after this playthrough ended, I said, listen, I loved the game. I did. I really like Baldur's Gate 3. I thought it was a great game. But I told everyone, I can't commit to playing games like this anymore. Like, it was just too lengthy. I can't play for 4 months to beat a game. So that's my problem is everyone likes it. 10 people support it. But then my channel dies. My views went down. My engagement went down. It took, I think it was April or May when finally I started playing variety games again. And then all of a sudden, everything went back up. But it took a tremendous amount of time to get there, okay?
Please keep in mind that DSP is the exact person that just last week was telling his dents that if they wanted to see games that they actually like, that they better start supporting. And if they don't like the games that the whales are currently supporting, that's a them problem, and that's how he has to operate his business. But when it was Baldur's Gate 3 at the beginning of the year, it was absolutely not the case, and he hated it, and he can't make curated content for a select amount of people, yada, yada, yada. It's always just a complete flip-flop to fit whatever narrative he's spewing right this second. None of it's consistent. It's all contradictory, and none of it can be followed from point A to point B. That's why he hopes that all of his dents are too stupid to remember yesterday.
So sadly, I just simply cannot commit to playing long games like this ever again. Sorry, maybe
you're
I'll
right.
make an
Phil
exception
needs
here or
Subway
there,
Surfers in another window to keep
it was
people
the litmus
entertained. I
test.
agree.
Can I play a
I've
game
seen
that's
that
this
randomly.
long
I
and
agree,
see if
though.
it works? And the answer is sadly no. I don't think that a game like this is ever going to work again. Just because of that. All right. 4 months, losing hundreds of viewers who regularly watch my stuff, losing engagement. I'm lucky I had the small handful of people who were supporting the
Well, and you're right, Splob, great name, by the way, game gets support. I can't commit to this, guys. It's too long. You would think that is the, that is exactly the type of thing that DSP is looking for in a playthrough. It's an incredibly long playthrough that consistently gets him at least $100 every single stream twice a day. $200 a day is a good chunk of change when you're as bad at video games as DSP is. If that never ended, you would think that would be a fucking, a heaven-sent gift. But for DSP, that's a problem because he didn't like the game and he couldn't just, buck up and say that. He had to fucking pussyfoot and pretend like he liked the game simply because everybody else did and he didn't want to be shit on for it.
Playthrough, and that's why it's disappointing. I wish that if I played Baldur's Gate 3 and did it, I had tons of attendance and support and everyone would have loved it, but it went the other way. I think this actually was the game that was the first portion of RPG overload. I'd already been playing Baldur's Gate 3 for months. Then I started playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Then I started playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Then I started playing Dragon's Dogma. Get it? That's
how many times does he hit the
issue
mic this stream? I swear it's at least 6 or 7
in a short period of time.
To be fair, I did it once myself, but 6 or 7.
If you like my Baldur's Gate 3
damn, bro.
Thanks for watching, but understand there's a good reason why I cannot play games of that length in the near future. All right, ladies and gents, 2 more to go. This is it, the finale.
Final 2. Here we go, folks.
What about, I did punch the mic by accident. Sorry about that. What did your picks make it so far? Did you think that we'd be where we are? What could the final 2 games in the most disappointing playthroughs of 2024 be? Well, you're about to find out, because ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? The number two most disappointing playthrough 2024 is Like a Dragon.
I agree.
Infinite Wealth.
I agree.
Yes.
That playthrough sucked.
To be very clear, and I've made this.
If you were to talk about some of the most boring goddamn DSP streams to exist on the face of this planet, it is absolutely the Like a Guy streams from earlier 2024. Oh my God, were those the most abysmal late night streams to do with ALT? When you stick around for the tip, their first tip, It's a fun game to play. It's very cool, a good time. When it's like a guy though, that shit went on for ages. We were stuck here one night for, I swear to God, like an hour and a half, 2 hours worth of that shit, and it was so bad. I can't imagine why no one wanted to pay for it. Ikiro with the 2 saying, DSP hating your favorite game is a badge of honor, to be honest. I agree. If DSP hates the basic core game mechanics of a game you enjoy, it's probably because they're too sophisticated and complicated for his own brain to comprehend. And you should pride yourself in being able to understand something that a 6-year-old could not. I mean, it's not a very high bar to set, but if you're gonna take pride in anything, DSP hating your game, that's fine. You could do that.
It's very clear during this countdown.
Big ups for the
a lot
2.
Of these games
He
are
hates all
fine
my
games that I really
so.
enjoy, but the playthroughs disappointed me. Yes, this game is one of my most disappointing playthroughs of the year. Why? Because this was the game, while I was still playing Baldur's Gate 3, that I decided to pick up. This began RPG overload. This began that feeling of resentment towards lengthy RPGs. And to be quite frank with you, the graphics were great. The gameplay elements were great. The story was not nearly as good as the last Like a Dragon game.
Mm-hmm.
And that's sad. The story was weak, actually. And it's weird.
I haven't played a Like a Dragon game since they started calling them Like a Dragon.
That it would be good. The
I
ending
think that's
actually
a
was
shame.
quite poor. It actually kind of retconned the whole idea of one of the plots of the game, which made it way less meaningful overall. And sadly, it just didn't resonate. Again, less people tuned in and watched this playthrough than the original.
Wait. Dense Style News Network, you're actually right. He says that the story wasn't good, but it was literally a story about his life. Wait, how does that make sense? I thought he was just like him, Fur. When we were supposed to get a spoon and eat it and all of that? But the story's bad? That's crazy. Who would have thought that DSP's life story was actually uninteresting and no one cared?
A lot less people liked it. And again, I think it's because of RPG overload. So, listen, again, game was fun, game was sound, great mechanics. I liked all the job systems. I liked the 2 locations. All of that was great. But man, I was disappointed by the story, and I was disappointed at the RPG overload that we experienced while I played this game. So I'm sorry that I couldn't make it a more entertaining playthrough for all of you. I surely tried, but there's only not that much that you can really do.
There's infinite number of things that you
besides
can
just
do to
playing
be
the
more
elements and having
entertaining.
fun and joking and doing some commentary on the story or whatever. And then
If you had to skydive off, or if you had to skydive out of a fucking plane while playing this game in order to make it entertaining for your audience, and you insisted on playing this game, then you might want to look into doing that. Throwing your hands up and saying there's nothing I could do to make this more entertaining, but I wasted like 100 of your hours is crazy. It's absolutely insane and unjustifiable. That's despicable,
hanging out
really.
with the audience, which is what I did, and it didn't really catch on. Attendance was low. People kept
Yo,
begging
big
me
ups to
during
the
this thing to quit it, by
Observer
the
in
way. I'm
chat.
not even
First time
kidding
I seen you
People
here.
were
Big
like,
ups,
if you're already
brother.
playing Baldur's Gate 3, please quit.
I just
Like
woke up
Dragon
apparently at
Infinite Wells, we don't wanna see
12:30.
the rest of it. I'm not kidding. This was 100% from the audience, people begging me to stop playing. So, very sad, okay? Also, someone's asking me, can I explain how the ending kind of retcons the story? No, because that would ruin the story. There's no point in me doing that. Not gonna
DSP, can you tell me why you didn't enjoy the story? Can you tell me where the shortcomings are and why this was actually disappointing for you? No, stupid. Why the fuck would I do that? That's called a spoiler? Are you dumb? Come on, man. How is that allowed? You're going to sit here and talk about all of the mechanics of a game and how it was disappointing, but when people actually ask for real clarification, you're not going to do it? Then shut the fuck up from the beginning. It was always a waste of time, but it's especially a waste of time now.
Spoil the story for everybody. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Number 1. What could be the most disappointing game playthrough of the year of 2024? Could it be a game that I purchased for full price, ended up sucking, and I really was upset that I spent that much? Could it be a game that was full of bugs, that was incredibly disappointing because it should have been way more polished at launch? Was it a game that because of its
I don't even
incredible
remember what
length,
its number 1 is.
ruined things? Was it a game that didn't have
We
the
are in
features or
siege
good
mode,
netcode?
though. You guys are
Was it
right.
any of those things? I have an answer for you. No.
Why did we need that?
It was none of
Why did he click the wrong button, or was that supposed to be a really bad joke?
those things. It was none of those reasons. Are you ready? That was pretty good. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, okay, but you guys are saying you think he misclicked, but he let the whole fucking thing play out. Like, usually when you misclick, you just fix it. I don't know. Maybe I'm being particular.
Number one, most disappointing game playthrough of the year is my biggest regret of being a content creator. Are you ready?
Here we
Seriously,
go.
I'm not kidding
Number
you.
one.
This is the saddest
The
part
creme de
about
la
being
creme.
a content creator as a job. Here it is.
Oh, it's Metaphor.
Refantasio.
I forgot.
That's how
I
you pronounce
forgot.
it, right? Refantasio.
Well, by the way, this was my guess, my first guess when we were on WPIG and he was doing this live. My first guess was Metaphor, and then I changed it. I shouldn't have done that. I should have stuck to my guns, but we all take an L somewhere. Atlas takes a lot of them. So yes, I changed my fucking answer, and I should have.
Is it
Damn it.
Refantasio? Refantasio? Is there an N in there? However, it's Metaphor. Okay? Metaphor. Most disappointing playthrough of the year for me. Why? Well, I'm going to tell you why. No signal. That's why. I'm going to tell you why. Let's fast forward to actual gameplay. I think there's a dungeon coming up. Here we go. So here's the deal. Metaphor is a game by the makers of Persona. It has Persona-like graphics, but modernized in full HD.
Persona-like.
It's got great
It's,
dungeon crawling.
I've never
It's
heard
got
anything
excellent
described like
turn-based
that.
combat
Persona-like.
with new
It's like a
elements
new genre
that are
or something.
different from Persona, but some similarities. It's got a great story. That's a new world that they created from the ground up. That's original and isn't a copycat of anyone else's. It's actually very interesting. It's kind of like Persona with new gameplay elements set in a fantasy universe. It's great. Take a look at how it performed. Runs really well, right? This is on PC. So,
Okay.
why in the holy hell would this be in my most disappointing game playthroughs of the year? Well, I'm going to tell you why. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to tell you a little story. I love JR.
I don't want a whole fucking story, DSP. I want you to explain why you hated the fucking playthrough. God damn it, bro. Fuck's sake. Everything's a fucking history lesson with this guy. We can't just continue to fucking talk for some reason.
RPGs. Turn-based ones particularly. They're some of my favorite games. In fact, I would argue that JRPGs is probably one of my top 4, maybe top 3 favorite genres of games. Okay? I grew up playing them in the 1990s. Games such as Final Fantasy 2 and 3. Which
You know,
now
back
are
in
called 4 and
2008,
6
I
on the
worked at a
SNES,
helicopter company.
Chrono Trigger, Earthbound,
Became a full-time
the
content
Suikoden
creator.
series, which I love, and I
In
can't wait that there's a
2016,
new
I
remake
decided
collection
to
coming out, and
go
maybe
in
I'll be able to share
full-time
those
content
experiences with
creator
all
as
of
an
you.
interactive streamer.
Among many,
Okay.
many others.
Ever
I played
since
a
then,
lot of JRPGs.
been having a really
Wild
good
Arms, all kinds
time
of stuff
streaming
going
for you guys
They
on a
have
daily
a
basis.
special
Okay.
place in my gaming heart. Okay, they do.
Okay.
So when I get to play a JRPG with all of you, and we have a chill and interactive and fun time, I have a great time. It's a memorable experience. One of my most memorable experiences that I've ever had was playing Dragon Quest XI with all of you. Or the
I don't
Summer
even
of
remember
Judgment.
that one.
Anyone remember that? These are games that are
I
just
skipped the Summer
awesome
of Judgment.
social experiences, but also have great
Isn't
gameplay
it
elements, great
ironic?
stories, and I love playing them. The problem
This guy doesn't like RPGs, by the way. Anybody talking about how much they love RPGs while simultaneously saying that last year had too many RPGs, RPG overload, this and that, doesn't like RPGs. There's never too much of a good thing. And if that's the case, then you would just not play it, right? If you enjoy chocolate cake and you have infinite chocolate cake and it's all out in front of you, you wouldn't say, hey, this is too much chocolate cake. You would just eat your cake and stop when you wanted to. But DSP doesn't do that.
if you haven't seen the running pattern from this countdown, for some reason, my audience, most of you, don't like JRPGs anymore. We've got a disconnect here. We all like fighting
Agreed.
games. We like sandbox-style games, GTA. We like shooters, right? We like FromSoft games. There's a lot of things we have in common that we really like. But when it comes to JRPGs, we're definitely starting to have a great divide, okay? This was definitely the year of RPG overload. I admit that, okay? Definitely.
Just like I
There were
said,
too many
RPG overload.
long, drawn-out RPGs this year. I played too many of them early in the year. I stopped doing that, and then I didn't play RPGs for a very long time, okay? When Metaphor Refantasio had a demo out, which was the week before the game actually had a full retail release, I told you guys I was going to play through the demo, and based on performance of those streams, I would determine if I was going to buy the game and do a playthrough or not, because I wanted to do it. Like, I totally was down to do it. But seeing
what had happened with JRPGs earlier in the year with
Mhm.
RPG Overload. I didn't want to buy it and commit to playing it to then have my audience again be disconnected and be sad that I was wasting time playing
We
this
hit the
way too long
microphone
game,
again.
okay?
Very cool.
And so,
And if he knows for a fact that his audience just isn't entertained by a certain genre of games, then why are we still trying? Why are we still bringing it up all of the time and making a big deal about it and fucking seething and coping every time we talk about these games? There's just no reason to do that. If you know the answer, how about you just make your decisions with that answer in mind and move on? He just makes everything his audience's problem for no reason. They didn't want to see the game. They know they didn't want to see the game. So fuck right off and play something else.
Metaphor came out. I played through the demo. I played a whopping 12 hours of the demo. Because the demo was that long. The demo's around 13, 14
Also,
hours
putting
long
a demo
to
on your most
it's the
disappointing
entire
playthroughs
first
is
segment of the
fucking
game, like the whole
wild.
first act. Okay? So, I actually played it and really liked it. As you can see, look at this gameplay. It's like I said, it's like Persona, but with a twist. And it's really well executed, and the graphics are great. Like, I was having an absolute great time with this game. All right?
Mhm.
But sadly, multiple times that I gave this game a chance. I think I did 4 streams of it, okay?
I didn't
Every
catch a
single
single
time
one,
I
by the
played.
way.
Low attendance,
For
engagement.
transparency purposes.
support, and people asking me to stop playing it and play other games. All right? I tried hard. I played 3 hours, and then 6 hours, and then 9 hours, and then 12 hours. I kept playing it. Even though people were telling me not to, I kept playing it, trying to give it a chance. But at some point, you got to throw your hands up in the air and be like, listen, I gave it the good old college try, but it's just not working. And that's exactly what happened with Metaphor. Now, the funny part about it was when I announced to everyone, well, guys, I guess we're not playing Metaphor, people got on my case and they're like, Phil, why aren't you playing Metaphor? Why? I did. Here's the question about these people who say this stuff. You're mad I'm not playing a game, but where were you when I was playing it?
Where were you? You're upset I'm not fucking playing something. Where's your donations? Where's your membership, idiot? Come on, you've got no right to complain if you're not actively funding me with your hard-earned cash. How fucking dare you complain? How dare you try and enjoy this free content that I put on the internet in its free format?
What in
Fuck
the
yourself. You don't get to say stupid. It's really that simple when it comes to the guy. And again, all this list has been is games that he didn't make a lot of money, except for Baldur's Gate 3. All of these games are games that he didn't make a lot of money in, and he had to wage quit, or went on for ages and eventually, dried up in chats. That's it. It's always been about the money. Thank you, Telltale Fan, for the 5. I gave this game a chance equals I gave my viewers a chance to give me money. Exactly. You continued right on with what I was saying. Thank you for the 5, Telltale Fan.
If I had gotten attention and engagement and support when I played it for 12 hours, then I would have bought the game and played it. But the people who wanted to see me play it didn't show up for the streams. So what do you want me to do? Listen, this is both a business and a hobby. I'm a lifelong gamer. I love video games. It's my passion. It's what I love to make content about. Okay.
Mhm.
I love games like this. I would have
Incredibly awful to hear DSP say that he's passionate about gaming. As somebody who understands DSP's opinions on video games and how they work, this motherfucker hates video games. He's actually a big fan of movies, and he just doesn't know it. That's why he owns so many fucking Blu-rays, because he's far better off just watching film instead of playing video games. He does not enjoy video
love
games.
to do a full playthrough for all of you.
Video
I'm
games
sad
have
that I didn't.
challenge and
But
mechanics.
This is my
and he hates
business
that.
and my job as well as my hobby. I can't just sit here and play whatever I want, because if I did, in this case, I would have went out of business in 2024. I would have been playing all these RPGs and no one would have shown up. I can't make people engage and like content. All I can do is showcase said content in an entertaining and fun way and hope that it works for you too. This game resonates with me, but it doesn't resonate with the mainstream chunk of my audience. So because of that, sadly, I just don't have the ability to play what I want. I want to play this. I still want to play this. To this day, I want to play
And you
Metaphor,
can.
but I can't. I have to play what I have time for on streams.
And he said this when he decided to quit playing the demo and confirmed not play the game as a playthrough, that he will probably never wind up playing this game because he does not play video games off stream. He does not play video games unless he's on the clock. Tell me that person enjoys video games. Tell me that that person has a passion for video gaming when they won't even play games that they really want to play because they're not on the clock for it. It's an impossible sell. Nobody's gonna buy that from you.
I don't have time to play a 100-hour RPG.
I don't have time to do it. I don't have time to do it. I don't have time to do it.
Disconnect myself from gaming when I'm off stream so that I don't have overload. Can you imagine if I streamed all day games, then I went offline and I played more games? I'd be burnt out. I'd be so upset that my entire life is just inundated with video games that I probably wouldn't even enjoy them anymore, right? So listen, there's just not much that I can do. If people are going to say, I'm not going to show up and watch Metaphor because I don't like JRPGs, despite the fact that I have tried to express to you guys multiple times, these streams are not just about the game. It's a social experience. You can come by and hang out with me and we can have fun conversation and we can have a chill atmosphere and vibe, even if you don't like the game. We've done that with many games before. A lot of people didn't like Minecraft, but they loved the Minecraft streams. A lot of people don't like Microsoft Flight
those
Simulator,
Minecraft streams were a different breed, though. I don't think that's
but for some reason, when it's a JRPG, people won't show up. I've tried again and again, and I'm sorry, I can't take the blame for the fact that I work my butt off trying to make these work, and people still won't show up. So...
But he can take the blame because what he's describing right now is a social experience where you can come out, you can come to the streams and hang out because the game isn't too attention demanding is nonsense. You can't talk about the things that you want to talk about in DSP's chat because he's not interested in it. Oh, you like sports? Banned. You like racing? Banned. You like art? Banned. Nobody gives a shit about any of that in DSP's chat because DSP dictates what they talk about. Now, as far as an actual social experience goes with DSP anyway, you can look at the fucking gameplay. The guy barely moves his mouth. He doesn't look away from the actual gameplay when the combat is happening. And the combat is literally menus. So when are you supposed to talk to DSP? When he's running around in this open world before he inevitably gets hit with another random encounter where he won't look over at the chat and communicate, where he won't explain things about the game, where he won't actually express his passion for JRPGs and the aspects of the game that he enjoys while he sits there in fucking silence? That's what people are supposed to show up for? It's no fucking wonder this game didn't do numbers for you, boss. It's because you're not fucking entertaining. Your passion for gaming does not come through when you play video games. And that's made all the more apparent if you just look at how much he actually talks and what he's talking about. Nothing in there is ever excited about video games. Not for the most part. And you can't talk about anything else. So what is there to say?
It sucks, but here's why this is number one on the list. Even after a year of RPG burnout and me staying away from RPGs, I gave this one a shot and it still failed. And a lot of people have said this in the chat recently. I remember it was Sarah earlier that had said it. Said, so does this mean that you can't play RPGs anymore? You know, I don't know. I legit don't know. Is that what it means? That my audience is now so detached from RPGs and enjoying them that
they're detached
I just can't
from
play
RPGs
anymore? Maybe. I don't know what else to say. I wish that it wasn't the case.
How could they be detached from RPGs when Baldur's Gate 3 was one of his most profitable playthroughs of the entire fucking year? If the rubric we're going off of, if the measurement we're using is literally just money and support, which is the same thing, by the way, then Baldur's Gate 3 should have never been on this fucking list. Period.
I wish that I had the freedom to play whatever I wanted. But the truth is, folks, here's the truth. All right, let's be real talk as we end this list.
Let's do real talk. We're doing real talk now. Everything before this was fake talk. That's all that indicates to me. If you have to specify that now you're telling the truth, I'm under the assumption everything before was bullshit. Sorry.
Here, you didn't notice is that I'm not free to just play whatever I want. Why? Because I'm not a million sub YouTuber. I don't have 1,000 viewers plus on my streams. I don't have the amount of attention and popularity. I'm not beloved by everyone on the internet. And because of that, I have to pick and choose what I play, the things that you want to see and things that will work for my streams. You get that, right? That's business.
Yeah, somebody cue White Run up real quick.
Well, it's your fault. It's my fault. Well, I don't know what else to say. I am who I am. Do you want me to change who I am? Would you like me to be fake? Would you like me to be an actor for streams, a character, a cartoon? Should I dress up with a vest and sunglasses and a big fake wig and a stupid mustache and yell like I'm a G.I. Joe character from the 1980s?
Didn't he literally do the majority of that for the past couple of years? Like, he literally did that. And it wasn't until he said fake mustache I realized that he was talking about Dr. Disrespect, because before that, he literally described the things that he was doing on stream to play a character and try and be more entertaining. And the actual answer to this question is yes. Yes, DSP, I do expect you to try and put it on some sort of entertainment value in your streams. Like, as somebody else who also makes content, I do expect you to try and be entertaining. It's the least that you could do for the people that click on your shit. You took the time out of your day to make the stream. You might want to at least make it worth somebody's while by being entertaining. And if that's not the ethos you're going in with, if you don't intend on entertaining an audience, then you have no business making content and having an audience to begin with. It doesn't get any more simple than that. Your mindset is completely fucked. You should just log off. This is not meant for you.
Should I dye my hair blue and do dabbing and dancing around and try to get trick shots in Fortnite? I mean, I could do that. But then I wouldn't be me.
He couldn't do that, though. You want to know why? Because he can't hit a fucking trick shot to save his life because he's not good at video games. Like, he can sit here and pretend like he can do all of these other things that these other popular streamers do, but the reality is he can't because he's not entertaining. He doesn't have the talent for it. It's that simple. You want to know why people tune into other people playing games that he couldn't get support for? It's because they're entertaining or they have enough skill in the game itself to make up for the difference. That's all it boils down to sometimes. And DSP is so fucking stupid, he can't get that through his goddamn skull. It's actually frustrating to listen to him talk and say these things all of the time when the answer's always right in front of him. It always has been. And there's hundreds of people online, thousands of people online in the form of trolls and detractors that make this obvious to him every single day. And instead of listening or, taking anything out of the mean things they're saying, he fucking covers his ears and doesn't listen to any of the criticism. That's his fault. Nobody else's. Big ups movie sign for the 5. Saying what Dave can't wrap his tiny brain around is that if he really did have a passion for this, it would come out naturally and would show during streams. Absolutely. And that's what I was trying to get at earlier when I said that his passion just doesn't come through. He's not entertaining. It doesn't seem like he enjoys any of this, and it creates a terrible atmosphere for his stream. He's not ever seeming to have fun when doing things unless money is coming in. So thank you for the 5 movie sign.
You understand? I wouldn't be original.
Hit the nail
I
on
wouldn't
the
have been
head.
here for 16 years. I would have been just another Muppet. And that's what I never wanted to be. Do you understand? I wanted to be myself. And when I play games like that, like Metaphor, I feel like a different side of me comes out because I truly have passion for games like that. And you would hope that that comes through. What I'm noticing is that people don't seem to care anymore. Just being honest, People are missing some of the best games and playthroughs that I can do because they just don't care, And there's nothing I can do to make people on the internet like me more when there's such a level of negativity and hatred towards me that's completely unwarranted. If anything,
He could be
this year, have we
likable.
not seen
If he
that
wanted to
all the
be more
bullshit
likable,
strawman
he
arguments
could
have
just
been
be
dispelled?
he could just
The
be
WWE
more
Champions
agreeable.
thing. Phil's
It's actually a
scammer
character
and horrible
trait that
towards
you have
celebrities.
control
All these
over.
things were picked apart, microanalyzed, put under the microscope, and it was exposed that none of these things are true, or if some of them have a nugget of truth, it's nothing to the extent where someone should hate on me and not like Darkside Phil and hate his guts and start a hate campaign against him. These are
You don't get to determine that. It's not up to you to decide what people are and aren't allowed to hate your guts for. If you cut me off in traffic, it's completely within my prerogative to wish death and hatred upon you. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. Now, is it really that big of a deal? No, absolutely not. Personally, I don't really give a shit all that often. But it's just not up to you. People are allowed to do whatever they want when it comes to their opinion about you.
are obsessed, very, very unhinged individuals who are looking to do this kind of stuff to me. My reputation, right? My business, hurting it, saying awful things that aren't true about me on a daily basis. We all know this now. So I can't make those people go away.
Right.
All I can do
I agree.
is do what I can to persevere through it and continue to make content and not give up. And that's what I've done for 16 years. And I'm
Persevere.
not going to stop doing that, okay? But definitely in 2024, I saw a pattern that sadly,
Mhm.
I can't just play whatever I want. There was a time when I could. My early days as a YouTuber, I could pick any game out of a hat. It could be the worst game, the best game, somewhere in between, a game you've heard of, a game you've never heard of, an indie game, a big AAA game. Didn't matter what it was. Before the negativity hit me, I was able to play whatever I wanted, and I could get an audience for it. And then all the memes against me, this is how you don't.
And then everybody realized my shtick was tired and completely unoriginal and no longer funny because comedy has moved past this point, and I never actually adapted to change my style and continue to be entertaining. That is exactly how that played out. And it has nothing to do with negative memes about DSP and some insane hate cult. It's he literally just fucking sucks at his job, and people got tired of hearing his nonsense, so they said as much online. And a lot of people agree when they get shown DSP, they also agree instantly. It's miraculous how so many people, when first shown DSP out of context, just raw shit from his streams, immediately walk away not liking him. It's crazy how it works that way, isn't it?
The play movement, the toxic troll movement, all this shit, the SOK, all these idiots that do it today, they have killed any kind of chance that I could have a following that just likes to watch me play whatever. It will never happen. Do you understand that? People like me, but they like me in context. They like me when I'm playing a FromSoft game and I'm failing and raging, or I'm overcoming challenge. They like me playing a fighting game where I'm kicking butt, but also kind of talking trash. They like me when I'm playing Call of Duty and I'm getting kill streaks, but then I fuck up and it's hilarious when I die and I make a big mistake.
So people really like DSP when he's salty as fuck at video games. I don't ever see anybody saying how much they like it when he overcomes adversity in FromSoft games or talks. I don't ever see anybody talking about that one time he got a chopper gunner and then a juggernaut and all that. That doesn't happen. They tell him that they want to see him play FromSoft games because he's bad at them. They want to see him play multiplayer because he's bad at it and he gets angry and he says swear words. It's that simple.
They like me when I'm playing a big action game or an epic story game that's a AAA game because they want to see my take on that. But most people today just don't like me playing RPGs because they don't care about the niche. They don't care about the true passion of Phil. They just don't like me that much. And there's nothing I can do about that. I can't just make the internet like me after a decade of hate. You know, the only way I could do that is to be fake and to pretend to be someone I'm not. And I refuse to do that. I'm not going to be someone who I'm not and put on a persona and put on an outfit,
shout out persona,
put on a voice or an affectation and dress a certain way and get sponsors and partnerships and kiss butt and be the goody two shoes. Or on the flip side of that, be the hateful, mean person and always rag on people and be the drama asshole. I'm not going to do any of that.
That's well, hang on though, but that is him though. Like whether he wants to admit it or not, he is always constantly toxic and negative and full of drama and hates on everything and everyone. That is him though. Let's not get it twisted.
I'm going to continue to be me. If anything, I've proven I can be successful just being me. But sadly, I have to make smart decisions for myself and my family. Or rather,
hit the desk.
This is not a joke. This is a business that needs to be run in a way that I'm putting out content that people want to consume. Because if the idea of a job is that you put in work to create a product or output that people will then consume and purchase for monetary means, and then you can make a living doing it, then I have to make content people want to consume. People, sadly, don't want to consume RPG content. So I can't make it.
I really do not like consume the way that he uses it, but we're moving.
No, I'm not saying I'm never going to play an RPG ever.
Yeah, well, and that's exactly it, Denridic. It's consume, not enjoy. And that's why it's so weird. It's not watch, it's consume. Why are they consuming the content rather than watch or enjoy or view? Or I mean, there's just there's 100,000 words he could have used, not literally, but you know what I'm saying. There's a bunch of words that he could have used, and it's consume.
Again, I'm just saying that sadly, there's just not much I can do when people don't want to consume that content on this channel. There's plenty of people out there who play RPGs, but they're known for it, right? That's their forte. That's a niche of theirs. They're a specialist at it, so they can play RPGs and they bring in the views and bring in the support, and that's great. But I'm a variety dude. People have come to know me to play a variety of content, and they like that. They're not coming by for the 100-hour playthrough. They're coming by for a 3-hour stream of fun multiplayer. They're coming by to see me make progress against a really tough boss or dungeon in a Soulsborne game. You see? That's really where I think my forte is at this point.
Thank you, Naoto Ronin, for the 2. Sponsorship is free money. I don't know why why his hate to it. Why you hate, yeah. Well, and that's kind of what I was saying, or what I say every single time he brings up sponsorships, is it's literally free money. You do your stupid ad read, you're guaranteed money, regardless of whether or not people use your affiliate link or click on your URL or whatever. It's literally guaranteed money, and then you could just cut out all of the beg segments, and the content would be objectively better for it. It's not going to be good content. The gameplay's still going to be ass. His attitude is still going to be bad. But you don't have beg segments, therefore it's better content. But he doesn't see that. He's so unwilling to be beholden to a company, as opposed to the puppet masters that are OIC and Iron Dent Sakai, possibly the same person, who fucking knows, who cares. He'd rather that than a company for some reason. And I'm confused as to what the reason could be, because he actually has less control over his content in this way. But I don't run DSP Space Gaming, where I'd have shut that shit down years ago. Thank you for the 2 nonetheless. And Smoke Jaguar 986 with a 5 saying, if only people liked my negative charisma, stubbornness, lack of skill or technical acumen, and naked greed. Well, if that were the case, then DSP would be living the high life again. He'd be making, $3 million a year. But that's just not the case, which is lucky for everybody else. There's a lot of people in this world that make a lot of money and are famous for shit that I don't think that they should be making money or famous for. Not that that's really that big of a deal, but I'm glad to see DSP wallowing in his own self-pity over here about not being able to play games he likes. It does actually, it makes me smile to know that somebody's getting what they fucking deserve out here.
So, that's the truth of the matter. If you have anything to say, please leave a comment on this video. I want to hear your opinion. But the truth is, I didn't fail RPGs. I love them. I tried to play a lot of them this year. Not a single one worked. Not even the ones that I toughed through.
Baldur's Gate 3 made $100 per stream every time. I don't know what you're talking about.
None of them worked. So there's not much I can do about that. The truth is, I'm now being pulled in a lot of directions, right? I'm being told, play these indie games over here you've never played before because now you have a gaming PC. Play these old games you've already played, but now play them with mods because you have a gaming PC. Play AAA games because you have a gaming PC. Play all these things you would never do. And then I'm being asked, could you be involved in this project? Could you do this new type of show? Could you do this and that? I'm being pulled in a million directions. I'm actually in demand. That's a great thing. I'm not complaining in any way, shape, or form.
DSP is so in demand.
To look like a great year for me. But I need to be smart.
I mean, Joe Rogan asked him to be on the podcast. He's going to be on the Mr. Beast video coming up pretty soon. He's going to be doing a song with KSI. I mean, DSP's very clearly in demand. He's like all over the place doing all sorts of new content.
About what I play and how I spend my time. Right now, the RPG situation ain't looking good. So I would love to see your comments
also,
on all
yes,
of it.
Great point, Mimsy, even though that's not exactly the one you were making. DSP is so in demand. He's so all over the place that he's decided to play Dark Souls again because he doesn't have to make a decision. Exactly.
Leave a comment on the video after the fact. I promise you I'll give them all a read. I appreciate constructive feedback, but I need to know when literally half the list of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year were games that were RPGs that I was enjoying, but no one was engaging and supporting. That's an issue. Now, admittedly, some of them were. Dragon's Dogma 2, that literally was a stinker. But a lot of these games this year were games that I wish I could have continued with, but where was the audience? So I can't play games that no one shows up for. You understand that? And it's not like I don't get an audience for anything. I do. Just not RPGs right now. So I hope you understand.
His biggest audience comes from him being ignorant on stream.
Regret,
that's literally it.
I want to play it this very moment. It's a great game. It looks amazing to me. And I can't invest 100 hours of my time to play it because no one would watch it. Sad.
All right.
You know, even after I played the demo and I announced I'm not going to play the final game, people were upset. But now one said, hey, Phil, just so you know, if you do decide to play the game, I'm going to show up and I'm going to support big because I still want you to play it. That's what happened with Baldur's Gate 3.
I don't want to misspeak on this. I don't want to misinform, but it was either before this or immediately after this, the following week, somebody told DSP that they would pay X amount of dollars if he were to play the game for a stream, and if he hit the goal, would he be interested in playing the game for another stream? And DSP said, I don't have time for that. I'm too busy doing this, that, or the other. It was actually that exact scenario that somebody offered money up front to play the game again, and he denied it. So don't let him fucking convince you that nobody stepped up and said that they wanted to support the game, because they did. Whether it was directly before this or after, these people do exist now, and he never went back to it regardless. So it doesn't matter whether or not it was the case.
Why I played it. But that didn't happen with Metaphor. It
Thank
seems
you,
like there's a small
Deadeye
group of people who wanna
009
see
for the
it,
sub. I
but
appreciate
then
it.
they don't show up. So there's not anything else I could do about it until we reassess. And I think 2025, we're maybe going to have to reassess everything. And it's sad. I don't want to have to, but
We're gonna have to
that's reality.
reassess
It's not a
everything in
situation
2025.
where I have control over it. 'Cause if
Hopefully
I
that
go
means
ahead and I
hitting the
play
delete
game and
channel
no one
button.
shows up and no
We'll
one
see, though.
engages and no one supports and it kills the channel, I go out of business. I can't do that. Understand? And for those who do understand, thank you. If you don't understand, come back to me in 10, 15 years when you're an adult and you're actually trying to like run a business or raise a family or, support people. And then maybe you
This is barely a business. I mean, it's only a business for tax purposes. I would not necessarily call this a legitimate business, and he is not raising a family. There is no one being raised in that household. Period. Even if you want to consider Jasper and Kat his family, despite not having children, no one is being raised. That's incredibly misleading.
could understand where I'm coming from.
Also, support people when your wife literally also has a job is also incredibly misleading. You're not the sole breadwinner here. I know her job probably doesn't pay a whole lot, but it's not like you're the only person making money.
I don't take these decisions lightly. I know that Metaphor was one of the best games of 2024. It sucks that I couldn't play it. I still want to play it right now, and I can't.
He meant razzed, not
All right,
raised.
folks, by the way, Guitar Player, thank you for a $5 super chat. He says, I agree with your takes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. Some people want to sit around and say no matter what I do that it's wrong. Okay, so if I had played Metaphor and it flopped and I, terrible for the business, terrible for everything, well, that's your fault.
It is.
My
It
fault.
would be. Yeah.
So then I choose to skip it and do other stuff. Well, that's your fault. You skipped one of the best games of the year. That's my fault. Okay, everything's my fault, always, at all times. That's correct.
When it comes to your content and your channel specifically, yes, I do 100% think that it is entirely your fault all of the time. That's just the way that I always view most things. If you have any sort of control over it at all and it's under your name, sorry, boss, you have to do better. Blaming it on other people and their interest in the things that they do is never going to get you anywhere else. It is entirely up to you. If you approach more situations with that mindset, if you take on more of the responsibility and strive to be better, your life will be better. But he doesn't live that way and he doesn't think that way. So, and I'm a firm believer that if games aren't doing well on his channel, he should be quitting them. If he's not getting the viewers, if people aren't interested, even if he's not making the money, he should be quitting. Is that still a failure on his behalf? Absolutely. Absolutely it is, because he's not entertaining. He's not able to bring in the people. But I think it's still the right decision. But I'm just a troll.
What else can I say? All right, I do my best at what I can do. If it's not my forte, if you think that my JRPG playthroughs are boring, then I probably still shouldn't play them, right? I don't know how to change to make this stuff entertaining because I'm not fake. I wish maybe I wish that I didn't have these morals and values and I could just be a fake person to everyone. And then, I'd be in the same situation as everyone, took every sponsorship, took every opportunity to kiss butt and lie about everything and get paid for it and make that bag. But you know me, that's not me. I'm not going to sit here and do that. So now I have so much support behind the scenes that I can play anything I want because the money rolling in during a stream doesn't matter. No, these streams are actually where I make the vast majority of my income.
That sounds
So
like a
that's what I gotta
far better
focus on.
opportunity, actually. But sure.
Okay, guys. Well, I hope that you have enjoyed my countdown of the top 20 most disappointing playthroughs of the year. Not most.
I don't need an outro. That is the top 20 most disappointing playthroughs of the year. We've been here for exactly 4 hours and 24 seconds now, if you include the music. I'm not going to sit through the top 20, of his favorite playthroughs. I didn't realize this was going to take so long. Maybe I should have shut up at some point. But what I do want to do before we go is take a small look at the top 20 games, because I know personally, that the very first game is an absolute riot. And it was the point at which I turned the stream off because I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So let's skip to it. Hopefully
Noise?
I'm pretty close here.
Maybe there'll be a small reference here or there.
Okay, all right, we're moving positively. Jesus Christ, brother, get on with the stream. The preferred way to watch DSP. All right, here we are.
Hey, good morning,
Fuck, we
Kanye.
So
spoiled.
prepare your butts.
We're
Number
preparing our
20.
butts.
Best playthrough that I did in 2024 is
WWE Champions time, brother. We
Please remember his number 20 most disappointing game of the year was fucking Path of Exile 2, and his top 20 favorite playthrough or best playthrough of the year is WWE Champions. If that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about DSP's gaming opinions, I don't know what else there is for you out there. No amount of information will ever make you more intelligent. You're just destined to be stupid for the rest of your life. It's can't break it down any easier than that. This is it. And I'm not even going to let him continue. I just wanted to show this to you so that I could make my point and we could be done here. So thank you all so much for the 4 long hours of hanging out, all 700 of you. Jesus Christ. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad I could make this stream today. No snow, no 2 a.m. wake up. Nothing but obviously good hostile vibes from me and hatred for the guy, I guess. Big ups. I don't know that anybody else is particularly live this second. I will look to see if I can send you somewhere, because that's the kind thing to do, of course. But thank you all. The Stalker video will be done soon, hopefully today. If not, tomorrow. It depends on what today looks like. If PoE2 grabs a hold of me and doesn't let go, nothing I could do, obviously. But I'm going to try and have it done, and hopefully you guys enjoy that. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow for WPIG 1651, where we watch Act the King. As I know right now it's not canceled, but ALT cancels a lot. Blame him, not me, of course. Give him shit in the chat. Thank you all so much. Please stay safe and be blessed. Goodbye. Wait, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. No, wait, I did. Smoke Jaguar with the 2 saying known liar talks about morals and values. He absolutely did. Morals and values are clearly top on his priority list, and that's why he doesn't take sponsorships. Not because he couldn't get any, but because of his morals. Obviously, stealing money from actually handicapped people and children is clearly the moral choice to make. Stay safe. Goodbye.